Hello, VOD viewers. Apparently, I was saying it too quickly and it was cutting out, but I swear the timer starts. I see it tick up to 1 second, but I guess it's lying to me. How dare it? Hello, VOD viewers, not my odd viewers, but you can be an odd VOD viewer. That is also fine here. That comment chain made me laugh when I saw it. Thank you all for being here, despite the unintentional insults. We're going to start with doing a little tier list prep. The patch has been out for a bit. I should probably be doing some of this initially. And then it is Wednesday, my dude. So we will we'll do the replays like usual.
Saki_Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to ZQuixotix.
Thank you, Zuki. Thank you. Who are you hoping is at the top of the tier list, Zuki? Where the heck is my thing? Hold on. Here it is. I was pulling up the statistics so we could compare that, and I had it open before we started the stream, and I just lost it. I could not find it. I guess I should timestamp tier list prep. There we go. All right, let's pull up the this. Let's see who's doing what right now. When is the Slark dewarding video coming out? I thought about it. Should we still do it? It feels a little late. I saw BSJ do a video on it. I didn't watch it, but now it feels like I've missed the train, you know? If I was going to do it, I should have done it like instantly. Glad my boy Lich is on the top. Well, I haven't finished adjusting it. Lich probably will still be near the top, so you're in a good spot. But I haven't actually adjusted that tier list too much yet. It's still from 740. Ooh, translucent blue jellyfish. Thank you. I will definitely take a look at that once we finish this this prep for the tier list. Let's take a look at the trends. So the patch was just yesterday, right? It was yesterday, right? Time is I believe it was just yesterday. And yeah, Invoker was in a really bad spot. His win rate has shot up since then. I did not think the PA changes were that big a deal. What was PA stuff again? I need to set up hotkeys for this as well. Patches don't happen all the time, but when they do, we're constantly hopping between client and patch notes and everything. Stats. I should set up some buttons to do all that. So she got some strength gain, a little bit more duration on Phantom Strike with a little bit more attack speed, and then the damage at the end. As a non-PA player myself, I'm going to assume that surviving longer and the crit damage in particular are the big changes. I didn't really think this was going to be that major for like the percentage point she's jumping, but I suppose maybe it's a combination of everything. Okay, who else? Tinker. Does it really look like it's changed much? Not really. His turrets, his turrets were like, there was a 0.3 second delay on them or something. That was removed, and that's not really even showing here. It's showing from like earlier, but I mean, that's not accounting for the patch that just happened yesterday, really. Astro, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the way the teaching style and everything. Country made it to the World Cup. Nice. What was Pudge's? Oh, the Flesh Heap stack was like 1.6 up to 2, right? That's pretty good, actually. I was surprised they gave him so much. Lycan, Clinks, Jug, Wind. What was Clockwork's change even? I don't think he did get changed. In 7.41a, a little bit more mana burn. I am sussy of this. He really has about a 50% win rate? That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Which cat is that? Who's crying over there? Why are you crying over there? Come over here. Come cry on stream. You're kidding me. Drow's win rate went up? How can this be? How can this be? All right. I know base agility is good. And this is a very small buff, in my opinion, the range 25. I thought this Glacier preventing it from being disabled was like her viability. How can her win rate go up? This is whack. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. Think more Drow Rangers have stopped experimenting with Hydras, and that's why her win rate goes up, maybe. The talent's pretty good. Yeah, but that's a level 25 talent. Those usually don't have massive swings in win rates because a lot of games don't even reach that point, you know? I'm not reading too much into it. A 1% swing in win rate is not that insane. And also we're down here. Oh, this is like just below 1%. Yeah. 1%'s not that crazy at the first tail end of a patch, just because people are still moving around everywhere. But I expected this to go down when she lost the Glacier. Maybe in pubs, people aren't making use of the Glacier that much, so it wasn't that much of a pub nerf. Okay, a lot of these people just barely shifted. Timber barely gained anything. I was like kind of hopeful for the hero. I was like, oh, maybe 30 damage on a low cooldown ability. 30 pure damage is like better than I thought, but I guess not. Okay, who's at the bottom? Meepo, as he needs to be. Doom, Arc. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. All right, let's go to win rates. Is 25 less range to disable marksmanship a lot? Not in my opinion. 25 is pretty short. I'm trying to even think of what to compare 25 to, because there are so few things that are actually that short range in Dota. What's a good 100 range? Melee is 150 attack range from the center of the circle to what they can hit, if that puts that into perspective. Melee range, like are you a 150? Some melee heroes have more than 150, but granted, a radius means like, you know, like the total area can sometimes have a larger effect than what the radius implies. But for something like Drow canceling her stuff, like this is before I switch to Drow. This is attack range. This is 150 attack range. So 25 radius is like here to here. It's like a very short amount. Oh, you can't even see the radius, huh? So what's the break range at 300? This is 400. So 300 is around here. And it used to be here, I guess. Actually, you know, I guess we can Does it show when it breaks? Or does it just not happen? Is it because Drow is like, oh, Drow cannot cancel Drow? I guess it just doesn't show an icon that it's broken. I actually didn't know that. Okay, right here. She is just in range to not break. This is the 300 not break range. And then 325 would have been like ever so slightly further. Yeah, I don't know. It was just strange. It was strange to me. She starts glowing when her passive is active. Is it this bow? It is like, it's doing a thing. Oh. This seems too close. Oh, I guess this is it. This is like 300. Okay. I didn't know that. Thank you. I would not notice that in the middle of a game. Maybe it's my cosmetic that's like not making it as obvious. There was like a little sparkle from the bow. I did not know that. Claim my shards. Got to add to my collection. We're going to hit 2 million at some point. 300 region. I gave Doom like 4 hearts or something to just survive while I was attacking him. Let's see. Back to this. All right, so let's take a look at position 5 first. I think it's sorted by win rate already. Not quite. Actually, what is this sorting by? Oh, its own tier here. That's probably better. I don't know exactly how this thing... This is Dota Buff. I don't know how Dota Buff calculates this exactly, but if we did just go by win rate, there's probably some like random hero who has like few games and is super high. Though actually, as I look, it's not that bad. There's nothing that extreme. This can happen on Dota 2 Pro Tracker a lot. You know, there's that one guy who picks like Huskar 5 and it's like, wow, would you believe it? 90% win rate on Huskar 5. It's a good hero. But actually, it's just not really being done. Although here, I mean, higher than I thought. Higher than I thought that would be, actually. All right. So yeah, Shadow Shaman at the top doesn't surprise me. I think Urnaconda is still a great way to split push. Take towers. Witch Doctor ult, Cask, Maledict ult, still a fantastic kill combo. I am surprised by ET. It's very small pick rate. So I think that's some of what's carrying it. I wasn't sure. Maybe we'll take a look at the numbers on the movement speed and armor later. Because it's always hard to read those things if you don't play the hero a lot yourself. It's like, oh, he's going to get a percentage of this based on that. And you're like, oh, I don't know what those values are. Like, what does that actually mean? So let's go look at that later, because perhaps it's better than I thought. I guess it is, because he's doing pretty well amongst the people who know what they're doing. Lich with the ult. I feel like that's the thing with these like top 3. Warlock used to be up here instead of Lich, but Lich was steadily climbing for the last like year. Ever since he got the shard and he got the ability to like solo kill people with Sinister Gaze, shard, ult, he entered the same realm as Witch Doctor, which is like Witch Doctor, if 2 people are too near each other, you kill them. Lich is now like 2 people, sure. 1 person, sure. Shadow Shaman, 1 person, sure. Easy kill. Plus he can split push. He has more split pushing. These guys have more individual kill threat. And I feel like that's why they're usually so high on the pubs. Techie's win rate, I think this is from his taser, reactive taser, now being usable right away. He pretty much got the shard for free, which is a pretty big buff to the hero. I guess people just don't prioritize IO enough. I don't believe in Spirit Breaker 5. I would never recommend that to you guys, but it probably does work in pubs where the laning stage is often very messy. And he was kind of busted. He was literally broken. I think he had some interactions that weren't supposed to happen, and I wonder how much of this is not yet updated from that time. So I think we should be a little sus of that. Let's adjust some of these, though, based on our interpretation of the data. This is purely for pubs. We're not thinking about pro Dota. I might talk about it a little bit, but I am mostly focused on pub tier list here. I think YouTube chat's fine. I may just miss some messages here and there. Should I play Arc Warden support as a mid Arc Warden player? I wouldn't really recommend it. Some people like it, and I've seen times when it works. I haven't seen it lately, but I feel like there are like if you are capable of playing Arc Warden mid, then surely you have the mechanics to learn a simpler support, you know? But if you really want to, I mean, you could do it. Do I move IO up? I've been so much of an IO pub hater, but the win rate's always going up. I feel like I have to respect that. I'm a believer in Crystal Maiden support right now. Her win rate does look pretty good. I think Crystal Clone, even though it got nerfed, is still pretty crazy. I feel like there's been more melee heroes lately, and I think that makes Undying kind of good. I'm looking at his win rate, also looks pretty good. Heal meta just got nerfed a little bit, and I don't know how much of that is being reflected in some of these win rates that we're looking at right now. Otherwise, I did think Dazzle was looking good. I think Veno. I like Veno, but actually his pub win rate's never that great. I feel like we have to B tier him. I can't bring myself to move Spirit Breaker to A tier, even if the win rate and the position 5 Spirit Breaker actually is feasible. I can't do it yet. I can't. My heart won't accept it. I have to see it myself a little bit. Can you walk us through the despair tier? Once we get there, I'm still sorting through all this. Though as I look through this, I don't think this will really change. So, maybe we'll see when we get there. I think Phoenix is still fine. What's Wyvern's win rate? 51. I was looking at Dota 2 Pro Tracker real quick to compare. What are her changes? Oh yeah, she has this book now. I don't think I've actually seen very many Wyverns since the patch came out. I thought Wyvern, the Q change was also good. I agree. I thought we would see it more. I'm not really a Wyvern player, so I didn't feel the need to test it myself. I thought I would just see it naturally, but I haven't actually seen people do it quite yet. I think my biggest problem is support item theory. I was thinking about this. One of the videos I'd like to make is an itemization guide, but we have to do 2 separate videos. We have to do philosophy of itemization. I don't know how to like title this, but it's not about the items, right? It's about the concepts. Like at the start of the game, you want regen items more than you want other things. That survivability scales up faster than damage. And like in the late game or like the mid game, then it's like, oh, you're looking for damage. You're looking for like solving these problems. In the late game, you're looking to solve these problems. And then you take that knowledge and base it off of like whatever the current patch of itemization is. I guess I could double dip, I could do it all in one video and do the current items, but then a patch will happen and it's like that whole guide sucks then, So I think I should split it up into one that is itemization concepts into then patch specific items. But hopefully when we get to that would help explain support items. I do question covering core and support items would be quite difficult. And I also don't know if I'm the best person to talk about core items. I might do like the philosophy of itemization I think is fine. I can cover for cores. I might just do support specific items in the patch and like some core player can do the core items. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. How's Venge doing? What's her win rate? Where the heck is she? $52. I guess she can stay there. I think I like Marana 5 now. I might move that up. I think Disruptor goes down. I think he still has some pub strengths, but he lost his facet, and it feels bad in the lane. Shadow Demon's always been a little iffy in pubs, unless you know what you're doing. Ancient Apparition. I think that one's kind of combo dependent. How do we feel about Omni Knight and his changes? We saw one guy do it yesterday. I think we lost that game, but I don't think... Well, actually, I don't know if it was his fault. By the time we looked at that lane, it was a Luna Omni Knight lane, and they got dumpstered. And I don't know whose fault it was. Do you think the removal of Lion's old facet hurt him a lot? I feel like there's no good way to farm now until level 16. I don't think he had a way to farm before with the facets. The facets were what? The melee fist and then mana eater, essence eater or whatever, right? I don't think that facet really helped him farm. I think farming has always been Lion support's issue. I actually think the things he got in replacement of the facets being removed is pretty decent. He got the melee punching kind of for free. And the ultimate cooldown keeps going down. Like, I wonder how far back we have to scroll to see one of the old cooldowns. That was the Ags. Cooldown. Yeah, cooldown used to be 160 seconds. Now it's down to 110 at level 1. Like, that's really good for the hero, in my opinion, because that is his farming speed, is killing people with finger. I also think, what was this again? Oh, yeah, he got this, like, debuff bonus duration and stuff. which I think is interesting. I'm just not sure how to practically apply that. I mean, you like do more when people die, but what was Abaddon's changes? Should he still be up here? Abaddon tends to do well in pubs just because people underestimate killing him and tend to overcommit. I keep forgetting he is anti-health restoration now, which is actually kind of good for the hero. Let's leave him where he is for now. I think Warlock might move down, actually. The king of pubs has fallen. They keep nerfing him. He's down to a 50% win rate, which is sounds totally fine. But this used to be the guy who was untouchable in pubs, always the top support win rate, constantly like 55 plus, and now he's merely immortal at 50%. I think we got to move him down a tier actually. Howdy. I'm just doing a little bit of a tier list prep, taking a look at some pub data, win rate, stuff like that, chit-chatting with you guys, some of your experiences on the heroes, and then we'll do the typical replays like usual. Level 5 Winter Wyvern passive is very cool in theory, but I haven't found to make it work for core support yet. Do you have any theories? So for core, I don't think Wyvern core is back yet. I think this is one of the things that could lead to it in the future, where you hold this item for a little longer to get more intelligence to do more damage later on. But it doesn't seem like it's there right now. The level 5, I was thinking the W. I haven't, I didn't do the math, but I need to know when W can one-shot creep waves or get closer to one-shotting creep waves. And if it can ever one-shot creep waves, that makes this insane value. So if that ability gets moved around, that's what I would look for, is the insane split push potential with that. Sand King got nerfed 5th patch in a row. Why does Valve hate Sand King so much? Because Gabe likes Sand King. And it's one of those things you're like, I can't show favoritism. I gotta be hard on the hero. The pros are just too good with Sand King. They keep playing him. He's one of those heroes. Also, the way Valve nerfs him is like, well, what'd you expect? Over the last 2 years, Beastmaster especially, but Sand King keeps coming in and out as this like too broken, too consistent hero. They change him. It's like, oh, I'm broken in a new way. Oh, broken in this way. Like, so many things keep changing around, yet he stays at the top. That's why he keeps getting hit by nerfs. Same time, that philosophy does not always apply. Like, some heroes stay at the top for a very long time. Some heroes stay at the bottom for a very long time, and Valve does not seem interested in addressing those. So couldn't really tell you the full logic behind who gets the buffs, who gets the nerfs. Where's Zeus? I'm gonna move Zeus up myself. Executive decision, and absolutely no bias whatsoever for having recently made a video on Zeus, but I genuinely believe that hero is pretty good. ET's win rate, I think we have to move a little higher. I don't know how high I want to move it. I want to do some math on that before we decide. I did kind of like the Snapfire changes that I just saw. It's a little early to tell where she's going to actually be. She also suffers from needing some coordination in pubs. She might stay here, but We'll keep an eye on her. Spirit Breaker's one that maybe by win rate needs to move up, but I struggle in my heart to do that. These feel fine. Silencer might be a hero that maybe moves up. How's Hoodwink doing? I prefer Hoodwink 4, but slowly over time I see more Hoodwink 5, and I'm slowly convinced it is more and more acceptable. I think especially now that the like pure damage build moved away and it's more a lot of utility stuff, that kind of leans more to position 5. Back then it was like, I'm building Maelstrom, and they're like, yeah, it's good, okay. But it killed you to see a position 5 do that, so maybe it was justified that she was she shouldn't have been 5 yet. How's Ogre doing? They took away a learning curve. Yeah, it's more percentage stuff. Have you guys played Ogre? How's he feel? Sorry, lag. I was about to say, if you pick me, you don't need to spam it too much. I will see it. Is it worth having 4 bans or a specific one? It doesn't really... There's only a chance a hero gets banned. I suppose by only having one hero, like, it's going to check you and it's just going to always 50-50 the Jakiro ban, for example. So I suppose if you really hate one hero, your highest odds are banning that hero by just doing one, I think is how it works. Because otherwise, I think it just checks all your stuff and bans them. I suppose the downside, though, is that let's say you hate Tinker, as does everyone else on your team, and other people haven't banned. If Tinker gets randomly banned or from a fellow teammate, it will look at one of your other bans to use that for you. And if you don't have any, then you're not going to get anything. But maybe as long as Tinker banned, that's fine by you. So I'm pretty sure. I think if you really want one hero banned, then just put one in there. But if there's just a mix of heroes you would like banned, just stick them all. Honestly, I don't think you need to think that hard. I don't think you need to think that hard on it. BSJ's shelf just broke and his Lego plant broke. Oh no. That sucks. How do we get some free coaching? We're going to do it in a bit. We're just going through some tier list prep right now. And then soon I will pop, I don't know how soon, but we'll pop this up. You guys will submit match IDs. Let me know who you're playing. Specific questions. I am insisting on specific questions. I will not pick you if it's too generic. If you have a specific question, we will randomly pick people. We'll answer the question. We'll move on. I think Zeus 5 works. You have to be a good laner, though. In the guide, I kind of mentioned there are multiple elements that can make Zeus work. Technically, for a pub game, like, oh, our lane sucks, that's okay, all games go late, then yes, like, there's still value to Zeus 5 there. But if you're asking me, and you want to justify Zeus 5, you have to be a lane winner, you know? You gotta be good at it, you gotta know how to kill people. Get them. Now I'm overthinking it. I don't mean to put that much pressure on you guys. We'll see. I'm sure some of you guys were specific enough in the questions. We'll pick it. We'll demonstrate like the level of specificness you can be. Could be more, could be less. And you guys could adjust it from there. The questions are not strictly for supporting. You can do any ranker role. Will I be able to answer it properly? You know, we'll see. If it's a very core specific question, I may not have the experience to confidently give you an answer. I will give you what I think, but I'll let you know. I won't lie to your face and be like, no, trust me. Octarine Shadowblade Slark. Like, I'll let you know if I'm unsure and you need to, like, find a follow-up. I'm mostly okay with this tier. We got to think about this final tier. I think Tinker Support's kind of dead now that the healing and defense matrix is gone. I don't think I believe in Tinker Support anymore. Pudge actually has a pretty good win rate. I think Pudge actually has to go up a tier, guys. I know you don't like that, but the statistics are there. For all the shitty Pudges you believe are in your games, he has a 50% plus win rate in pubs. Where's DP? Oh, I did want to add, let's add a new category now that you've reminded me. And let me stick it, I'll just put it here for now. What should we call this? Is it good or grief? I don't know. It's like the emerging supports to keep our eyes on, you know, after a patch comes out. And Death Prophet is one such hero. I actually think she's more on the good side than grief. This is more of a meme, but I'll think about what to properly name that category later. Call it I Need Proof. That could be, yeah, that could work. Unsure Brewing Territory. These are some good ideas. Lion's not A tier. I think if you know what you're doing with Lion, he is A tier. I am undecided on the hero right now. The issue is, I think a lot of people play Lion poorly. So it's, you know, it's the same way Chen. Like, take Chen. For a pub game, if you're making a pub tier list, is Chen S tier because all the pros play him and he's like genuinely a good hero? Or in pub games when people cannot do the micro, can't get the team to coordinate, can't do like whatever, is he a C tier because his win rate's low? Like, what does that make the hero? I can say Lion is good. Rubik's another, you know, it's like, hey, Rubik is genuinely good, but you guys will be bad at Rubik in general. So does that make him an A tier pub hero or a C tier pub hero? I try to mention that for those kind of heroes when we do the tier list, that they can move up or down depending on your level of ability, which is kind of true for any hero, but the high skill ceiling heroes especially, and the griefing supports too. Zeus, guilty of, you know, like he can easily grief. Lion, who's like, no guys, I swear, Ags first is the build, you know? Throw Lone Druid. Yeah, Lone Druid will need to go in this category as well. This is position 5. We'll swap over in a bit and we'll stick him in there. I think Tusk is another, right? Constantly good at high tier games, but in pub games, he's pretty tricky to pull off correctly. Same with like Coddle, Marcy, and these heroes who often take a mix of coordination and guts. Like, you got to know what you're doing. You got to go in, push the limits. It's just messed up in a lot of pub games, and their win rates tend to be low. Skill shot heroes, diving heroes, tempo micro heroes, whether they're good or not, their win rates are frequently low in pub games. What was Grimstroke's change? I think it was something good. Applied by abilities. When you take less damage. 5%. So let's say level 1, I take an auto attack. I'm probably taking like 1 or 2 damage less. Somewhere between like 1 to 3, I guess. And then a spell, 5-ish damage less. I don't know what I just said, guys. 5-ish damage less. Something like that. I don't know. It's too early in the stream to be messing up all our words already. That's pretty good for early trading, actually. That is kind of nice. Win rate is a 52. What's it on Dota 2 Pro Tracker? About 50. Let's keep our eye on Grimstroke. Perhaps he should be B tier, actually. Let's move him there. Hold on, let me think about this. This is such a specific complaint. This is very much a content creator complaint. Sometimes when you're moving this stuff, this happens, and then the whole thing's bugged. You have to delete the entire category and recreate everything to fix this. But I'm hoping we press cancel and I didn't move too many heroes around and it fixes itself. God, please. Oh, thank goodness. Where's Pudge? Pudge, I had Pudge there. Is Pudge gone? What happened to him? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, he's there now. Did I move any other heroes around? I think Dark Willow maybe shouldn't be up here, but I'm not sure on that one. She's another one that used to be like only position 5. She's actually also another high execution hero, and I think because of nerfs, it looks like her win rate's not as good. Let's move her down. Let's put her here for now. Oh, where the changes? Oh, I actually thought that one was okay. But she lost her facets and didn't get anything. She had Throwing Shade was the one people were doing at the end, and I think the other was like the extra brambles, or was that one already changed at that point? Oh, right, it was a Shattering Crown. The Thorny Thicket got removed, right? Yeah, Thorny Thicket removed. I liked this one. Yeah, because of that, she's not been looking as good. I'm actually gonna move her down one more tier. Hey, Colonel Pike, what's up? Would you consider moving Chen to Despair category? His zealots feel bad compared to Old Facet. I haven't gotten around to playing Chen yet. I don't know if I think he's Despair. Like, even in his worst state, he offers a lot as a support. Like, I mean, it's semantics on what you want to get into in the tiers, but Despair is like, what does this hero really offer as a support that others can't? And these heroes are here because they were viable supports at some point in the past, and they're kind of not anymore. I think on this list, the ones I'd be willing to move up would be like Enigma, maybe an Alchemist, maybe a Night Stalker Ricky. But you can get a lot of what they need from like most other heroes. I feel like Despair tier is griefing. Maybe. In my opinion, below Despair tier is like kind of griefing. Well, it's not that I have every single hero on here. There are some heroes who could maybe be on this list that aren't. Let's take a look. Yeah, like maybe Invoker should be on this list. Who else? Like, you could do a Viper support, Visage support. You could do a Tiny support. I don't want to include, like, every single position 4 on the position 5 list. This is the thing that's messy in pub games. You know, if you look at, like, Role Assistant from, like, Divine, the hard support differentiation versus like Herald. The category is huge. It involves like all the heroes. They're like, can I support with this hero? Yes. Like the category is massive until you get higher up. It's still a relatively big category, but who else should be in here? If I was going to include like every position 4, then it would be Earth Spirit, Tiny, Nyx that you could add in here as well. Magnus 5. I don't even hate Magnus 5, actually. Should we put that in here? I think Magnus 5 is kind of acceptable if you know what you're doing. I'd be willing to put Magnus 5 in like C to B tier. I'll do C tier Magnus. I actually don't mind Magnus support. The thing is, though, only freaks do it. I love you guys, but if we got a Magnus support player right now, you know it. It's like only the Magnus freaks are always like, yeah, you can play Magnus in any game. It's always a good Magnus game. They love Magnus and they're damn good at it. That's why it works, because like only the really good Magnus players are still doing it right now. Yeah, Invoker core definitely got better. I think support Invoker is doable. It's not the worst thing you could pick, right? Like, if you told me I was going to pick Invoker versus, like, Drow 5, like, please, God, pick Invoker. But truly, you need to know what you're doing. I will adjust this more. Let's do position 4s. Let's do a run-through of position 4s. And who is it I was going to add here? The bear. Just don't add it, sure. I think Death Prophet is already in here somewhere. Yeah, down here. All right, let me just do a quick gut run through without even checking data. So Spirit Breaker's in a really good spot. I think this is going down as he's getting his bugs fixed and everything, but I actually still think he's pretty good. Because the side maps changed, the jungle camps, and you can actually charge through a lot of them for farming and some extra damage. Who else? Clockwork's going down. Venos B tier. I don't know if I believe in Wyvern 4 right now. She's probably B tier. I don't even know why I would have had her in A tier. Well, actually, this is pub, so that's why. Pubs, people just do it. They play position 5s as position 4s. I know some of you are doing it as well. And it's just how things go. Where's Zeus? Move him up. I believe in Zeus. Bring him up here. I think Pugna would go down. After the loss of Siphoning Ward, I don't believe in Pugna as much anymore. I don't think it's, like, bad, but I don't think it's A tier. I don't even know if Mirana should be in here. Look how crowded our position 4 tier list is, because it has to include all the position 5s and then all the whack shit people like to do. Oh, we won't worry about the order right now. Warlock 4 is down because Warlock 5 is down. I would actually prefer to see more Crystal Maiden 4s in pubs. Like, of the 5s being played, I think she's in a good spot. I'd be willing to see her more. I might probably still move it down, actually. I'll put it there for now. I actually don't know if I believe Largo's that bad. I actually think he should move higher. We'll keep him here for now. Grimstroke, we were saying, should maybe go up. Rubik buffed, though I question pub win rates like usual. I don't think I believe in Tinker now. Nature's, I don't know if Nature's that bad. I think I want to take some of these out. They are weird picks, but I don't know if I really want to cover every single weird pick in this tier list. Or maybe we create a separate category for like off meta picks, as if half this list is not off meta already. Let's do it just to see what those heroes would be, like what that list looks like. It's a bunch of these D tier heroes. Who did I just delete? I deleted like Axe and CK, Ember. Actually, without Chain Gang, I don't know if I believe in Ember support. The possibility of it. You were off meta. Clinks is no good anymore. Pucks, I haven't seen it in a hot minute. Half of this is 9 class heroes. Let's get rid of them. You're welcome, pubs. Let's remove them from the discussion. Terrorblade support's really not that good anymore. Primal's not the worst, but not that great either. I haven't seen Monkey King support, although he just got his stuff. I feel like he could be good. I think Naga's bad, and actually she was never really a position 4 anyways. I think I'm going to take her out. I don't even believe in Darkseer. I think I have him in here just to specifically say I don't believe in him, because I always see people do it. What should we do with Sniper? What should we do with Sniper? Is he off meta or is he just bad? Isn't that what the D tier is for, though? Is to show people that's like, you shouldn't really be playing these heroes. Is DP worse as position 4 than position 5? I'm not sure. I haven't played her yet. I haven't gotten to her yet, and I haven't really looked at replays. I've just heard people talking about it. Is Bounty Hunter without through and through even a hero anymore? I think so. Not this one. This one had some unfortunate disconnects that made my game pretty easy. Was it this one? I think so. I don't want to read too much into like a few Bounty Hunter games, of course, but I think the change to him made him better at rotating and punished the split pushing more, the through and through extra damage. But he got a good amount of move speed This is a lot. This is a lot of move speed to run around the map in the early game with. And then I see more people getting Janata at level 2 with a slight buff, though I don't think the slight buff is really like what's changing it. I also think his innate is better now. Before, it was some convoluted like, oh, if they have a kill streak, you get like extra gold of the kill streak. And if they don't have a kill streak, you don't have an innate, so get wrecked. And he was still actually a pretty good hero. This innate is still a little specific, but you want to kill cores anyways, and when you do and get assists, you're getting extra money, which happens far more often than being involved in a kill streak kill. So I think that this and this are good. They lean into what Bounty Hunter is, which is a bounty hunter, you know, going around the map getting kills. Through and through was like, it did help with that when you got the multi-bounce shurikens. But the bigger use, in my opinion, was like, oh, nothing is happening. Let me split push this half of the map because I can now queue through a wave, which was good for the hero. But what is the identity if you can do like everything, you know? And I feel like the recent removal of facets was that. Same with the Drow removing Glacier, which I actually don't mind. I just thought she needed buffs to compensate, though then her win rate went up, so maybe what do I know? It's like, I am a ranged hero, please stay away. And then they gave her Glacier, which is like, now I am a melee hero, come stand next to me. Like, what is that, you know? What's the point of the hero? Maybe Bounty needs more buffs, but I like the direction. I like the direction overall, and when I play it, it actually feels all right to me, if you're good at rotating and you know what you're doing there. But only a small sample size, so I recognize I may have just had very fortunate games. Why is Slark support off meta? I would argue Slark was always off meta support. It's a very coordinated effort to understand what to do with Slark. Maybe I should off meta / difficult in pubs. Perhaps impractical. Though I don't know if that applies to Viper. Well, that's why there's a slash here. I genuinely think at its peak, support Slark was quite good. The way 9 class was playing it, and the way Paravision was playing around it. But that involved a lot of coordination, a lot of understanding from the offlaner, from the team, the movements around the vision. That is not something that is very easy to make happen in pub games. That's why I don't really think it's all that great in pubs. Like, the strengths are not that strong, and the weaknesses are extra weak. All right, let's, I don't know, does anyone feel strongly about other heroes? I kind of want to try Beastmaster with Max Hawks as a support, but I haven't gone around to that. I think we can move on. Visage is maybe a hero who could be in these, like, I'll add it. It's not that I even think Visage support is that bad, but it's just so uncommon to see. And it's like the Visage players are doing it, and I can't even tell if it's good or not. Because it's like you're watching a specialized player play Visage, you know? How much do you want to read into that? But it's not usually the worst when I see it. But I also don't love to see it. Quap 4. Yeah, I mean, we could put her in there. I would say she would go in this category, this like off-meta category. You could probably put a lot of heroes in here. Maybe I need a category of position 5s that are being played as position 4s, which would just be like half this tier list. Off-meta spicy picks. Yeah, that's another way. Have fun at the risk of report category. Guys, let's start submitting some games in. Let's pick one from chat to start us off. Specific questions. That's the only stipulation right now. Match ID from the last week, otherwise we can't download it. Let me know who you're playing. And then the specific question. What I mean by that, just to give you an idea, rather than just say like, I don't know what to do to improve, which is totally fair. And in general, we usually try to help with that to give you guys ideas of stuff to work on. But at least for today, I'd like you to try to guess what you're bad at. You know, like, hey, Zach, I think my laning sucks. You know, it's like, hey, I'm not sure why I'm bad. Items, you know, like the teacher is telling you must put an answer on. It's me, you know, like you must put an answer forward. And then the teacher's gonna be like, are you even listening in class? Like, what's your problem? Go stand outside. You know, but you have to put something forward. You have to try. Okay, so put something forward, whatever you think. And we'll do our best to address it. And we'll go from there. The reason for it is that I think it helps with the learning process. I think you remember things better when there's a question into answer. When there's it's more of a process, I guess, when you're formulating the idea and then the idea is being adjusted, even if you started with the wrong idea, you know? I think that is often more helpful than just like, here is the idea you must follow, which can work for some people, but I'm a big believer in putting something forward. And I think for long-term improvement, it's necessary, especially like players in Divine and Immortal. Still feel free to like ask for questions and stuff, you know, but I also think an important skill if you want to get that high and go higher is to keep coming up with questions and answers yourself and then get extra info from outside. But formulating it yourself is part of what makes the top players the top players. Ooh, hold on, wait. That's true. I was asking for split push as well. That is another category we could use. I'm going to jot those down, whether we pick them or not. I'm going to copy the match IDs real quick. And I might use those later. I hope we make it to a split push video before some other patch comes out and I end up on more patch. This always happens. We always formulate ideas for videos and then patch comes out. I collected all those Crusader videos and then patch 7.41 is out. Translucent blue jellyfish. Let me double check. I have an idea with what to do for yours, Lucent. Here, why don't we... Let's start with this. And it will be one of those things that I will... Hold on, let me type it out. Timestamp. Okay. We're going to start with this mid Void Spirit. But actually, before even looking at your game, I'm going to... we may end up with an older game, but I think that's fine. I don't think the mid lane changed that hard. Surely there's a matchup somewhere. I know there is. Don't even try to lie to me. because I am not a mid player and I don't play the spirit heroes, but I see it a lot from casting. I see it a lot. However, you don't tend to watch one lane at a given time. You're like hopping around, so you actually miss the specifics of what they do, which is what I would hope to be able to give you in terms of advice as part of your laning question here. What I want to do is find... Okay, let's try copies. I wanted to find a pro match of how they play Void Spirit into Storm. And we go from there. Void gets dunked on by Storm. I don't think it's that strong, though, actually. So Storm, of the Spirit heroes, Storm tends to have the strongest start because he's ranged and he has Electric Slide. But half the reason that people like Void Spirit in the mid lane is like, no, I don't get dumpstered. Like, I have so many different tools. There are things for me to do to still get through the mid lane. And I know it's not something we should just look at one single game and base everything off of, but that's what we're going to do today for this that matters here. What I believe, so actually let's partake in this self-hypothesizing into discovering the answer. I'm pretty sure the way Void Spirit plays the lane is, one, you try to hold the lane closer to your tower, right? Where the Storm Spirit can't punish you as hard. Once you do start pushing, you push so that there are enough creeps to protect you. You avoid standing next to creeps that he's going to Electric Slide. You have a better animation because you're a melee hero. Void Spirit has a better animation for early denies. You try to get those, as many last hits and denies at the start as you can before the ranged harass becomes too much. You also have a barrier on Resonant Pulse that you can use to allow you to tank a little bit of damage, right? So it's like, I'm walking in for the last hit, I'm going to take damage, but I time it with using Resonant Pulse to get last hits, hit the enemy hero, get a barrier to trade with. When I trade with that barrier, it's free real estate, you know? Like, I'm not truly taking damage. I don't expect Void Spirits to ever win this lane, like, completely, outside of outplaying the Storm Spirit. You're supposed to lose a little bit, but you're supposed to hit 6 at a decent time, not get killed because you have all the different tools, and then get level 6. For pubs, you're probably the one rotating more than, you know, teammates are going to rotate to you. Let's not worry about that too much. Let's just watch the lane.
No more games.
Ward on the side. I have seen melee heroes sometimes not do this, so that ranged heroes can't draw aggro. But I think for pubs, you don't have to think that hard on it. And I think just seeing this area is useful so that you can draw aggro. Like, when you're the melee Void Spirit, you have to step down into the river to draw aggro and step back. So you kind of need to see the Storm Spirit do that. Nowadays, it's not as important because you can use the top bar to do the side lanes, but you would want to see the Storm Spirit, like, sending electrical spirits and all that. Is he going to get a first blood? Oh no, Copy, you've thrown off all our discussions. You're going to have a bottle far too soon. Alberca, why'd you do this to us? That's fine. We'll still watch through a little bit. Pulse isn't a very big barrier. I usually try to get last hits with it. The thing is, in the mid lane, you got to get as much as you can out of everything, right? Even if it's a small amount here or there, that's how you, like, pull ahead. All right. Aggro's back the lane. Storm's hitting creeps, so Void is also hitting creeps. Dragging it higher up so that Storm can't get the deny. Staying far back so that Nicky Cool can't hit him. Aggroing the creeps back to stay out of Storm's attack range. Knows the Remnant is going to come for this range creep. Not gonna get hit by it. He didn't make use of the barrier that much there. Should be easier for him because he got the first blood. He'll have the bottle on the way soon. Because of the high ground to low ground, Storm missed a bunch of auto attacks on Void Spirit. Kind of goes back to why laning right here is pretty important. This lane is going to push in and Storm's going to harass him. But Void Spirit has some pretty good damage, so last hitting under tower is not that hard. And you also have to be worried. Something you should always look for as Void Spirit, when people pressure you too hard under tower, you can sometimes remnant them and keep them under the tower as the creeps die and you get in some tower shots. You will not run into this very often in Unranked, though, for a new player. Most people get scared of the tower and will not chase under it. And they'll just kind of watch you manage the creep wave. This right here, actually. That one right there. If the lane is hard, especially versus like Huskar, Viper type heroes, melee into ranged, if you can't hold the lane right here at your high ground, it can be an okay idea to like bounce back and forth, but you have to be comfortable last hitting under tower. But the benefit is in pubs, a lot of people won't then do anything to you, like under the tower, right? When you stand out here, they constantly harass you, which I will mention, when we usually see these matchups, the mid hero that is struggling, like it would be the Void Spirit in this case, is usually getting hit a lot by the Storm Spirit. But notice there hasn't actually been that many times where Storm Spirit has been free to harass Copy. Copy's like always standing further back until it's actually time to go forward for creeps. Otherwise, he's done a bunch of defensive aggro. You know, timing stuns to make sure he gets the big creeps, the banner. All right, let's watch like one more wave or two, and then let's go pull up your game. I think the biggest thing we'll see that is probably the easiest for you to incorporate will be positioning. I suspect we'll see you get hit by the Storm Spirit more than necessary. That's usually what happens. At this point, he's getting help from the other. He got first blood, and now he's getting help from supports. So that part will not be as comparable to a random pub game. In a party game, oh, he's the random actually. So downsides to party games is that, especially in Unranked, you can end up playing people higher ranked than you by a good margin. So some of this might just be the guy's better than you, right? Which can also be okay. That's like a learning experience. All right, so one difference, you put your ward over here, so you won't be able to see the Storm Spirit as easily and draw aggro off of him. How dare they? I guess someone rushed out. Someone rushed out to also ward. All right, the body blocking was a little shaky. A couple creeps slipped through, so we ended up laning in the middle instead of closer to our tower. All right, one instance here already. We'll play slower. All right, if we're avoiding taking damage. So right now you actually drag some back. That was good. You see Storm Spirit killing your melee, so you can do the same over here then. You can kill this one. The mid lane is not as bad to push back and forth. I know if you watch this stream, you hear me talk a lot about like, why are you hitting this? Don't kill these creeps. What are you doing? Side lane equilibrium is different from mid lane equilibrium because mid lane, this is where the default is, and this is as bad as it can get. This is as bad as it can get. Like, it can't get worse than this. It's in one screen, the best and worst situations, you know? There's also only one other hero here in most cases. In the side lane, the difference of like good equilibrium to bad equilibrium is very far. There's a lot of different things that can happen with multiple heroes, pull camps, all that sort of stuff. So in the mid lane, there's kind of different rules. Rules that I am not as good with because I am not the mid lane player, so I won't go too far into. But the point being, you can hit this creep because he's hitting this creep. Oh, I forgot to say, I was gonna... This move here, right? So you're trying to draw aggro, but actually you stepped in too far, and he should have attacked you once or twice right there. He continued to hit this creep, but you weren't really coming in to deny anything. You were just trying to draw aggro. But you don't actually need to draw aggro of these creeps because you already have one here. And if you want to draw aggro, you could still draw aggro without being that close. Oop, wrong one. Yeah, it was kind of too late at that point, but there's like one movement in there where you could have been hit. And then here you want the range deny, but we know he's going to use static remnant, and that's exactly what happens. And then he ends up hitting you with the static remnant as well. I will say in pub games, if you can get the deny, I mean, that'd be great, right? But people will mess it up, so there's a little bit more room for you to do it. At the same time, if they end up just doing the thing they're supposed to, you will take damage like that. It's like Lina. When she has Dragon Slave, she's going to use it on the range creep. So you don't want to stand next to it to try to get the deny, because you're just going to end up tanking the Dragon Slave as well, and then still not get the deny because it's way more damage than you've got. All right, so see here, this is where you can use the barrier. You mentioned the barrier doesn't seem like a lot. It's not, but it is 1 or 2 auto attacks from the hero, and you wanted this range creep here, right? So that's why you were hanging around. You're like, oh, I kind of want this range creep. Oh, but it's not low enough yet. This is where you walk in, you hit it, and you resonant pulse. 60 damage, 60 damage. This creep's got 128 health left. So between your auto attack and the resonant pulse, you'll kill this range creep. You will tank an auto attack as you walk in, but then you'll get the barrier. So as you walk away and he attacks you, your barrier will tank it. So in the end, it's only 1 auto attack for this, which is not that bad. Then, if you kill this creep, actually, your 2 melee creeps will help you fight the Storm Spirit. So even if you take the losing trade to start, if the trade continues, you'll end up winning. Whether we want to do that or not, because we have creeps over here, is like, you know, kind of a separate issue. But this is actually a good reason to like walk in, attack, nuke it out, and then walk back to your creeps. And you're going to put him in a weird spot because from his perspective, he's now tanking these 2 creeps, but he also wants the range creep the way you wanted this range creep. So now he has to like walk in to try to drop the aggro, and you could choose to fight him on this high ground with the help of your creeps. And then these 2 would aggro to you. So you're both tanking the melee creeps, but you're a melee hero, so you tank creeps better than ranged heroes, and then you're on high ground to low ground. So I would favor this. Plus, then the tower will kill this creep, and then it'll be more creeps than that on the storm. You actually do Resonant Pulse both in the end. Credit to you, actually. I didn't notice that the first time I went through, so maybe that's what you were waiting for. I think you could fight the storm there, though, which is part of keeping ranged heroes in check, is like finding time to do these early damages in. And then you walked away from this range creep for no reason. Right here. Okay, this is his ability to secure nukes. This is why you can't stand near range creeps. Like earlier, you stood near it trying to get the deny. He used this. He hit you and secured it. He used it way too early and hit the range creep. So you should immediately kill this. Also, you're taking some damage, so you should Iron Branch and Tango it. It's kind of why you buy these, so we don't have to leave. You need the regen to start going already. This is not that bad. The further you drop, the worse it gets. That's why, like, you'll see mid-heroes walk up, hit each other once, and then instantly eat a Tango. That's a little bit extreme, but like they'll start the regen really soon. This one, because he doesn't have Remnant, he has to walk in and auto attack. In that time, a melee hero like Void Spirit will hit this twice and it'll be done. By the time you walk back in, he probably has Remnant the second time now. And actually, because you have these 3 creeps, here's another case where you walk back really far for no reason. You actually should have pushed here off your sick double Remnant pulse. After you kill this creep, you should push in with your creeps here because we have 3 creeps to fight. This is, you have an extra hero in your lane right now. This is a 2v1 situation right now. So this is where you want to mess with him. So you're here with the creeps. He's attacking. If he attacks like this, you throw the Remnant and you walk in to fight. He keeps backing up, so the creeps go under tower. And he's going to miss last hits for it. If the creeps don't quite go under tower, we aren't laning in a great spot, but you have 7 creeps to his 4 creeps. So here's where you intentionally push. And I'm going to say you dive him with extra creeps, but you don't actually have to dive him. I do know that's scary. But you put the pressure on him to make him miss creeps under tower. And you can walk under the tower a little bit to go for denies. And you won't draw aggro if you're not actually hitting the hero. If you're not going for denies, you would just be hitting the creeps to push it in more here. And so now here's the second Remnant that he still didn't quite hit the range creep, so you actually end up with a deny anyways. And then this part's fine, like positioning wise, but you're not using your Iron Branches and your Tangos. You're not actually gonna need 5 Iron Branches. So the point is to eat them. Here, Remnant, if you have it. He wants the deny, Remnant to stop him, but also what's gonna happen if he's still here when this creep dies? He's out of the tower, sure, but all these creeps are gonna aggro to him, and he's not gonna be able to fight you. So once again, you could start to fight him. You see how now you're like half health compared to his mostly full health? This is where it's starting to get very, very difficult to fight him, even with the creep advantage. He could tank through the creeps and kill you first, just because he is, what, 200 plus health over you. And that's why you need to start tangoing a lot sooner. Honestly, once you're down like 100 health, do it already. Because you will tank a little more after that. Okay, you Remnant here to catch him. But let's say you caught him. What would we do? We kind of mentioned health-wise, we can't actually fight him to the death. And then 2, okay, I'll get some denies. I'll get some last hits while he's crowd controlled. Nothing's actually low. Okay, I'm going to fight him with my creeps. But my creeps actually are fighting the other creeps, right? So I can't really make use of it. So this Remnant's too early. You want to hold this for later. Because of mischance, this situation's pretty good for you, because you can stand on the high ground and he's on the low ground. Even if he attacks you, he will miss some, so it's actually not as bad. Ignoring your amount of health right now. Let's just pretend you're healthier so you can do this. That way you can stand here and he's on low ground. What will happen is he draws aggro because he's attacking you, which is not good for his creep management and his health. And then it may not even pay off because he might miss on you. That makes this like an okay time to stand around here and fight. And then you maybe wouldn't have needed to use Resonant Pulse to try to secure that creep. You might have also had Aether Remnant to do it if you had saved it from earlier. If you can tell, I mean, it's not the easiest to always know. Figure out what creep is going to die next. This is like, obviously the hard part of laning and last hitting, but whichever creep is going to die first is the one you need to be near. And the ones you want to look at are, what is the range creep attacking? What is the tower attacking? I guess tower first. Tower does the most damage. What's the tower attacking is the first. What's the range creep attacking is the second. And then what are multiple melee creeps hitting are the third. The range creep out damages 3 melee creeps, essentially. It's kind of equal, but also a little bit in favor of the range creep. So whatever the range creep is attacking will pretty much always die first, and then the times the tower's involved, the tower is first. So this creep's dying first, not only because the range creep is hitting it, but also it walked under the tower first. So I know this one's going to die very soon, and I need to be near it to have a shot. But you're kind of walking away from it here, right? And that's why, by the time I realize I walk back, I miss my chance. And now by the time I want to go for this one, I'm next to the range creep, so I get remnanted. Here's where if you aggro, you can pull that melee creep away from the range creep, so you at least won't get hit by the remnant, because you can stand further away. There's a lot going on all at once. That's why the mid lane's hard. That's why we just sit in the side lanes and play support and pull. I guess that's fine. I think you have enough regen. Because you used it for a regular creep, though, now more valuable creeps are coming up, and now we don't have it. So that's kind of where I was like a little indecisive. I think it might be worth saving it for the banner creeps coming up here. He's still over here. You can force him to use abilities. You can attack this twice, and he's probably going to start panicking and throw out the electrical remnant, which you can sidestep. He gets the banner, okay. But now, and especially if you had saved your remnant, he has 2 points in remnant if he's a good Storm Spirit player. 2 points in Storm remnant. So he used that on the creep that you didn't get hit by. His other point is overload, which literally does nothing if he has no abilities. So after you make him use an ability on this creep, if you still have your abilities and you have your health, that's a great time for you to fight him, because he can't do anything to you, right? You have Resonant Pulse, you get the berry, you can fight. But you kind of just let him walk in close, and so then he's like, okay, I can just go for the regular last hit. Like, I'm not freaking out. If he does use Pulse or Remnant, like whatever the case is, that's also a good time to fight. Here we kind of like walk in, tank it. You cannot deny into Remnant. Remnant is 160 damage. I won't say you can't, because like people mess up in pubs. You can. Here's where you should aggro under the tower. You're gonna have a hard time dealing with this if he pushes you. You should aggro this ahead of time. See how he's chasing you under because he has so many creep waves? This is where it's harder. But if you do it while there's still creeps alive, he can't do both. Aw, nice try. You can stand closer. If he hits you here, it's not a huge deal. It's worth it for the range creep. You can just like stand on the range creep. If he attacks you, he won't have his attack ready for the range creep. So consider it like a 50 health cost to secure the range creep. But see how you like position too far back, so then you're not close enough to get it. Does donating let you skip the coaching line? Essentially, I will do yours guaranteed. There may still be a line depending on what has happened. But I will do replays guaranteed for $5. Otherwise, we just pick randomly from free chat interaction, you know? Okay. Speaking of, I think we can move to the next one. No problem, Lucid. I know, Mortal Oracle. There's nothing for him anymore. I don't know what to do with them. I do agree with what Kodak's saying. Just pick a couple things to work on at a time. This is true for anyone, right? If you try to fix everything at once, it's just a lot. So just go into the game with a couple ideas in mind to work on, maintain the rest of your current abilities, and just work on a few things. I like the suggestion for make sure to tango earlier. I think that's a good one. And let's say look for... I would say tango earlier. Once you start missing about 100 health, you can already do it. The thing is, you might be thinking, oh, but isn't that going to regen more than the 100 health? Won't that be a waste? You're going to get hit, so it'll go up. And if you're not getting hit, make yourself get hit. You know, like go play aggressive because you have the health to work with. Take the hit and then back off a little. That's a good one to work with. And then pay attention to the number of creeps and the value of the creeps. So make sure you're not using abilities to secure a random creep, melee creep, when like the banner and the range creep are coming up. Or when you see they have a lot of creeps, make sure you're either playing safe or you're trying to like, oh, let me split it up. Let me aggro some of these under towered now to reduce the amount. Or you have a lot of creeps. Let me make sure to play aggressive here because I have the creep advantage. I think those are two basic concepts that will lead to a lot more advanced applications. I think this is a good question that's not really support focused. You're the support player here, but I don't think this one's actually... And this is just like a team thing everyone should look for. How do you counter Tide this patch? He did just get nerfed, so that helps. He will be countering himself a little bit. It's a little tricky because some heroes are good versus him in the lane, like Ursa. And if you have a lot of magic damage, that's also good. Like Tide is tanky to physical damage naturally due to damage block and damage reduction, but he's weak to magic damage until he builds an item or two. So if you have the right heroes, you can deal with Tidehunter early before he gets those items, before he gets scary. Let's say you don't have the right heroes or he just has a good game or something, right? Tidehunter is strong at team fights, right? He tends to build auras right now, tanky items. He goes up front. He has the Ravage, all of that. Again, if you have the right heroes and the game's not too hard, you maybe can address that. You can maybe directly fight the Tidehunter. But if you can't, let's just say you can't, okay, we lose team fights. Every 5-on-5, 4-on-4, I'm just not interested in. 3-on-3, we'll see. We'll think about. But if Tidehunter is there with several heroes, we're just assuming I can't deal with him. So don't, go somewhere else. Oh, he wants to push my tier 2? Let me go to the other half of the map, push his tier 2. If he wants to be a wall, go around the wall. Farm other places, make him go, fine, I'll go to these guys. Because Ravage is a super long cooldown. It's an amazing teamfight ability, but a really long cooldown. And a lot of pub Tidehunters like to skip Shard. It's a really good item, but they don't like to buy it. And that means he has no low cooldown catch. So when you keep playing the map and he goes and chases you, the correct play is like, jump you, kill you, right? He jumps you and he ravages? Does he ravage? He doesn't want to ravage a single hero. He wants to ravage a whole team fight. But if he has to ravage for you, then now he goes up to the team fight and you can tell your team, he doesn't have ravage, This is fake. We can go fight him. Maybe if you're not losing too bad. So these team fight heroes with really long cooldowns, they like specific things. They like pushing up to objectives, winning the fight, and taking the objective. So make them chase individual heroes, make them win the team fight far away from objectives on their own half of the map, and then they won't feel as strong. He is strong right now, at least before the patch, so he'll probably still feel kind of strong. But at least you can try that. This one is a party game. So you mentioned the ranks are a little... Oh, follow-up question on that. Okay, wait. So first we're looking at this because your main question was, it was a party game, and you felt like... Well, not you. The Viper on the team, the highest MMR, was saying like the wards and the smokes are no good, and that's why you guys end up throwing the game. So you want to know how to improve the smokes, which is a great question. And actually, I will say, was this the full party game? No, 3 and 2, and he's not in your party. Okay. So the funny thing is, Viper's complaining about it. Smokes are the easiest thing for the high MMR players to direct to the low MMR players. Because you don't need to explain any of it. You just tell them when to smoke or not to smoke. But I admit it is hard as you are doing other things. It is helpful if someone else also makes plays happen. But if you play party queue games and there's a big rank disparity, if you are higher MMR, one of your responsibilities to climb in these types of games is that you should have a better understanding of when to make plays and when to take fights. And you just tell them, have a smoke ready. I will tell you when to use it. That is much easier than in the lane. And it's like, hey, pull. Hey, put your sentry here. You idiot. That's the wrong part for the sentry. It needed to be 3 pixels to the left. You've damned us, right? It's super hard. You're like, go here, ping this, ward that, whatever. It's all over the place. But the late game shot calling is easier for higher MMR players. We will now go through and help you direct some of that yourself so you know how to do it. But I just think it's funny when a higher MMR player complains about that. Like, that's actually their job. Your other question was, when ranks are this different, is it viable to climb up like this? Yes, the experience will just be different. Let's say, what's the difference between gaining 1 MMR every single game for 100 games versus stagnating for 90 games, and then in those last 10 games, you gain that 100 MMR, right? It will feel a little different, maybe, but at the end of the day, you have your 100 MMR. If you don't play party games, if you play strict solo queue, you are more likely to get matches where the skill level is close as pub games go. The games are fairer that way, but you are only exposed to as many good ideas as you are able to see. What I mean by that, you will not see, like your Archon, you won't see Immortal level play. So you can't learn from Immortal level play in your own games. That is the pro and con of unranked party games, or just ranked party game, any party games that have rank variety. You will get crushed by a higher MMR player, and it will feel unfair. But you are also then able to learn from that. Whereas in your Archon game, let's say, oh, you made an Archon mistake. It would be good to know that was an Archon mistake. Your Archon opponent didn't punish your Archon mistake because he didn't know that was an Archon mistake either. He makes the same Archon mistake. So you both make Archon mistakes, and then one guy randomly punishes it, something else happens, you lose the game. You go lane versus the Immortal, every time you make the Archon mistake, the guy kills you. And you're like, what? This has never happened to me. They always let me walk all the way up to here. What's happening? It's like, you're not supposed to walk up there. And the Immortal player knows it, so he kills you, you know? Or like the rank higher than you kills you. And so as long as you are very self-reflective and you can learn from that, I don't think it's bad to play these party games where the rank's very different. But you will go through that. You will have times where it's you guys smash the games, times you get smashed, and sometimes it will feel close, sometimes it will not. But you can learn from it still. So up to you on what you enjoy. Let's just skip ahead. Actually, first, let's come backwards. I mentioned higher MMR players will have an easier time calling for shots later on. In the early game, one thing we will look for is the very first smoke. Who will do it? And it's easier at this point in the game. 5 minutes is about the earliest you would see it in a pub game. For a support to do it, to have it ready for the mid, or to smoke to the mid. This is where the mids are still very much focused on laning and doing their own stuff and figuring out how the game's gonna go. And it's harder for them to also say like, hey, you should be making a play to help top. Hey, you need to come to me. Hey, you need to have this ready so when I get this power rune, we like go together. It's harder for them to do it. Not that they can't, but it's harder. So this is one place where you can just have it in the backpack ready to go. So for example, if I was you right now, I want to have an observer and a sentry and a smoke ferry out. If I need regen, I also buy that. Because we are getting to 6 minutes, which means the first power rune rotation is coming up. Now, I can't just leave Luna to die. I want her to be as safe as possible, so I want equilibrium in a good spot. And part of that will include having an observer somewhere, so that she knows who is in the lane or not. And I need to do that real soon if I want to go for the 6-minute rune. Now, let's say I get the 6-minute rune, and Viper gets a haste. That's a great rune to get a free kill. So we run down here, but the enemy has has an observer down. So they see him, they all get out, and now we've all wasted time. We've wasted our power rune. My whole rotation, it got the rune, but it didn't pay off into anything, right? So I pre-prepare. I buy the observer sentry, smoke, all of that. And if I have leftover money besides that, then I can think about buying my boots, buying my whatever. If I buy the boots, I will make this rotation faster. Luna might die while I'm gone. Viper's power rune may not end up amounting to anything, right? This is what the short-term consumables are for. It's for these plays. And this is where one such smoke could happen. Let's see if you or Rubik do it. Neither of you have a smoke right now, and I don't actually expect you to get one, because that's just how a lot of pubs go, is these kind of plays don't happen. But they could. I see you making the rotation, actually. That's pretty good. We're a little late on it, but you have the right idea. We just need to do it like 20 seconds sooner, and if you bring the items, great. I only mentioned one observer sentry, but we could double up. You do your observer sentry, you're already walking out, so we do it here. Let's just say you walk out here, you observer here. Let's just go with that. We walk over, we check this rune. You see Ember go top. So now I actually know I can walk in here. Otherwise, let's pretend Viper's here, Ember's here, and I walk up here. Ember might actually kill me, because he might see me come up from an observer rune, observer ward. People might rotate, and they kill me as I come up. But if he is over here, he can't do that. If I already know I'm going to rotate here, and I bring extra sentries, if I'm already here, I can drop the sentry to look for the observer. And it is 6.5 minutes. What that means, if I look at your own hero, he hasn't done it. Let's see if Ember did it. Ember has done it. This is the second observer, which is actually, the timing is strange. Okay, I don't know what happened in this game, but the first observer goes down at the start of the game, and good mid lane players put down the second observer after it expires. This will be around the 5-minute mark. So his second observer should be here, and then you would kill it pretty early, which means he plays in the dark till 10. Or he buys a third observer, and that means one of the side lanes is playing in the dark. At the start of the game, first at the, like, literally the start, 0 to 1 minute, and then 5 to 6 minutes, there's almost always an observer being placed somewhere here. And so you can just blindly guess. And that means this one rotation has done like 3 different things. And that sets up your future rotation as well, because now you've cleared the bottom of vision. Whether you find anything or not, you know there is an observer or not, and now you can rotate through there next time. Or Viper can rotate through there next time. All right. It doesn't look like we're getting a smoke this time around, and I don't want to just like scan through the whole game looking for that first smoke, so I will probably jump ahead here. Hex to save the courier. This man, in fact, does care about his courier. Ah, we've got one. Okay, let me just zoom through till I see you use it. Ah, that was faster than expected. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. To understand if we should have smoked or not, and if it's a good smoke or not, we must look at this. Actually, because we jumped ahead, let's quick check. We are 5k ahead. Looks like some ultimate just got used. Oh, yours is about to be up, actually. Vipers, looks like he used his earlier, so that one's getting close. Luna just used hers. Okay. On this side, Witch Doctor recently ulted in that fight, and he Fiends gated earlier. Okay. Items, we have Boot to Travel. Blade Mail. How close is Axe to Blink? Not that close. Okay, and on the other side... All right. So this smoke could be okay. We could make a play with Serpent Wards is the goal here. Serpent Wards and Viper Strike. No Eclipse. Now, no Blade Mail, Blink either. Blink mainly. So the initiation is a little hard because you don't have your Blink. Rubik is your best initiator with the long-range telekinesis. Okay. You wait till this is cleared. That's good. Try to stay out of sight. I think you walked a little close. I think you might have been in range of the creep vision. So just like stay in the trees right now. Okay, Axe TPs and you guys smoke here. To nitpick, even though I said 0 and 5 minutes, there's almost always a mid ward. Actually, that applies for a lot of the game, especially still in pubs, 15 minutes. There's actually a pretty high chance there is a mid observer. Maybe you killed one recently and we missed it when we jumped here. But there is a chance there's an observer somewhere around here that sees you guys smoking here. So if you want to smoke mid, clear the creeps, and also like try to back up somewhere. That'll boost your odds of success by a little bit. Where are we going? If we look at this mini map. If I go back in time one more. I don't know. I don't know where we're going. Pushing in the mid lane is good. Having deep wards is good. This one's kind of deep. We'll call this a deep ward. But I don't actually see anything with it, right? So it's like, I'm not sure where to go. Especially because I don't really have a easy way to make plays because we don't have the Axe blink and you don't have your blink either. So we have to know where the target is to be able to like go around a tree, go behind the cliff, whatever, like land the ability, you know? As I look at this, it's like, hope he shows in the lane, you know? I just go and I hope. I hope we don't run into multiple heroes. At this point, Viper called for the smoke, so I just followed. So this is what I mean, right? He may be the highest MMR, but he is also not sure when to do these smokes. Because, like, I'm looking at this and it's like, I really don't know where we're going. We're going to go sit behind a creep wave pushing in and just hope. This is a period where it's actually okay to just farm. You just farm to get the initiation items that make things easier. And it's not like, oh, farm for the next 5 minutes. It's about 10 to 20 seconds. In 10 to 20 seconds, these creeps getting closer and closer to towers, people are gonna start showing. If they're not jungling here right now, they might be jungling here. In 10, 20 seconds, they're done with the camps. They're gonna move over to camps that you do have deep wards in. You guys just need to wait a little longer. So for example, you come to this triangle, farm this stuff with your eyes on the map, and once you see what you need to see, then you smoke. I say this triangle, let's say we are doing a blind smoke. Where do we want to go? On one hand, where I have observers makes it a little safer to go there. On the other hand, I don't want to make a play near Luna because she doesn't have Eclipse. And I want Rubik to be involved because he's the other support. He's supposed to be like doing stuff with us. So if Rubik's here and we go here, how can he join? Now I'm making Rubik teleport as well. But if we go top, he might just be able to walk and join the smoke, or he just keeps pushing top and we smoke to him. And the enemy's actually like, oh, let's go kill Rubik. He's by himself. And we're actually ready there. Or Rubik pushes into the tower, someone shows because they want to defend, and then you guys are already there to jump. So a good smoke could reveal itself in like 10 to 20 seconds. This one's a blind box, and I don't know what we're gonna get. We will blindly run into the jungle and hope we find PA. Ah, darn. Ran into Ember and didn't have a way to catch. I will also note, you guys are continuing to chase even though there's actually 3 heroes up here at least. Aw, man. Zoomed in. You guys actually didn't get to see a lot of that. So actually here, replay Blug, you're still smoked. Once you see Ember, you're kind of done. You just appeared out of nowhere at this point, and they have an observer down. If everyone's thinking this through, the enemy should immediately realize that you guys smoked here, because you just popped out of nowhere. And because you have an observer, you have a sentry seeing they have an observer, you also know that they know this. If they didn't have an observer and he sees you, he might just think like, oh, Shadow Shaman just walked in here, right? He doesn't know it's a smoke. But this observer means like everyone knows, everyone knows. And at this point, you have to decide, are we a lot stronger to force this fight? Yes or no? Hero-wise, maybe you have a 6k lead, but in terms of info, did Earthshaker finish that Blink Echo? Is Underlord ready to ult in? Is Witch Doctor waiting with the cask? I don't know at this point, because all we've seen is Ember. And we have 3 heroes. No other hero can join. So I'm really just hoping that Ember is not near his team. And he is. Here comes PA from the top. If the carry player moves towards danger, they're stupid or they know it's not dangerous. You have to decide, what do I think is happening in this game? Do I think PA is a stupid carry? Or does she see us walking in and she thinks, oh, we can get a free kill here, even though I'm an early farming carry, right? And that means I have teammates nearby. This looks good. So you gotta decide, am I willing to risk that or not? And it's not usually good. It's not usually a good way to climb to assume that your enemies are bad. You should be assuming they're all really good and be making smart choices based on that. Doing things because they're bad is okay, but it tends to build bad habits. You need to be very aware, like, I am doing this because they are bad. I should not usually do this. You have to be very, very self-aware. Witch Doctor being bottom gives me a little bit more confidence, but he could just TP top, right? And also, it's just one hero here. There's still a lot of other heroes missing, especially the Echo that I am not sure when he is going to finish his blink. We kind of jumped around. I have no idea his farm. Actually, net worth, he's dirt poor. So it's a long way away. Maybe you knew that. Maybe it's fine. But then here's the fissure. So now I know there's more heroes here. Now, actually, this kind of fissure makes me think, okay, they're just running away. So the question is it worth chasing further? Can we actually catch? If they're running away, maybe they're scared. But, like, what is actually our catch? 2 blinkless heroes and a Viper. There is no catch, so it's just a whole lot of running and not a lot of farming. When you don't have initiation, rather than smoke, you guys could have just walked into a tower. Pick a lane, push, very obvious. We talked about Tidehunter earlier, right? He doesn't need to sneak up on you. He just goes to the tower and tells you, fight me or lose your tower. And if you don't have initiation, but you're stronger, you go to the tower and you say the same thing. Defend your tower or I will kill it. And I will initiate via you guys walk up to me because I made you walk up to me. I drop the wards here and we're hitting this tower and they go, oh shit. Okay, go stop them. Walk in, right? They initiate themselves. That's how you do this when you don't have the Blink Dagger on Axe, when you don't have your like Blink Dagger Aether Lens on Shadow Shaman. And because we're just going straight up to a tower, you actually don't even need to smoke. You just like go as a group. Some of you stay in Fog of War, but you don't have to smoke. You could, especially if not a lot of smokes are happening, but it would be fine. Move this a little further, by the way. People are putting sentries in this area quite a lot to look... Oh, sorry. People are putting sentries here quite a lot to look for this stuff, or they're putting it here and then just kind of like sticking their head over the waterfall to take a look. So they'll probably, if they look for anything here, they'll get your observer. Push this in further, like here, somewhere back here. I was getting a lot of success out of ones back here, but that was probably fancier than you need to use. That's not trying to flex or anything, but I was like next leveling the opponents. I don't think you have to go that far for the current rank. Okay, let's zoom through and find another smoke. Do you happen to know roughly any like game-losing smokes that Viper flamed you on? There's one on screen right now. Well, damn. I was looking at chat. Is it on the courier? Go back to 19. Oops. Oh, Rubik's got one. Smoke. And we go. Go where? Axe is 700, 800 gold from the Blink Dagger. You do have yours, so we got that. Luna does have Eclipse. She's also 700 gold away from a Manta. Viper is 900 gold from a Claymore. So the item timings are like kind of coming up, but also not. Like, we could make a play. I only know where Underlord is. The tankiest hero in front of his tower who can Fiend's Gate other people to him. Who else can we got? Let's play. Okay, Earthshaker. Saw Earthshaker in the middle a little bit. Oh yeah, Luna didn't want to come with Eclipse, so we're not going with Eclipse. We're going with DD Viper. And we're going... We're kind of doing the mid push we talked about now. It was a little iffy. We lost most of our smoke time, and then this fight happened to stop. Smokes need a couple things. One, power spikes. Abilities or items or runes. Hero deaths can also be a reason to go. And then the other thing you need is a clear direction. Now, if you want to run into Fog of War because you're doing some kind of like next level... I know they're not here. I know they're here. Let's go. That's fine. That's usually pretty advanced. It's easiest if you just have it down on the map and you're like, here's the guy, get the guy. And that's what's missed the last two times. This time we did have items compared to last time, but still not sure where to go with it. Finding up great for you guys though. All right, this one they started before you, but I will mention for your positioning, this is very dangerous because your team is pushed here and you're cutting straight through here, and you're actually even looking for a ward. You're dropping a sentry here. So if you're dropping a sentry, what you're saying is, I think they could have an observer here. So then if we go beyond that, they have an observer here that I am now about to walk under. And they know that 3 of my teammates are right here. So I, as a support, will blindly walk up this high ground that they have vision of. And I hope it will work out. That's very scary. So you want to probably just go this way to your team. This will keep you alive. This is a coin flip play. This is like... earlier we were saying, like, Archon players don't punish Archon mistakes, right? This is one such. Positioning mistakes are often this way because it's not clear. And it's like, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But that's the kind of stuff you want to cut out a lot. That way, there's no wrong answer when you go the inherently safe route. There's no random chance you live or die based on if the enemy is reacting correctly to their vision that is maybe there or not. Oh, that's interesting. I actually greatly prefer roll queue, but I admit I don't think I have touched ranked classic since roll queue came out. It's interesting if you think your experience that roll queue, like the experience is better, the players are better. You probably have a lot harder of a time finding games, is my guess. I think most people use roll queue. I don't know if that's 100% true or not. Interesting to hear. Is the Viper basically saying we need to find and kill PA? It is a good idea, right? To like find and kill the carry. It should still be well thought out though, because you don't want to deliver kills to the carry. Right? Uber deliver. What's the... I don't even know, guys. I don't use any of those like takeout service apps. I know Uber does it. What's another one? Instacart. What do you guys got in your regions? I'm pretty sure those are not global. DoorDash. There we go. That's the big one. iFood in Brazil. Oh, that's cool. Are yours as... There are so many horror stories, I feel like, of these kind of delivery systems in the US. I fortunately have never run into it the very few times I've ever used these things. But it's like, they just didn't deliver the food. Or it's like, it's hours late. It's not here. Is that as big of an issue in other regions? It feels like it is a very iffy product here, from what I have heard. I'm only sort of watching this fight go on, but earlier I mentioned, you know, we got to be smart about it because we don't want to deliver kills to PA, right? The idea is good. Find PA, don't let her farm, but found PA while she's with her team. She killed us. Oh, she has a lot of farm now. We got to be very careful about it. iFood will refund your purchases without question most of the time if you complain about it. Oh, that's nice. Let's get another one. While you guys are submitting, we'll watch like one more smoke here. Mostly had good experiences. Always leave a relatively good big tip when I do. I feel like that's the secret, right? You got to leave a good tip so they're like, ah, I won't screw this guy over. I saw a smoke happen. Okay, you did eventually get that witch doctor, but let me... Okay, drop the observer. And actually, recently, 2 heroes were here. And PA, did she showed bottom right here. So actually, if you tell your team to, like, run in, you can probably catch him right here. You can, like, blink Hex and then start the fight here. As opposed to, here, which is actually scarier because the heroes we saw were in this area. Maybe they have, like, maybe they respond with the blink echo and stuff. Ah, there it is. I found the blink echo. Okay, actually, I thought of one thing before we move on. We've critiqued the smokes that have happened, but actually, let me find... I bet we can find an opportunity where we could have smoked, but did not smoke. Should we do it from here? Why not? Let's just do it from where we're at right now. And we will do this via the mini-map, as usual. Seems they are walking into Roche, and maybe my team wants to contest. If you do want to contest, actually, this is fine to just blindly smoke in. Not quite the example I was looking for, but usually if you're going to attempt this stuff, you should use it. Anaconda! I actually don't care about the play itself. I want to see if we can find a better moment. That one did not go well. Maybe we need to rewind. That was a bad push from them. They were in 3 different places when they went high ground. Yo, I saw that. Hold on. Credit where it's due, guys. Oh, wait, hold on. Who did that? I thought that was you with the Hex. Who insta-stunned this guy? Was it the Luna? Oh, I'm so confused. What was that? Oh, it was the telekinesis drop. I didn't see that. That is unfortunate. What a poor time. In this mini-map, the audio is playing twice. Oh, thank you. Ah, I see. Okay, that should be fixed it. How about now? It wasn't, the sound had bugged out before where I had to add a new way to capture the sound. And then I recently updated OBS and some other things, and I think it fixed some of the issues. So I think since I had set up a separate way to do it, it was recording both. And I had removed that from other scenes, but not this one. Normal? Nice, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Oh, Say, thank you for the bits. Okay, let's do yours. I'm gonna get some water first because I finished all my water. So give me 1 second and then we'll do your game. You guys can look for one more smoke for me. The lights have warmed up this room. Which hero was this? Also, I realized we weren't in anonymous mode. Usually we are. Oh, well, we'll leave it. CM, okay. Oops. I will say, besides the fact that I misclick a little bit on this keyboard, one other thing is the caps lock does not have an icon for when it's on or not, and then I misclick it more than I used to. Sometimes I just start typing really angrily. Okay. So for this one, you're trying to learn support a little better. I think your biggest mistake was itemization, but not sure because I know I played bad in a bunch of ways. Game was a little bit trolled by teammates, but you're not happy with their play anyways. Yeah, that's what we want to focus on anyhow. In the lane, I don't know how to be passive / useful without feeding, but I think the biggest problem was item theory. I did decently in my turbo CM game, but just didn't have the gold to be useful here. True, yeah, turbo, the gold is the biggest difference from that to like regular Dota gold. The pacing's like all different. Okay, let's start in the lane and we'll look at your itemization. We can like talk through that ahead of time. Probably just see like what items you built. Glimmer, BKB. Who's on my team? So Crystal Maiden is... There is a very high impact like BKB Ags build potential. You can go for that stuff. That's usually rare. Maybe with an Alk giving an Ags, we would consider a little more. In general, Crystal Maiden, I would recommend look at your team and who is going to be the most impactful. How can you help that hero? Old Alchemist was the guy, you know, like you stack for him, you build Solar Crest, stuff like that, like whatever the Alk needs. Now Alk is doing this thing where he's giving Ags, so it is a little bit of a weird spot. But I would say then the next hero to think about is Queen of Pain and Bloodseeker, the other cores. But also look at the enemy team, you know, like what answers need to be... what questions need to be answered? Problems need to be answered, I suppose. Right? Big Witch Doctor ult that could get us killed. Mobile heroes in the Void Spirit and the Morphling. They're going to do a lot of damage if we don't kill them as well. The Earth Shaker also got the big ults. Kind of scary. If I were to get the BKB Ags, does it solve those problems? Right? Does it stop the Cask Witch Doctor Maledict? Does it stop Echo or Morphling and Void? There is a route to it, so maybe, but also once they're BKB'd, no. Outgave Quap Ags instead of farming Blink BKB for himself. I am more open to it nowadays, but... Well, let's see the order. When did he do it? It's a fun build. I think it's cool. He did 2 Ags. Who's this? I guess both Bloodseeker and Queen of Pain. Then he did Blink BKB into the other stuff. 1 is fine. 2 is maybe where we got to think about it. Let's start with your laning stage while we keep thinking about... Oh, Venge was second. Okay. Let's keep thinking about items as we start to go through. I would say I'd probably do Force Staff as a utility item over Glimmer. Their magic damage is okay, but the bigger issue is positioning. So like we're too close together and we get echoed, or we get fissured and we can't get over the fissure, or Cask is bouncing between people, the Void and the Morph are escaping. And if you think of those like game-losing situations, the Maledict, Cask, all that stuff, the echoes, the Glimmer doesn't change it enough. There will be some situations where it's like, okay, it's just enough. But most of the time it's like, no, I am still in fact getting destroyed by Witch Doctor ult, you know, if they have dust, which they should. So that's where the Force Staff could change it more than the Glimmer. Now, I was kind of talking through this, but I want to come here. Always be careful of this. If you don't see enough heroes, there could be heroes here. Sometimes there are not, sometimes there are. The fact that Earthshaker actually turned around tells me I think there are heroes in here, which is what quickly happened to you. If you come to the ward, the rune like this, and you don't see enough heroes like this rune, you need to come back this way and TP out, or you need to like do a really long loop around through here. It will just inherently save you from the people waiting in here to kill you. Like that. And because of that, just to show you like the issue, because we died, one, they're now going to be stronger. They're going to get the first blood, right? Two, you just TP'd back as fast as possible, respawn, TP into lane. Things are already happening. We could have missed some of this. They've already split the creeps, right? I want to be here as much as possible to help with all of this. And even if you hadn't run into anybody in here, a lot of times if you help with a rune, this one is possible to go to this and make it bottom in time. If you ever go top, you will not make it in time. I highly recommend just TPing into the lane to be safe and to be here before creeps meet so you can start being useful right away. What that kind of has led to is this situation, which is 2 creeps already there. This is where Alchemist is hurting himself. He is hitting his own creeps. Seeing if it was a party game, if you could share that advice, but no, it's just some random person as it goes. Trying to make it here to block, but we don't quite make it, so it does spawn. The idea is fine, but this is the stuff where if you do TP over, you can do this earlier. And with an Alchemist, I would prioritize unblocking your camps more than blocking the camps. The reason is that Alch is actually pretty good at farming things when they get pulled because of Acid Spray. So people pulling on Alch is not as big of a deal. Crystal Maiden is actually also pretty good at it because Crystal Nova is a good nuke to secure the creeps. And if you take Frostbite, you can actually hit the camp, drag it out, Frostbite it. I would like to block the camp at the beginning if possible. But if you only have 1 sentry and other sentries are getting used for other things like dewarding, it means there's going to be less for the camp. So you have to pick what's more important. And I would say making sure your camp is unblocked is more important. We got lucky because you ended up finding the sentry over here. But if it had been lower, then we're kind of cooked. We lose the ability to use this for equilibrium, and he also likes the small camp because he can farm it. It's this kind of situation, actually, right? Where it ends up pushing out pretty hard. And we don't... we may not have had this. You will have it later, but... if you'd been here earlier, maybe we do have it. For you, because you said you're usually a mid laner, I might actually recommend a different hero than Crystal Maiden. I think for a mid laner to easily transition to support, pick someone who is very good at right-clicking and just deny people to their face. Like, stand in the lane and harass without drawing equilibrium and then deny. I think that's easier for mid lane players. Because right now, you've kind of done support stuff, but it's like the timing is a little off. So when I think about what we have actually done in the lane to affect creeps, like we haven't done that much, and we're at 2.5 minutes. I think that's the part you're missing as support, right? It's like I'm kind of doing support things, but it's just the timing is off. Being in the lane sooner, doing this a little sooner. The timing is very important for supports. So here, choosing between, you kind of go for the deny. Sometimes we can do that, but let's like weigh our other choices. Right, before walking up here. So we got the Lotus at 3, but also if I ask myself, what is ultimately my goal? For carries, it's to get the carry farmed. And for Alchemist especially, there's extra emphasis on stacking because of Grievel's Greed. So I could deny, let's believe in ourselves. Let's say we deny 3 creeps here. That would be a lot. That would be amazing. Best case scenario, take no damage, deny 3 creeps. But my alternatives are the Lotus and then stacking the small camp. These have better value because it's pretty guaranteed to happen if you are in position for it. And then this is a stack for Alk. It's money for you. It is long-term equilibrium control because you can deny like full waves with a stacked camp. If the lane pushes out, then Alk can just go farm it and he'll be happy. So I'd recommend you do this over this. And for Alk, you can actually even justify stacking this if you're faster. You can do the double stack. He's one of the heroes who will make use of it. Certain heroes only care about their own game rather than stopping the enemy's game. Alk is one of those heroes. Everyone cares a little bit about both, right? But like for Alk, it's as long as my game is going well, that is more important than stopping the gyro, the Earthshaker, like slowing them down. You can just directly walk on this pull, by the way. The timing is 56 is what I use to go straight this way and then stand around here. Any extra time over that, just start moving up this way. And 30 seconds is straight over here. So just somewhere in between here, 57 is like through here, 58 is like through here, 59 is through here, 30 is through there. You kind of like zoop, go around, which seems minor, but it's literally 1 second difference, which is what kind of gets you like right here. Even if I landed them, I don't think it does anything, though. IDK. Sorry, which part was that? I didn't see you commenting that. Which part were we talking about when that happened? I can talk through it to make sure we know what we're up to and what's going to happen with it. Can you talk about lane gold and stuff? The polls. Okay, pulling. I was debating real quick if we should open up a demo lobby or something, or just keep going through here. I get the theory of pulling, but it doesn't feel powerful. Like when I pull, it still doesn't feel like I'm being useful. Okay, I understand that. Pulling on its own, because your experience is you're not alone in that. Pulling is a multi-step process. And what a lot of people think of pulling is like literally, okay, did this. Like I dragged the camp into the creep wave, I pulled. But that's actually just the first step. That is literally the pull. But there's now several steps after that that you need to go through. And that is what gives the pull value. So first, equilibrium. Let's actually lay it out. Equilibrium is the #1 reason to pull. Second is, and it beyond the first, it's in no particular order, but second is getting gold for yourself or your core, and third is denying the enemy XP and gold. You can debate which of those is more important. I would probably say denying the enemy XP is more important than getting yourself gold, but it probably depends on the exact game and the heroes and all that stuff. The clear differentiation is equilibrium is first, the other things are secondary. Recently, because Madstone spawns earlier, I think that is starting to enter the conversation of like, ooh, do this for Madstone? And I like the idea. I'm not sure where I stand on it. I don't think you sacrifice equilibrium to get Madstone, but if you can make a case to like, yeah, we can do a lot of pulls, get Madstone, and we still farm well, then I like it. So let's think of those 3 things as we go through here. Did we get a pull yet? I don't think so, right? I wonder if it's easier to talk through when we actually see a pull happen. Okay, let's go with this one because it's the first one I see. Equilibrium, deny golden XP, gain golden XP. Equilibrium, I see 2 creeps here. Let's actually cheat to make this a little easier. So because the lane was pushed up, we have 3 creeps here, about like 2.5 at this point. 2.5 creeps that were supposed to fight this creep wave here. And the next waves are spawning, right? They're supposed to meet here. But because we had pushed up, they were actually fighting the wave previously. So now we have this wave and this wave. So long-term equilibrium, think to this creep waves. If they're supposed to meet here, then everything else has to be dead before those creeps get here. Enemy creeps can be alive because we can work with that. We can trim that down. Can't trim down our own creeps if they're above 50. So it's more important for our own creeps to be dead before the enemies. So we do this pull. We do the full pull, which is usually what happens with the hard camps. Kind of harder to do the half pulls. A hard camp cannot kill a creep wave on its own without a lot of help from you attacking or the enemy doing stuff. Or some camps get a little lucky the way you pull. Sometimes they kill the range creep first, and then it's like they can sort of do it. Most of the time, they will not kill all the creeps. So equilibrium-wise, this could still work out. We need these creeps to be alive, because probably 2 creeps are going to live from this pull. Let me like just start playing this. Because actually we're getting into a fight. It's getting wacky. But what you're probably going to see is, you see Alk killing creeps again? He did it earlier. He's doing it again. Kind of pulling it in here. Kind of, this is happening, this is happening. So things got messy. These creeps are stuck under tower. And we're worried these are going to get there in time to go under tower. They won't, because it's a range creep. But if that had happened, the pull did not get me long-term equilibrium, which was to lane here, because things are under tower. Also, as things settle down, I see that we still have 3 creeps alive. They have 1 here. This one just died. Right? So, okay, equilibrium here. Oh, but bonus creeps. So this is a pull that did not get equilibrium. Long-term equilibrium. Did it get us money? Did it deny the enemy? It didn't deny the enemy, because hard pulls are hard to deny the enemy because they're so close, right? Even as they fought, they were getting XP, and then everyone ended up over here fighting over the camp. So maybe we get gold, maybe we deny gold, depending on who ends up getting the last hits and the denies. But there were a lot of like extra steps to make it happen or not. And mainly the one here is we need to be stronger than them. We need to be able to beat them on this fight, and then it would work out, because we would get the gold from the camp. They don't. So math-wise, we got a hard camp. They did not. We all split XP, but it works out for us. And that hinges on you being strong enough to win this fight. Small pulls are a little easier to talk through. Clear examples. Let's see if we get that. But you can see what I mean, where like he still has this creep wave, so they still ended up with equilibrium. So this pull did not quite hit everything it needed to do. Okay, you're choosing a stack here, which I'm actually fine with. Equilibrium-wise, because everyone has done different things, this is actually not that bad. 4 versus 4, but their creeps have a little bit more damage than ours. For us to fix this, you actually don't need to pull. You only need to hit your own creeps. As soon as they drop below 50, this is something you can fix from auto attacks, and we don't need to do a pull. All right, kind of fine. Wow. Amazing fissure. This is why sometimes people will skip the aura and get 2 points in frostbite, so that when these fights happen, they're a little stronger. I don't really mind the attempt. We'll just let it go through. It was kind of close. Revisiting equilibrium to get it We need to go do this pull. And now you've stacked, so you're guaranteed the equilibrium will work out because a stacked camp will kill the entire creep wave. It's only when partial creeps survive that things get really messy, which we're not going to see. And at this point, it's starting to matter less, which is why I kind of want to go back, see if we can find an example in the top lane to talk through, because I don't feel we have cleanly addressed your question based on that situation. Okay, they both blocked. Okay, this pull. We'll start here, even though it's another hard pull. Are we getting equilibrium? Short term, yes. This creep wave was supposed to fight here, and it's all even. So this is going to push up. But then what, right? We have to do the follow-up steps, which is that we're not actually going to deny them anything. Witch Doctor and Morphling can easily make it here to fight over the hard camp. So then who gets the hard camp will determine who gets gold and who loses XP. Never mind, Witch Doctor interrupted, and it wasn't actually quite a pull. It ended up being messy fight. Maybe not the easiest examples here. I feel like I'm useless. I'm full health and I want to brawl, but I'm doing nothing. What if we reframe that? The support's job is not to fight, necessarily. The support's job is to make sure the carry is farming. The hard support, anyways. Make sure the carry is farming, and then consider other people you can help on the team. Will you fight to accomplish that goal? Probably. But you actually don't have to fight. You can hit your own creeps, you can do pulls, all of that stuff, right? You can not interact with the enemy whatsoever and still do things to help your carry farm. You probably should be interacting with the enemy, and in most cases, you will need to do some amount. But as long as you can say, this is helping the carry farm, you are moving in the right direction as the support. It will not always involve fighting. Like if you go back to the fight, this fight or the one earlier with the when we were chasing the Earthshaker. Chasing the Earthshaker? Okay. So you guys tried to kill Gyro. He ends up on the other side of Fissure. At this point, what you've done is fine. So now we have to revisit our question. Is Alchemist farming? So you guys hit Earthshaker a little bit, and then we back up. He's still killing extra creeps. At this point, we're kind of cool again. You don't need to share tangos anymore, by the way. They're reduced value. He should buy his own regen. Alk, this wave and this wave coming in here. Alk's got these two. We're kind of good here. He wants to connect it in. You can try to catch this range creep because, as you saw, this ends up dying under the tower, so it gets missed. So you can grab this range creep and bring it back in for long-term help. Here, he's low. You're pretty healthy. So if you want to fight, you should be a little further up. It's not that you're trying to fight, but it's like we're trying to push him away from this creep so that Alk can get this creep safely, and this guy does not. And because you're healthier, this is where you go up front to bait yourself, essentially. So this is way too far back here. He will be the focus instead of you. You clarity here, but the moment is happening like right now. This is what the mango and the wand is for. You have enough with the mango to like do a little fighting. So we'd go in there. All right, doesn't quite happen. We resettle. So revisit the question. Is Alchemist farming? So right now, he is by his tower. There are some extra creeps here, which is not great for us. But we still have our small camp. It is the kobold, unfortunately. And 2 creeps are low. So actually, if you and Alk hit your own creeps, you can deny quite a lot here to start balancing out this amount of creeps. And we do it a little. Could have attacked a bit more. Now Alk is attacking more than he needs to, which is hurting you guys. This creep dropped below 50. You guys hit it. If you want to think about pulls and stacks, that is also okay. If Alk wants to clear this all up and then like go stack down here, that would also be possibly viable. This stack is fine. So is Alk farming? He can farm here, but they're actually fighting him. So now you're coming in to fight, so that's fine. Helping out the Alk. He also chose to fight, which it was kind of close. I think you guys, this was like a miscommunication. I don't really care who you chase, but usually the core is better. Whoever you think you can kill is also understandable. I don't want to worry too much about the split here. This is where you end up chasing him. And I think it's not too bad, because like if you thought you could get him, it's fine. Like it's a free kill. If you thought you could get him, you kill him, we get money. If you didn't think you could kill him, or you think it's just not, it's going to be too hard to kill him, like maybe I get him, but I'm not confident in it, then that's fine. We revisit the question. Is Alchemist farming, and what will stop him from farming? He is very low now after all of this. And we no longer can share tangos and south. I mean, you can, but we really don't want to. So how do we help him? I have to make sure he is laning here, because if we move up, his odds of dying are very, very high. So he needs to be able to lane back here, or back here, or back here, depending on the hero. Alk, not quite yet. So if you didn't chase, and you decided, I think I can make this pull, and then Alk can farm this while I stand up front, that also would have been a good move here. And it's all centered around, can Alchemist farm? Which is also why if you thought you could kill him, it's okay. Because like, oh, Alk is low, he can't push up. Oh, I killed Earthshaker, so now he can come up and farm here, right? But we're tying it back to how does it help Alchemist? So if you thought you could do it, that's why I'm okay with it. Because once you kill him, you would then come here and like, oh, I'm scared of Gyro. But after killing Earthshaker, you would be strong enough to stand here and be like, no, you will not kill my Alchemist. I will fight you instead. And he'll go, oh, okay, I won't kill your Alchemist, and he'll stand back here. So then Alk will farm up here instead. This guy's so tanky with these items. Okay, so then as we get here, the kills didn't quite happen, but fortunately, Alk didn't die either. So revisit the question. What is Alk farming? How am I helping with this? You're reaching the point in the game where the carries will start to be a little bit more self-sufficient. So a good carry player would go and do their own pull. This is a little close on timing because he really wants this catapult. If you knew that and communicated, you could help him kill the catapult a little sooner so then he could make it over to do this pull himself. Or maybe you do the pull for him while he finishes the catapult and then comes over. But if you leave him here alone and they know that, they could kill him. Which is why usually in a situation like this where the support's healthy and the core is low, the core should go do their own pulls. This is the part that a lot of carry players do not do. They are allergic to it, even though it is the correct play. This is where you could rotate to help other lanes as well. And what we have done to set up Alk to farm is that we made sure this camp was open and or stacked. And maybe we have an observer. That would be like another step for you to have observers ready. We kind of talked about in the last replay. Observers, smoke, sentries, all that stuff at this time are very good. And that way you've set up Alk to farm while you attempt to help another lane. So he's here doing this. So then just repeat the question. All right. Is Alk going to farm? This wave is coming under tower. And it's okay that this wave dies under tower. This wave and this wave are supposed to meet here. And if my stacked camp kills all these creeps, we're good. Well, because of acid spray, maybe that's not going to happen. So do I need to do anything? I need to make sure that if this creep wave dies under tower, that they do enough damage to this creep wave, and I help kill this creep wave with auto attacks. And I prioritize that over fighting other heroes, because let's say we do fight other heroes, but I don't kill them. If these creeps live and these die to the tower, we will end up laning here. And based on our amount of health, can we do that? Yes, if these heroes are even lower than us or dead. So if we look to do anything else, that's what we're saying we have to accomplish. Like, I believe I can kill these heroes so that when we lane here, it will be okay. And if we can't do that, then the other solution, which is to make sure these creeps die, like, that's the one we want to go for, which is a lot safer for us, a lot easier, doesn't use as many resources, and allows us to stay under the tower and heal up. So, like, see this? Below 50, immediately start attacking it. I will say, and this is the part that is not on you, Alk's got to buy, like, another tango or a cell. He's been low for 3 minutes or something now. Does not want to buy more regen. How about giving Alk solo XP and just lingering out of XP range? You can potentially do that. It depends on exactly what's happening. Nowadays, it is not so important to give most core solo XP. Like, I would say if you're even levels at, say, level 3, that's fine. Even up to, like, level 4 onwards is not that bad. But if there are times to give solo XP and it doesn't cost you that much, it is fine. Like, it could be still good to do. But you don't want to, like, oh, I'm going to give him solo XP, but now he has to fight 2 heroes. Like, that's not really going to be worth it. It would be better to fight with him against those 2 heroes. So it's sort of situation dependent and how close he is to the key level. So, like, his level 6 is why you might give him solo XP. But, oh, we're not on this perspective. No wonder why. But if you gave him solo XP at level 3 and then he hit level 4 first, it's like, okay, that's cool. But he's still not level 6, you know? And now I am just laning weaker, so now I can't help him because I was trying to give him solo XP too soon. There is a timing to it. Void Spirit died mid around the 6-minute rune. Do I, as a support, need to rotate to secure the rune in cases like this? Maybe there's an argument to get a second kill. Yeah, I think you're on that right track. If you think the rotation will help you get the kill, could be worth it to do. You weigh it versus, can my carry farm while I am gone? Usually by the 6-minute rune, you're hoping you've done enough for your carry that they have some ability to farm a small camp here and, like, some camps here while you spend 30 seconds to a minute making this play. And you're hoping the payoff is your mid Queen of Pain will then snowball and return the favor. She will gank for you. She'll do something else somewhere. She'll slow the Morphling while Alchemist farms. It's just kind of like a payoff question. I would certainly consider it, depending on the heroes and all that. In this game, let me actually look at that exact situation. At this point, I would not bother. One, the power rune will already have happened. The timing is no good. For you to, like, walk over, get the rune, even if you were already here, because you were coming for the 6-minute rune, he's dead for 20 seconds. I have to wait too long. It doesn't feel worth it. But I could maybe look and be like, okay, can I wait here 20 seconds? Like, is this guy literally fine on his own? We won the lane so hard. He's just jungling. He's shoving the lane 1v2. He's winning. Then actually I could wait here for 2 seconds. But this lane's not winning that well, right? So I got to come back. I can't afford to sit around here that long. And since I'm already not mid, then I have to now also account for the time it takes to walk here, which could line up. Like, I walk here as Void Spirit respawns. Okay, can we do that? Then I look at my mid laner. If she does not get a regen rune, she will not have the mana to do it, right? Sonic Wave, Scream, Shadow Strike. Even a full bottle refill will not give her enough mana. Maybe with an Arcane rune, but I think even that one is not enough. Even with, like, backpacking efficiency. I think it has to be a regen rune. So the odds of it working are low. And what's the cost? Alk is very low down here. He'd be by himself while I go. Right, I'm not feeling great about it. Alternatively, what are my other options besides playing the lane? Let's say he's okay on his own, but I've now decided mid is not worth it. We could also look top and decide if that's worth it. But for Alchemist and other heavy farmers, you can always just consider stacking. So back here, double stack, 55. Try to hit them both at 55. You can go stack any of these camps if you happen to be in that area. You can try stacking this camp too, but this one starts to matter less. The double stack or like stacking more valuable camps feels a little nicer if you have the time, because that will also contribute to him. Yeah, I mean, this particular case, we're not doing it. Like, in this one is where we're staying with him. But just to talk through other options besides going mid. And actually, you could. Let's say it was back. Let's say we went back a little time in time, and this is the wave pushing up. Let's say it was just like 5:30 right now instead. And this is the wave pushing up. You could both just agree to back out. Like, you guys don't need these creeps. You just have Alk go stack and pull this camp himself. Like, wait here for the 547 pull, and you go stack these. Or swap. He goes and stack these, you do the pull. Whichever you think has more danger. Like, oh, Gyrocopter's going to do something, right? So if he's here, he's going to die. I'll do it, you know? You could just back away. It could be something to think about. But that's why it's, like, so game dependent. It really depends on the timing and what's happening. Part of the reason, so you mentioned, this is not all on you, because I've also seen Alk messing himself up. But you mentioned, like, not always seeing the value of pulls. Most of your lane has been constantly up here. And that's where so many fights have been breaking out and everything. If the lane was sitting here a little bit more peacefully, Alk would be higher health, because he would have the extra tower regen. He'd be in a safer spot. It's harder to fight him. He is also making his life hard. It is not just on you. He is shoving the lane when he shouldn't be. And that's part of why it's so far up here. But that is the tool of support. When the carry tries to hurt themselves, you do good equilibrium management and fix it for them. But also Al could buy a salve. There's many solutions here, some of which are on you, several of which are on Alchemist. Okay, this kind of stuff, be very careful. There are times it's okay to farm as a support. This wave is at equilibrium. So if he wants to jungle this, it's actually okay, because he will make it here in time, because these creeps will take a while to die. Unless you kill them faster, and then use spells. And now the lane is pushing again. This fight might work out in the end, but notice this huge amount of creeps is pushing forward. And part of that is what we just did there. Instead, you can wait here. We'll go back in time. You can just wait here for these creeps to get low and then start hitting. Like, we wouldn't have attacked at all. This creep drops below 50 and we start hitting it. And if Alk doesn't make it in time, we get the last hit. But we don't do any extra attacks that would push the lane. We just trim it down so it's actually staying here, if not pushing towards us, and then get the last hits that he would have missed. That's the support gold. And then we look at the time and we decide what else are we going to do. We can debate whether we go for the 8-minute rune or if we just do a double stack for Alk back here. 55, hit both, drag up. You might have to use Crystal Nova, actually. I think this one would be hard to double stack with attacks. I think that's part of why I struggle on support. My teammate ruins my work and then I get tilted. Welcome to playing support. That's why people like the mid lane. One of the reasons, because it's just you. There are no teammates you gotta coordinate with. Just remember, in the same way, in a single game, your carry might be really bad and their off lane is good and it screws you over. That will happen, even if you're like an excellent support. But in the long term, if you know what you're doing on supporting, then you are not messing things up, and in fact, you are solving problems. And you're just hoping they have 2 people on their team that may be screwing things up, just as bad as Alchemist is screwing things up. And so in the long run, that's the support gamble, is that when you learn how to deal as much as possible, you're just hoping the enemy is worse than your Alchemist. This is why I mentioned, because you said you usually play mid. Let me actually look. Let's look at our hard supports right now. Our rough tier list. Being able to just sit in the lane and auto attack things is often quite helpful for mid players, because usually your harass without drawing creep aggro is decent without, like it's kind of it's what you do, you know? How about... I'm a little hesitant on Mirana, but I feel like Mirana, Zeus could fit the bill. You mentioned you play a lot of Oracle. I don't mind that. Oracle has long attack ranges. Oracle, you don't have to worry as much about rotating. You should, but if you were to stay in your lane a little more, I think we could accept that. Pugna is not as good of a support right now, but it's not too bad. I think you could be a Pugna player and harass a lot, or Hoodwink. Essentially, it's these long-range auto-attack heroes that you practice harassing and denying your creeps a lot. Like, let's give you something to focus on so we're not looking at everything in the lane all at once as a support, you know? Let's just be in the lane, harass, and deny creeps. How bad was it? I know Oracle's attack used to be better, but it's still not... It's, like, not that bad. Any mid heroes that are really good at position 5? The overlap of mid and position 5 is a lot lower. Zeus is probably the guy right now. You will see silencer mids. Maybe you shouldn't, but you will. He's one. Wind Ranger, but I don't think she's in a great spot right now. Maybe Nature's Coddle. Coddle's another one, I guess, though he's usually more position 4. You could make Leshrac work in pub games. Same way you might see like some Skywrath 5s and mids, even though it's not always the best. The Magnus 5s. Invoker 5s, how about that one? Tinker was a good one with the healing. Maybe Death Prophet. Again, remains to be seen. Yeah, I mean, I know that nerf happened, but that was actually quite a while ago. The auto attack nerfs to Oracle. Like, I think Oracle's win rate is like 52% right now or something. So the laning harass is worse, but it's still something you can do. Like, your attack range is still better than a lot of people. So it is still something Oracle can focus on, even if it's not as strong as it used to be in the past. And if not Oracle, then, you know, we listed a couple others, like Mirana, that you could try. Wyvern, maybe. Though I think Oracle's in a better spot than Wyvern. Okay. I think Disruptor's attack range is busted. He also has a good one. Unfortunately, he just I didn't even like his old facet, but it did help his lane. And he kind of just lost all his facets. And I don't really I just don't think it's great, the changes to him. You could do it, of course. In the same way I said Oracle, you know, it's like you could still focus on it. Same with Disruptor. It's whatever for a pub game. But if we were trying to pick like super meta stuff. I was just streaming the VOD on TV. When I heard Invoker 5, I had to open up YouTube to type report. Invoker is a tricky one. The support win rate's not that bad, though. I think it is 50% or higher. What has Wyvern done to Ice Frog? I don't know. There can only be one ice hero. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good one. Enjoy the games. I like playing hard heroes because it's like a mini game when I'm pressing my buttons. Let's see if we can find you a good hero. Let's see if we can figure this out. Skill shot heroes? I mean, you could do Enchantress. Enchantress can do everything we've talked about and has skill expression through the micro. You could go for that. If you want more like skill shot based clicks rather than micro, I feel like Dark Willow is not in. She's also someone who's like kind of nerfed, but I think she has the ability to outplay opponents. Maybe Bat Rider, but that one might be. That one's too short attack range. I feel like entering into support from another core role, the easiest is a long-ranged support who just focuses on harass and denying creeps and then like doing pulls as necessary. Keep it simple. Good harass long range. I think Pugna, even with the nerfs, I'd probably say Pugna still decent, and then maybe AA. But if you want like more skill expression, then I'm not sure AA is that hero. I think Tusk's support is good, but he's a hard hero to play. The only heroes I have good win rates on are micro carries. Maybe Enchantress is the one then. Enchantress and Chen are all about right-clicking in the lane. I didn't copy the match ID. Okay, this one has a good question. That is also self-servingly possibly useful to me in an upcoming video. So I'm gonna grab this one. Do I still have coffee here? Oh. All right, let's load this one up. Okay, so your question was that you wanted to try to make space by split pushing, but they had a bunch of global heroes, so it felt really hard. So I will try to answer this. I will also say, if you can see that coming, because, I mean, in the draft, you can see, oh, they have a lot of global heroes, right? Then, so the global heroes in this case being Spirit Breaker, he alone is already one of the worst for split pushing, because you don't know, you show for a second, you could be charged or not, you have no idea. You have to split push without being shown, and it's very hard. Like, Spirit Breaker he's one of the worst to deal with. Then there's also Natures, there's also Slark, there's also Dawnbreaker. So it's a very annoying lane, annoying game for you to try to split push it. If you can potentially see that coming, it's not perfect, right? Like, if you have this global of a lineup, there are weaknesses, like who actually starts the fight, or is it too, like, is the lane weak? Because global heroes are not always, like, good in the lane. Sometimes they're weak somewhere. For example, Spirit Breaker, weak in the lane, and then can play the global game. The other thing is, if you have too many global heroes, they actually all want to be farming different areas, so funny enough, they are scattered. And rather than split push, maybe like finding one on their own and killing them quickly, and then going from there is an option. But it's not like games go to plan. So that's why I still want to address your question of trying to split push. Pretty even game, but you guys have the Alchemist. All right. I'm guessing you didn't need to split push too early, so I think we can probably jump ahead a little bit. Why don't you consider DP in position 4, but only in position 5? No, she can also be in position 4. I think maybe I just didn't have her in there yet. That part was still a work in progress, so there might be heroes missing. I would consider it. I just don't know if the hero is any good or not, like, actually. Because I haven't played it myself, and I haven't actually seen it that much. This is not exactly what you were asking about, but I do want to mention, against global heroes, the skill to develop is how can you stay out of sight as much as possible. This is where Ether Shock is quite unfortunate in that it is a very short-ranged ability, so you tend to have to show yourself on Shadow Shaman. I would actually say, if you know you have to split push a lot, buy the urn so that you can keep chucking the urn out from behind sight. That might actually be something you can try with the new shard. Here, so you walk in, attack, Ether Shock. Oh, that was a little unfortunate. That one's a little low. Yeah, you could try to line this up before the Ether Shock so you can get more. You do have to show yourself a little bit. Now, so here's the question. Am I getting charged? Am I about to die? Are people watching getting ready to teleport? I'm not sure yet. You have pushed. You have done your job. Now, if you look at the minimap and you know where the people are, specifically Spirit Breaker, he's the one I am the most scared of right now. If you know where Spirit Breaker is, you can try to, like, stay and do more. But after you push in the wave, it is okay to back up preemptively to get to safety. Or to, like, really move to a weird part of the map. So it's like, okay, if you're going to kill me, at least you'll be far away from useful stuff. You don't want to, like, stay in sight longer than necessary. Like, here you're walking in front of the tower, just in case Spirit Breaker was distracted, right? Just because he's a good hero for it doesn't mean the player is good at it. But in case he missed that I was up here, Let me just, like, here I am in front of the tower. Charge me, please. Find me. But this is already job done. You push the creeps into the tower. They're doing some work. That's all you need to do. And then you back out and hide again. And as long as you're not playing versus Spirit Breaker, then that's more than enough to keep you safe. I do think rotating down here is probably... Oh, that looked better than it ended up being. All right, bad rotation. I thought that wasn't too bad either when I took a look first. We'll consider it space for elk. Oh no. My space for elk. All right. Now that this tower has fallen, when it comes to playing versus these global heroes and split pushing and doing things as safely as possible, I've already kind of hinted at it, but I really need to know what Spirit Breaker is up to. He is the one that will get me killed. And what will help is also seeing other global heroes, because you can see when they, like, turn to use their global abilities in your direction. So my mindset right now, I want observers that will survive, but also see these charges coming in. Now that this tower is down, this is a very good area for the enemy to play. So putting something in here is useful, especially because if I am not here defensively holding it and I'm trying to split push, then they're going to be in here and they're going to be looking to teleport back. So if I can see them in here, then that helps a lot. The other thing is somewhere further in, right? For example, Spirit Breaker just TP'd home. So what's he doing right now? He is looking for something to charge to. It is in the Spirit Breakers, it's in their blood. Like, if you pick Spirit Breaker, you're just, like, suddenly obsessed by pressing Q, and you're like, please, I need something to charge to. And so he's going to be looking for that right now, and he's going to be coming from the fountain, like here. So when you put observers, like, along the edge, it won't really... It's not enough warning time, right? Alk is farming here. By the time you see Spirit Breaker here and you go, hey guys, I'm being charged, you're dead. You've been stunned, you've been bashed, the global, the natures is here, everyone's killing you already. You need to see it further in, whichever way it's going, to have time to react and get out. Because if you see the charge happening like here, you can actually just TP and he won't make it in time. But the further you see it, it's too late. You're dead. So that's what I'm thinking. I see your two observers. That's what I'm thinking about. Something in this jungle and something deeper. Now, it doesn't have to be this jungle. Like, it could be top jungle and then something in here. You know, whatever we think we can do without dying is probably first and foremost. Womp. Oh no! Wait, is this gonna work out? At first I was gonna say I think that was a little bit of a panic ult, but oh my god, you might still end up with a kill. Hilarious. I cannot believe that ended up working out, actually. Oh, Pudge, no. All right, I'm alive. Round 2. Still same consideration for these wards. The hard part is we kind of need to go with the team, because if we go on our own, we could die. So Alka's here farming. Great, let's do it. When you're dead and you know you need to do this, try to bring your courier with you. That way you can low ground sentry, check this. High ground, not really high ground sentry, but sentry on the right side, check this area. Same sentry, as much coverage as possible. Sentry first, and then observer. Reason being exactly what happened. You put your observer, and then you saw they had an observer seeing you put the observer. So if they're watching their map and they're watching you, they now know where your observer is, and we need the observers to live. Versus Slark, try not to use these. This ain't no Slark 87, okay? He doesn't have a Shadow Blade, doesn't have an Octarine, so he's just an amateur D-warder. Slarks, they're carry players, and carry players, they only know 4 ward locations. And it's right here. It's right here. It is here. And it's here. Those are the 4 they know. And some of them have enough extra brain cells to know a couple more beyond that. But if he walks through this area and his ult fades, let me tell you, his first thought, it's gotta be on the cliff. There's no other spot. It's gotta be the cliff. It's always the cliff. He's gonna check here first. So against Slark and against this kind of lineup where you need enough vision to stay alive, you can't be using these cliff spots. This one over here, this one's kind of sneaky, sees into the jungle, but is a lot less common, needs an observer to be found. Over here, there's a spot. These are all in the warding playlist if you want to check that out. Over here, it looks like you could see it from standing in here, but you cannot. You must stick your face in the tree. Slark players, they don't know that. They run through here. Their ult goes down. They go, oh, I know an extra spot. I'm a smart Slark player. You can ward here, actually, out of the cliff. I know this. He's going to bring the sentry. He's not going to check here. And it's going to blow his fucking mind, guys. You're going to watch the Slark in your observer, okay? He's going to walk down. He's going to go, the ult is down. He's going to walk back up. The ult is up. But the sentry's here. And I don't see it. And you're going to see him walk back down. He goes, the ult is down here. Maybe in the river. He's going to get another sentry. He's going to put it here. And then he's going to, I don't see it. It's going to break him. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know where it is. I am exaggerating, but also you will actually see it. It is the funniest shit in the world when you see a Slark player trying to triangulate a ward in a strange spot, and they cannot comprehend where it is. They're like running through different slivers of vision, trying to math it out. And you have to waste his time, because any extra time spent looking for your ward, even if he ends up finding it, it's time not killing you. It's time not doing other stuff. So you want to finish checking the area and then put a strange observer. No, this is one of his warding spots. He knows this one. He knows this one. He's going to find it. Look at him. He got it. But over here, ain't no way. Ain't no way that Slark player knows it. Little bit of a extra to keep you alive. This one's, I know this one doesn't feel like split pushing because it's right in front of your base, but really any kind of pushing that your team is not doing is kind of split pushing. We need to stay alive as much as possible, limit the bleeding, limit the kills these heroes are getting. I know it seems minor, but using the ability here is a lot more dangerous than using it back here. It's a small difference, but a meaningful one. Let the creeps meet first, walk in, then Ether Shock, then get out. If you have vision to act and you know it's safe, then you can do what you're doing. But we don't, you know, minimap, where are they? I am scared, right? So let them meet a little further in. It'll just keep you that much safer. And you're going to apply this forever. Up here, rather than like walk with your creeps, again, gonna let them go forward, gonna wait, gonna walk and Ether Shock, run away. Oh my god, please don't have seen me, don't press charge, don't press charge. Please. Pray, close your eyes. Like, I don't want to see it. If you're gonna kill me, just kill me. Let it be peaceful. Going back to split pushing. Okay, so they're killing this guy. Decide. Can I go help? TP. I can't help? Then let's push. And now you can do what you were doing, which is I was kind of up a little far. It was a little scary, but can't kill all of us at the same time. They're currently killing this guy. Charge has a cooldown, 13 seconds. So I have a bit of time to deal with mid, and then I gotta get out. Attack, attack, attack. You're backing out a little soon. You have a couple more seconds, and now it is time to go. Okay, we're gonna try to join bottom. Yeah, get that courier. Mischance. Oh my god. Nice. All right, off this fight. Where are the others? I wouldn't blame you if in the middle of a fight you weren't watching your minimap, so I'm not fully sure where everybody is. That's okay. Very normal. If I'm next to these guys, I'm probably okay. All right, because the heroes that are alive are the Slark, Spirit Breaker, and Wyvern. If I walk through this jungle on my own, I maybe wasn't sure. Is Slark running over? Is someone being charged, right? So I don't want to walk here right away until I see something else. So maybe Slark didn't join, and he's like, I'm just going to go push lanes. And maybe I'm going to see him mid or top soon, especially if these have been pushed out. Until then, I don't want to show myself. I want to stay under the tower or be near, like, the timber. I hear danger. Fortunately, he didn't jump us. He doesn't know where our other heroes are right now. Thank goodness. No, no, no. No, no, no. Not only is that one on the cliff again, but now we only know as many ward spots as that Slark, and that's no good. If Slark kills one of your observers, just don't put it there again. I'm telling you, Slark players only know so many observer spots, and he happened to know one you used. Okay, what can you do? Ult is busted, but I will just use a different observer spot, and I will find the spot he does not know about. I will find it somewhere else. This is true even against non-Slark players. People are creatures of habit. You are a creature of habit. You ward the cliff and you lose it, so you are going to ward it again. You are not the only one, but now I am teaching you to not do this. A lot of Dota players are like this. These are the spots I like, and I will use those spots. And it's okay to do that to start. Because we don't know. We go into a game, I don't know what spots they know. I don't know what spots they like. So use the spots. Guys, I always use the spot. Every single game I need a deep ward. I run over here and I use the spot. A lot of times it survives. But once it gets killed, okay, the enemy knows this spot. Never use it again for the rest of that game. Unless some very specific thing comes up and it's like, this is why I need to use it even though I'll lose it. Just never use it again. And now we go to our backup spot. Okay, I don't usually ward here, but if they killed this one, maybe I'm going to move it further in if I think their sentry's like over here. That's too close. Like, what if their sentry's here? I didn't know where their sentry was. Okay, I won't use that spot either. Let's move to here. I don't usually use this spot, but I lost my preferred spot, so I'm just not going to use it again. I'm going to go over here. I lose one here, never again. You can sentry the same places to look for creatures of habit like you who like will put more observers, put more sentries. You can sentry the same spots. You can't put observers there unless you can write me an essay on why you need this observer, why you're willing to lose this observer, but it will win you the game because then you can do it. But if not, then move away from here and stick it back here. Stick it in here. Some new spot. If you do that, your observing will go up like 70%. This one was just to keep vision while Alk was farming there, and we were scared. So, I totally understand that. You need that for 5 minutes, right? Is the goal of the observer. So if you lose that observer, we're not fulfilling that anymore. So your logic is absolutely on point. But in practice, it will not serve that function for very long. It might serve its purpose once. It might keep Alk alive once as they come through here. You guys get out, and then Slark is going to de-ward it, and then I'm going to be in the dark again. And I'm going to be back in that same situation. But if you have one that survives, it could save you multiple times. And that's kind of what you need from this kind of stuff. Especially because you guys don't actually want to fight here that often. This is not always true, but for a global lineup, you want to avoid them. The more they are able to pick and choose the right fights, the better for them, because they don't lose efficiency, right? They're farming the whole map and only showing up to key moments. So the more often you guys all fall back to your own half of the map, that's very painful for you versus this level of global lineup. They will massively outfarm you. So we don't actually want to defend this observer too many times, especially if we've already lost it once. They should put a Nature's Prophet picture on the cliff in memory of cliff jungling. I think Necro would be the first one I would think of. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna see this happen and then I'm gonna talk about it. Rip. All right, let us fine-tune the split pushing because you are on the right track. Split pushing is good in this situation. How do I do it? Okay, this one was kind of close enough to your base. We'll accept this. So then here, hide in the trees again. Also, he was dead. Sorry, I didn't realize when I went back in time. Okay, he's dead right now. He is looking for a charge. I will show you this. He's looking. So desperate to press Q, right? There it is. Now, actually, he had an observer here helping him out, so we may have been charged in the end anyways. But let's pretend that's not there. So we hide in the trees right now. Waiting. What am I waiting for? For this. I want the creeps to see each other, and then I want to decide what I'm going to do. If you walk forward and the enemy team is doing the same thing, you'll all see each other at once. And then I'm a poor support player, so I'm probably on the losing end. I'm not going to have a good time. So I always want to be the one who sees things second after them. There's probably a better way to phrase that. Point is, wait in the trees, let the creeps meet, give it a second, look at the map, and then decide if you're going in or not. Because he just respawned, I know he's looking to charge. So I'm going to use Urnaconda. And from this tree line, actually, you can kind of imagine Urnaconda probably goes to about here. So you can probably step up, chuck the Urnaconda, and then back out without ever showing your actual hero. And if they're not watching the minimap, they won't even know you were there. Well, I guess for you, Urnaconda does actually show on the map. So that one maybe, yeah. But most abilities do not show anything on the map at all. Just creeps die faster. But a lot of people don't actually pay attention to that. So see, we Ether Shock. We throw the Urnaconda, but it just takes a little longer than it needs to, and that's enough time to end up getting charged. But Urnaconda from out of sight, you will miss some you will miss some creeps, but you will live, most likely, outside of these deep wards that actually saw you and killed you. Aw, thank you, Lionsight. I appreciate it. You want to be seen as infrequently as possible in 4 or 5. Like hiding in the trees, maybe, is what I understood. Yeah, it does depend a little bit on what's going on, but let me just show you the enemy's perspective. Let's go back to that moment. Looks like they actually have a decent spread of vision. So as the enemy team and you're deciding what plays you want to make, oh, here's the Venomancer, right? And I saw some heroes mid. Oh, and here's the Shadow Shaman. So if we find anyone bottom, we're actually probably good to go to fight there. Or maybe we want to make a play top and like do whatever, you know? The more information they have, the easier it is to decide what they should do. I actually don't know if I agree with this charge, actually. Now that I'm looking at their perspective, I don't know if I would have charged this, even though it ended up working out. But the less you show, see, he ended up going through a lot of heroes. This was quite dangerous on his part. The more information you have from the enemy team, the easier it is to decide what play you should make and then decide to charge no matter what anyways, whether you had that information or not. What about pushing while being in smoke? Then even the ward doesn't matter. If you are smoked, it is a little bit more okay to like walk further up because, like, you know, like you said, you're smoked, so you're out of sight. You don't usually want to use smokes that way because they are a very limited resource, and the split pushing is good, but the ultimate prize of the split pushing is that you are getting enough information, splitting up the enemy to get a kill which gives you more time to do more. And that's kind of where the smoke has the biggest payoff, is after you do the split pushing, you smoke and you go. If you use the smoke to do the split pushing, okay, second smoke to go get the kill, I'm running out of smokes here, you know? I can only do this play so many times. So the less you use smokes to do the pushing and the more you save them for the actual plays, the better. In some very bad case scenarios, or maybe you smoke, you decide against it, you could then use it to push and, you know, it'd be okay. But generally, you don't want to do it because it's a waste of the smoke. I won't say a waste, but it's a suboptimal use of the smoke. It also reveals where you are, which also defeats a little bit the purpose of the smoke, is to be out of sight. If they're watching the mini-map, they will see these things. It's the 3 global hero problem. He's always safe. That's sort of true, but also not. If your team had seen the charge, you could have reacted faster. It's because he happened to charge through invis and catch. He happened to stun a lot of you as well. Kind of going back to the idea that you need to see him charging in. Because actually, you had the heroes necessary to fight. If you had seen him charging in and drop a sentry and you wait here, pretending that you don't see anything, you could have hexed him while these guys all come in and kill him. And if they commit, they commit. And if by the time they show up, if he's already dead, then they can't do that anymore. And if you don't feel strong enough, I mean, that's kind of a separate thing. But it's because you guys didn't know he was charging that he ends up charging through these guys. You're isolated, so they kill you before the team shows up. But if you knew he was charging, you guys could have been closer, not get stunned. One guy gets stunned, but hopefully you interrupt it, and then you kill him before the other global heroes can show up. But now it's kind of like 1 by 1, right? Even though the heroes were sort of together, this was not all perfect. But you see when Timber's alive... Ah, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. You see when Timber's alive, though, I mean, he had the damage to kill Dawnbreaker really quickly. So it's not that we can't win fights, it's that we kind of need to bait them in. And that was actually a really good example of one that could have worked out, because he should not have done that charge. That was a charge that ended up working out due to our own team's mistakes, but that was a Spirit Breaker mistake. That was not a charge he should have done. There was not enough information to guarantee that was a safe play. It was a coin flip. And maybe by chance you guys were in better position, you would have killed him. And then you go, ah, thank goodness Spirit Breaker's throwing this game, doing dumb charges. Right? You would have easily been in that direction. If you are split pushing, so some of this is because you're replacing the Observer. And I like this Observer a lot more than the other one, by the way. If you want to be extra sneaky, a lot of people know about this one, this spot. This spot right here is even sneakier. Very hard to find. We'll see this way and this way. Pretty good. Won't see this high ground, but that's okay. The middle of the map is more dangerous than the edge of the map. So if you're split pushing, try to get to the edge and hide in those trees. There's more spots to hide, and it's less trafficky. The mid is more likely to be found and killed. Sometimes not always possible. Like, for this case, you were warding first. Oh, I have problems. Now, actually, we should talk through that again, because this is the point of your question. If you kill a sentry, you're showing on the map. Be careful of that. You walk around to put this Observer, but actually you should walk in the tree line to put the Observer. So some positioning stuff to keep you safer. And then, reflecting on the fact that I revealed on the map here, I'm done. I will now back to the tower, in case I am being charged already. And in fact... you actually maybe shouldn't even ward. When you see the sentry, don't even kill the sentry yet. Place your ward first, back up, then kill the sentry, then back out. That way, by the time you show on the sentry, you have already placed the Observer. They don't know you have one. And if he charges you now, you're already running back to tower. Run back to the tower, wait, look at the map. Nothing on the map. Very scary. This is where we want to split push, but we have to do it really carefully. So I'm going to be looking to like throw the Anaconda and then hide in these trees. Something like that. From the bottom half though. Here's where we see him and we go, oh shit. And you should probably just like run to the tower right now rather than like hide in the tree line. But the enemies will make mistakes, see? Like Slark got killed mid while they're looking to kill you bottom. So the enemy will mess up even with this kind of global type stuff. And then Timber actually got him too. So what this is telling me, I feel the strength of the Timber, right? He's killing these global heroes I am scared of. Timber. We're buddies now, right? We're friends. I've always been a huge fan of cutting trees, Timber. And just go with this guy. And if you die, he'll get a kill. Just stick to him. So this one's under tower. Not too bad, right? Push it out. Anaconda, sure. Timber, where's my buddy? Get over to him. Get over to him. If you go to the Alk, he's not our buddy. I don't believe in Buddy Alk. I believe in Buddy Timber. Look at this guy. He's like chasing this shit on his own. Should he be? We must help Buddy Timber. But I'm over here. And you're trying to ward right now, so I do kind of understand it. But this farm is like wrong split pushing. Why? Alk is here. So in your interest in like helping the Alk farm, funny enough, I've taken it. So this is one. Mid was okay, and if you kept going mid, it would have been more acceptable with more risk because it's not going towards the Timber. Because Alk was on the top side. So now we've like set up wards like, don't worry, Alk, you'll be safe as long as you stay back here. But also the farm is now over here, so right? It's oops. So let this one just go through. This is not one this is one you don't farm. And versus Spirit Breaker, every time you show, you have to hide again. A good way to think about it, you only get to show once versus Spirit Breaker. Until you know better. Until you have wards down. Until you see where he is. If you show, you have to assume you're charged and you're done doing anything. So you have to decide, is this the time I show? Is this the creep wave worth showing on? Is this the sentry worth removing? Can I risk walking through this area that might have an observer? Because this is the one thing I get to do versus Spirit Breaker. And after this, I have to run home. Or I will die. And that's why you gotta be really careful when you push, but also after you push, back out. You're trying to push too much actually here. And I actually don't think you even need to play this way. Not that you can't, but like, I do believe Timber is strong enough. Timber, I don't need to split push this much with Timber. I'll just be behind him. Venorium. That's where we just mute the cores. Something I missed. Is the small pull better than the hard pull? I thought hard pulling was better. Yes and no. They serve different purposes. By the way, if you want to do a real deep dive into pulling, one of these such streams was completely focused on pulling. Like the entire stream was looking at pulls and talking through them and the value of them. It never got cut together into a video because it just ran out of time. But a lot of that will still be true if you want to find it in the VODs. There's an old playlist, which there would be value there, but some of it is also dated now. So that playlist, the stream VOD is probably a better. Small pull from the safe lane perspective. The small pull is harder to contest, but can do less. The hard pull is stronger and worth more, but it is far easier for the enemy to contest without even trying to. Simply by standing here, they absorb XP. So they do different things. and the timings to use them are differently. Not literally the time to use them is differently, right? This is like a 17-second pull. You can do earlier by going this way. This one is like 30 seconds to pull this way, 20 seconds to pull this way, 26 seconds. Sometimes you can do like a pull through here depending on the patch. Hard camp, you don't have to leave the lane as much, right? To do the small pull, I got to go like all the way over here. Hard pull, potentially while laning here, I can just step up, drag it in. This one's easier to do, easier to contest. It's like a different use case. So depending on what is happening and what my hero is good at determines which one I will use. The hard camp can also be used against you. You know, like the small pull. You stack the small pull, the enemy can farm it, but they can't use the small camp. We were given the Ags. That's a choice. Some extra split pushing tips. See how you blinked into danger? Don't know where they are on the map. And then you just blink straight in. So blink is your escape tool at this point. Initiation and escape. This is being used just to get to farm faster. And now I cannot blink away if they jump me. So if we're just thinking about how to... This is not like a let me get as much farm as possible moment. This is a, to your original question, make as much space as possible situation, which means living is more important than getting every CS. So walk into the wave, ether shock, and then blink out. You showed on the map probably for at least 2 seconds there. Walking into ether shock and blinking away is less than half a second. So if we go back to Spirit Breaker's perspective, I'm a Spirit Breaker looking to charge. Wait, one more, sorry. All right, start the song again. I'm a Spirit Breaker looking to charge. Looking at my mini-map, not even leaving fountain because I only know how to move by pressing Q. Here I go. Right, boom, look how long you were. If he was walking out, he could have charged you. But fortunately, he was already charging something. But if you... Ether start blink. It's gone. By the time he even clicks over, you're gone. You know, here, I clicked over. I had time to charge you if I wanted to. Someone tried bottom. Didn't make it. Oh, it's bottom again. Oh, didn't make it. Charging creeps. Venorium, thank you. I'm glad you like that. I'm getting lazier with the thumbnails because I'm bad at them. And I want to make more videos, but the thumbnail and the editing takes time. So lately I'm just like, can I just do dumb faces on the thumbnail and just take up half the thumbnail? Then I don't have to do as much work. Lurker here. Hello! Is there a way to add a hotkey for hightail ability on Lycan's Wolves, the Shard upgrade? I have not actually used that one. Let me... I think we've answered the question on this one, so I think we can hop over to go check that out real quick for you. It should have an ability by default, and then there is... Oh, my game crashed. There is a way to set custom hotkeys, but I think you need a setting turned on first. It's been a while since I had to do this, I'm not sure. Once the game reopens, I will try to show you. I will drop all my ship salvage while I'm waiting. Do I have to be max level? When is it? have it yet. Buy the shard. Did they just get it? Actually, I didn't check. So it looks like mine is C by default. Oh. And where do I have that bound? I'm a little confused because... So the hotkey was C, which for neutrals is my 5th ability, but this wolf does not have 5 abilities. But maybe some were there before in the past, and then like, I don't know, Dota coding is weird. Perhaps it is, let's change it. I'll change this to X for now. Does that change it on the wolf? Yeah, okay, so I guess it's this 5th neutral ability for whatever reason. If you can't see this stuff, by the way, let me see if it's here. I don't know. Ever since it got moved, I'm not sure where everything is. Actually, I think it would be up here, wouldn't it? Okay, forget the search feature. Let me just do it myself. I'll just scroll through. I don't even know if we need it anymore, but there used to be a setting to enable custom hotkeys. Or like more custom hotkeys. It may be by default now. So if you can see it, then you're good to go. If you can't... All right, I didn't see it, so I'm going to assume it's on by default now. I'm going to assume it's by default. So up here, you should just be able to go to neutrals, and the 5th ability, I guess, is the one you need to change. I gained 300 MMR in spirit just watching this stream. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. Is this position 5 Lycan? No, I'm not brave enough, Mortal Oracle. Just answering a hotkey question. I will miss, guys. I'm kind of... I don't mind that facets got removed. I would have been okay if they stayed as well. I will miss the little rainbow wolves. What were they? The alpha wolves? They were so cute. The ones that used to follow Lycan around. Were they good? No. But were they cute? Yes. I will miss them. Hopefully they make their way back into the game in some form. All right. If you guys want to submit your games, let's get on to the next one. I am going to go get a drink. We're reaching the point the brain power is getting low. Let's go get some juice or something. Something with some sugar in it. I'll be right back. Do you have any unconventional and fun support picks? I had a lot of fun with position 4 Void Spirit before the fastest got removed because of his base abilities were so good. I don't know how unconventional it is because I actually think Zeus is kind of a legitimate support. Just did a guide on that. If you didn't see that, that would be probably the one I like right now. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. I just on and off like Zeus. He's just fun to play. I haven't tried Death Prophet yet. She is also someone that has been a support in the past. I think it is good. I have heard it is good, but I have not actually played it nor seen it very much myself in my own game, so I can't vouch for it too much right now. Plin Plin Plon has been doing some theory crafting on Lone Druid 4. I have yet to get to it myself, but that's another one pretty out there for sure. Let me read through everything being donated. I mean, being sent in. I just read the $5 donation for a sticker. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Earth Spirit is a support. Original support, but he was so bad for so long, and then he became a mid, but he's kind of back to being a support, but he has more save potential than ever, because they changed Geomagnetic Grip to be able to pull allies right away. Saw a couple pros do it in the past. That was a bit before the patch, so I don't know where he is right now, but I think the same stuff is available. I'm just not sure on the levels and the numbers. I think he got buffed, though, so... He's very rare in pub games. Earth Spirit is one of the least picked heroes in pubs. I just bought skins for Ember Spirit, and then when I woke up, he got nerfed. I'm sorry, that's unlucky. I wouldn't sweat it. I don't know exactly where he is in this patch, but for most pubs, it is more important to learn your hero and get good at it. And Earth Spirit will not be so dumpstered that he's completely out of it. Plus, he will be back. Ember Spirit always comes back. Ember Spirit players will complain. They'll be like, oh, they've killed my hero. Oh, no. He'll only be back in the meta for the 30th time next patch. He's always back. So if you spend the time practicing him now while he's bad, then when he's good, you can reap some MMR. Don't worry. This is a good question, and it will help us cover some different ranks. I'm gonna load this one up. In the meantime, I feel like I'm gonna butcher Tyler, butchering your name, but in about a Crusader lobby, I'm an Archon ringmaster playing with a Herald buddy. How to help us win games like this / play better in this role. I'm assuming you are supporting your buddy playing core. In that case, I actually think that's the preferred setup for you to be the support. And hey, buddy, just last it, you know? Focus on the last hits, focus on the lane, and I'll tell you when we can get kills. And then for you, since you're the higher MMR side of the average lobby, we're hoping that you can win your lanes, bully people, ringmaster, harass with the... Haven't seen him since the patch. I think it shouldn't be too different. Throw the knife, do your auto attacks, When they step up too far from last hits, you can especially do this from behind trees, right? Slam them with behind the trees with Tame the Beast, fully charged as they go up for last hits. Or if your buddy is playing anything with a stun or a slow, tell him to throw it, do the follow-up. And hopefully your casual auto attack, your I used to play more Ringmaster, now I'm blanking on the names. Impalement Arch, there we go. Hopefully you have whittled people down to kill them with the combo. Once you get the first kill, the future fights get easier. Because one, you just got golden XP. That's always true. But you get the stuff. Now, you got the unicycle now as well, which is not as good for the lane. But once you have like strongman tonic and know how to use it, that can help you win the next fights. There's a million things we could go into, but I mean, if you're duoing with someone, that is always what I would focus on. I would always start with the lane. Make sure you guys are on the same page, understanding what is strong, what is good, and try to make that work. This is probably higher MMR than I am. What do you think of Doom? Veltal, how you doing? It's been a while. I think he's still good. I don't even think they nerfed him that much, right? What was I keep baiting this replay. We keep stepping away. We'll get to it eventually. Oh yeah, 15 less damage on Scorched Earth, but this became like more meme. I'm sure it's still fine. I mean, he went from like S tier hero probably down to like A or B, you know? So you might have to work a little harder for your MMR, but I don't think he's going to be dead in any sense. The rapper's gone. The rapper's gone. Okay. Oh, was that Doom support? I meant Doom offlane was probably still good. Doom support? I don't know. I'd have to look at that one again. Doom support was viable in the past. It's probably something you could do in pubs. Okay, this question was about how do you do stuff when both supports are more like heal focused. It's difficult for them to start plays, which, yeah, that's what we got here. This is an Immortal game, so the draft does matter more for these exact kind of considerations. You two probably picked in the first phase. I will say if one person picks, like you see Pugna pick, that's where you have to maybe question the Wyvern pick a little bit. It's nice if the support duo can do stuff on their own. But sometimes both people lock in. Maybe you picked first and then he picked Pugna, right? We'll just work with what we got. Looking at your team, Kunkka Xmart is probably the easiest thing for you to work with. That and Wraith King stun. I'm actually not sure which one's the offlaner, which one's the carry here. Does it say? Offlane, Bristle. So Wraith King does have a stun, but very likely going to be focused. Excuse me, sorry. Very likely to be focused on farming rather than making plays. So we kind of have to work with Kunkka, kind of have to work with Bristle. Alternatively, you don't make plays happen. You do have a bit of a greedy lineup between these cores. Especially these two, the Bristle and the Wraith King, you know? So sometimes making a play, like what is making a play? Oh, we get a kill, we get a tower, right? It's building that gold lead. You and Pugna, if you double stack and Pugna double stacks, it's probably 400 gold, like every minute. A little less now because they're nerfing the camps. But we're talking 200 to 300 gold every minute that you two both double stack. That's pretty good. If you can't make plays and a lot of them are not working out, you're getting nothing, you know? So just holding the towers, stacking until, oh, Wraith King finished Radiance Blink. He's ready to do stuff. Okay, greedy offlaner, maybe he eventually builds Blink. Not Bristle, but, you know, there are offlaners who will eventually do it. It just takes some time. When you have those, sometimes the play is to actually just stack rather than make plays. Let's see if that's actually true. Let's see where you guys are at. The other thing to do is just walk down a lane. Like maybe you can't get kills, but you just force stuff to happen by standing behind Bristleback as he like hits the tower. I kind of zoomed through it. I think if you're going to run in here, you might as well drop the Observer. We're going to hang on to it for a long time now that we got it here. In the end, you only got one Arctic Burn. You should wait for the creeps to meet, and then he has to choose at that point, right? Whether he's going to get creeps or he's going to back away from your Arctic Burn. And if he backs away, then you can deny creeps and like help yourself with equilibrium. If you do it too soon, then he backed away and you couldn't get anything. We got 2 attacks with that Arctic Burn. And then he's like here in the lane. Okay, sorry. Your question's not about the lane. Skip ahead. Skip ahead. No, come back. Get out of the tower. Actually, I want to go back a little bit. So, one of the people we pitched for who can make things happen is Kunkka. So to me, it's really important we help Kunkka with runes. If that guy has a bad game, we get to the point. It's like, oh, who makes plays now? It's not Wraith King, and Bristleback won't do it, and neither of us do it. This guy's very important to me to make anything happen, even though it's tough. X mark on Ember is very tricky. Onto a Weaver is tough. The others are more doable, but at least it's something. So I would say make sure you come help him with these runes. And if you do a pull, make sure we're catching these, because otherwise the whole point of the pull is lost, right? Oh, I'm going to get equilibrium. Oh, I've lost equilibrium. Oops.
8,757,194,300.
We'll mute that. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. I will do yours right after this one. Thank you so much. I'll mute it so that it's going to read the numbers forever. Wisdom Shrine, great. Stack. This guy's going to be slow till he farms up, 2-3 items. Bristleback, classic. Make it faster. Stack it. It might have been a little tight on timing, but if you can get there sooner, right? I find that helps me. If I can mentally recognize in the draft, this is a slow game, we're going to be farming a lot. Because we kind of cut the timing here close, right? But like, this is what I feel we need to do, is like as many stacks as early as possible. Once the lane's settled a little bit, get my boots sooner, because we aren't making plays. If that's how you feel, right? If we aren't making plays, then I gotta stack so that we can get to the point. Either plays can happen because of items, or we can just like run forward with higher levels, higher net worth. Did Ember get the 6-minute rune? He did. He had a lot of regen to work with there. You shove this one. So we are joining, but before you join, make sure you throw some spells, get this pushing, because we need to punish them for making this play. Ember left after Kunkka, but he's lost the same amount as Kunkka, but that doesn't make sense if you were here. We should have made him lose more tower damage, or at least lose a creep wave. I mean, Kunkka's also losing the creep wave, but you got the creep wave. No one on their team's getting the creep wave. And maybe someone will, you know, instead of all being in this fight, someone will be baited to come here and get this. So make sure, that's why I said I think you should push this when you came mid. I thought coming mid was good, but the fact that you see Ember here is like, then let's shove it. Because you kind of like sat here a bit and like go for the deny. But I think you should be pushing this. Going back to, who's the guy who can make plays? Kunkka. And Kunkka is trying to make a play right now. How can I contribute to that the most? If I am with Kunkka, then I am in the play. So then we'll go with that. But if I am not with Kunkka, if I can get someone else to come here, then that will help Kunkka indirectly. Or Kunkka's play will fail because I didn't go and help him, but then we will get this instead. We will get some tower damage in. And in a way, that's thanks to Kunkka trying to make something happen up top. And that only happens if we push this here. Will you recommend 3 or 4 heroes for position 4 or 5 for beginners? How new to MOBAs are you? And is there a style you like? I can recommend a couple based on that. Weaver, leave me alone. Try to do a deep ward while you're here. Kunkka is like over here and you were over here. This is a great time to put some kind of deep ward in this area. The cliff, funny enough, at this, I know we usually shit on cliff wards, but it's early enough for this rank. I think it would be okay. At the same time, they would probably check it after one successful play because they're also immortal. So if you want to do something like in the tree lines, whatever, I think that's also fine. But if Ember is not making a play, then he's more likely to be farming here because he can't do ancients as well. So Ember is more prone to farming this area. So a deep ward here helps you eliminate options of what Ember is up to. And we were already in that area. Actually, we were kind of in both areas because you actually came from here. So if you want to do a deep ward on this side, that's fine with me too. But then we came over here and then we were like halfway in. And we're both a little late for the rune, but we did get it in the end. We end up going top. This is something else you can do. So like how many, I don't know how many times that's Wraith King's death now. 6, jeez. He can just stop, you know? He can jungle. You and Pugna are both pretty good at holding towers. You have good wave clear from pretty far away. So just one of you delays top. You're wasting 2 to 3 heroes' time. So now you're gonna try to do it. I'm fine with it. Let's just do our best to live. And he just jungles. And that should have probably happened several kills ago at this rate. And I think this is fine. Possibly stack in your downtime. Let's say Kunkka was not here right now. You come stack this, right? I don't care about taking this tower. I just care about defending this tower so that Wraith King can jungle back here. And then, hey, buddy, I stacked for you to help you catch back up. So this would be a good time to do it. Alternatively, Power Rune as well, if you wanted to go over. Though I would say if you are the one holding this tower, then that's what you're doing, is holding this tower, and Pugna should be helping with runes. If you leave for runes, then we're going to lose that tower, which then defeats the purpose of you being up here holding this tower for your team. I gotta say, Captain Hook playing Kunkka is really funny. I just realized that's what's going on here. Okay, does he have the cosmetic though? We report him if he doesn't. Where's his hand? Oh, he does. He's good. He's good. What a player. I was a League player for 13 years. Now about 500 hours into Dota, mostly doing Turbo, starting to do regular games to learn better. Gotcha. Is there, I used to play League, like, I started when Darius came out, and I stopped when, around Bard. I was already, like, dropping off by that point, but that's the last hero champion I remember coming out. Maybe, if there are heroes you like, champions you like, maybe there are somewhat equivalent or similar heroes here that I can recommend. If not, we'll just go from scratch. For League to Dota, I would say... Hold on, I got too many things going on at once in my head. Hold on. We'll do this first. So if we're not defending top, I think this one should be deeper, by the way. I feel this observer, like, you already took this tower, so the next area you guys are playing is, like, in here, further up, or defensively in your side, or up here. So I feel like this one is too shallow. I don't think this helps you play in here. I think if you're defensively in here so much that you need an observer defending you here, then you're actually not making use of this tower space that you just took. I feel like this needs to be in deeper, and I'm not really worried about early Roche. Should I be? I don't think so. I don't think Weaver can do it. There was another thought I was gonna have. Oh, yeah. So I see you all back away from this. Everyone's leaving at once. But actually, there's nothing to be... No one has shown to be down here yet. I am just missing heroes, which goes back to this observer. It's not letting me see the Twin Gate rotations or further in to see, like, teleport rotations on smokes. But I do think one of you should be staying here, whether it's the Bristleback because he thinks he's strong enough and risking his life, or it's one of the supports who is just, I can be sacrificed, I can stay. This used to be an ancient camp, right? Couldn't really farm it. You could farm this one, and then this became an ancient camp, so you couldn't farm it. I actually think for supports, being down here is really good now. Because you can split push in the same way that has always been good, but you can actually farm more camps in the downtime. Core still should try to do it, but it is just worse for them because they could farm ancients before. I think everyone leaving is kind of a waste of some of this space. And it's not like you guys can really kill Ember that easily. Maybe famous last words. Maybe you will kill him here. But it is still just Kunkka. And so then, like, this happens, and this is where I would, like, now I definitely wish we're either doing this right now or someone is making use of this space then. Like, okay, Wraith King's dying, but, like, gonna push us in, gonna steal camps, whatever. Weaver doesn't have a way to cancel TP, so you, like, just TP out of him if he ends up near you guys. But now it's like we're losing Wraith King, we're clumped up in this area, and then Weaver has free space here. And we kind of all backed away before we had to. They were missing, which is scary, but that's why I think a support stays, or a core who thinks they can't be killed stays. I have a bad habit of placing this exact observer over and over. I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here, people are creatures of habit, so they tend to want to use the same stuff a lot. I think this one is good earlier, like when the lanes are all up and you're making these rotations a lot. This one's good because you see those rotations. And then as this tower falls, I think this one goes down in value until Roshan becomes a genuine objective again, or the enemy keeps trying to play down here for whatever reason. Then I'm like more open to this. But I would say once this tower down falls down, this spot, I like this more. It's very similar to this, so you don't have to move that much further, but it'll let you see into like this area, which I think is better. Down here can be good to see a little bit into here, and then something in this area to also see like over here, or anything in like this area I also think is fine, because you are going to see people, like you're going to be able to play bottom, push out the lane, and then play bottom with an observer here. And if you do leave the area, a lot of people will be farming here at Immortal, right? And so you can find them with a smoke. This one won't really help you find people farming, which is kind of what you want. Like, I bet if we watched Weaver's farming pattern, we're going to see him like go through here, but not through your observer very often. I think the one to hit is here, actually. The catapult is pushing. I think you just gotta clear this creep wave if you can with your abilities. You guys struggle to make plays, but I do think you guys could have defended a little better. I feel like there's some chip damage happening for free on your towers. Try to stand further apart. I think you're too close to him. I don't know if Blink's done. Oh, it is. Maybe you knew RP was still on cooldown, but I would passively stay away. Because you're the counter. You're the Winter's Curse. Yeah, this is like the distance to be. I feel too close to Bristle again. Yeah, right there. Ult. Right? But you were actually turning around. You were repositioning, so then the turn rate cooked you. I think this is where you're just standing, looking forward, and like pressing the button, ready, like get ready for the jump. Here we could have maybe been like caught together. Yeah, I think if the curse happened, if you manage to react really quickly to the curse here, I think you guys can take that fight, but under the tower ended up pulling you guys too far in. I also don't know if it's time for you guys to fight yet, off of like the start you had. I think we take smaller plays, but the mid play is tough, right? Especially into Magnus. Magnus and Pudge, actually. It's really rough. Actually, we can keep going down the list. Weaver bugs, Ember chains, Gyro ult. A lot of it's really tough in the mid lane. Going back to earlier, that moment where it's like, oh, he's gone, let's push this. I don't, you know, maybe you would have done 522 damage earlier. Maybe it would have been done already. Maybe you guys wouldn't even be posturing mid. I think if you're gonna force a play, it has to happen somewhere else. The mid's just really tough for you guys, especially when you don't have catch.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
What happened here? Just reading chat. I believe I saw a smoke after you guys lost that mid fight. Or was that a replay bug? I heard it, but that might have been a replay bug. Yeah, this is where the draft hurts. Not having catch. I think you guys have to wait for Wraith King at this point. You just have to like stall, wait for them to dive. But after Wraith King's caught, you just gotta avoid him. I think that's why we have to go back earlier to where there were things that could happen. Now that they have blinks, now it is getting really hard. prior to the blinks, plays were more doable. Now they have the definite advantage. Oh my god, he's gonna complain too. What in the heck? Now they have the definite advantage here. Made a list of 3 to 5 heroes per role. Recommendations for support were Shadow Shaman, Line, and Venom. Even in League, I pretty much never had a favorite hero. I just played whatever was needed. But I see that I didn't play so well because... Gotcha, okay. My advice... To me, one of the huge classic Pudge. To me, one of the big differences between Dota and League... And I mean, you're like 500 hours into the game, so you're probably already getting a feel for this. But League has a lot less mobility. Big mobility. They have short mobility. You know, a lot of heroes have like the little jumps like... But Dota has the really big jumps. You know, Blink Dagger from off screen teleports. Like, anyone can be here to here in 3 seconds. Twin Gates, especially, you know, that too. Couriers delivering items. So to me... Minimap awareness is a lot more important in Dota than League. Next, a huge difference will be creep equilibrium, because you can hit your own creeps, and because we have pulling as a mechanic, along with various jungle mechanics that are very different from League, but I think that's starting to get a little separate. So to me, for anyone transitioning from League to Dota, those are great places to start. Oh, I don't know what the heroes do, I don't know what this does. It's okay, you know, you'll get there over time. But building the habit of looking at the minimap a lot more and understanding, like, the guy missing top directly affects me. In League, it's like, oh, it's probably the jungler. In 3 seconds, he's probably here. 3 more seconds, he's probably, like, here. 3 more seconds, he has to finish this camp because he has to start the respawn time. So he actually can't even run straight to another gank. But in Dota, it's like, oh, the guy missing top. Oh my god, every lane has to be scared. And then getting better at managing the lane all the time. So those are the heroes, like, that's the kind of hero I would recommend. Someone who has a straightforward game plan that is, that helps you work on that stuff. And technically you could do anything for that. But someone like, well, he just got nerfed, but someone like Treant Protector could have been cool because Living Armor is a global ability. And so it kind of trains you to keep looking at your minimap, to look for teammates to use it. Downside is Treant is unique from like every other support with the tree walking, so it's maybe not the greatest hero to take. Any of the newer heroes, all the Dota players like to complain that they're League champions, so you can go some comfort there. If you like skill shots, Hoodwink or Dark Willow, I don't mind Shadow Shaman. I would say for a newer support, positioning is going to be tough. And that's the issue with Shadow Shaman, is the channeling is going to require you to be still. What list am I looking for? I thought I had like a new player. Is this what I was thinking of? Too many over time. Best beginner heroes? I have so many different ones. I guess I have these for supports, except now Clockwork sucks. I may not recommend Clockwork anymore. I don't think Shaman is useless without team coordination, because you can do a lot of split pushing. That's part of why people like him. But there is coordination that helps with the kills, which would be good. Heard Ogre is good for noobs. Ogre's not bad. You will unfortunately find, though, that Ogre is highly contested, because everybody says that, so everybody's playing Ogre, so then he constantly gets banned in games. So if you depend on Ogre to be one of your... Like, I'm just going to learn a couple supports and always play him, he's actually going to get banned quite a lot, and you're not going to get to play him. What do I have in this one? These people all have simple game plans. I think that's why I had them in this list back in the day. ultimately anyone can work. Anything that simplifies your game plan helps. Like, oh, I just look for this. I look for people standing together, and then I throw Cask, Maledict, ult. Oh, and then I throw my ultimate, you know? This one's very forgiving. Abaddon. I think having some farming mechanic also helps a beginner player. Having no farming mechanic feels really bad. You mentioned Venomancer. I love Venomancer, but I think he's pretty squishy in the lane, which can be tricky. Again, I keep saying newer player. I know you're like 500 hours in. So maybe it's not as much of a worry. But the wards are also a little different. I think that could be okay, though. I like long-ranged heroes. I think that's my recommendation for new players typically. Either long-ranged heroes or really tanky melee heroes, which is like the Ogre. Ogre for 5 and 4 can work in pubs. You don't have to worry about it too much. I think Hoodwink and Mirana for position 4. Skywrath is squishy, but you can do it. You can make it work. I think I like Lich, though the sacrifice is back, and that's kind of a unique mechanic. Things that can't grief your teammates either. Wyvern ult and heal can grief your teammates, you know? Disruption can grief them. Warlock is probably good for a simple plan as well. Why do you say he sucks when he's just kind of old Clockwork? Because actually, old Clockwork was not picked. I will differentiate in pub games. I'm sure it's fine. Because pub games, positioning is bad. Laning stage is not as important in pubs because everyone's making mistakes left and right. At a pro level, Clockwork, with the power creep, we can say, a lot of new heroes have some kind of mobility, stuns, heroes are getting faster. So Clockwork, until level 6, cannot get close. He depended on expanded armature to pull people in to do things. He has lost that. So now he has to just like walk up way in the past. But now way more heroes have boots, blood grenades exist. People are getting windlaces earlier. There's so many things that make it really hard to get close. And at a high level, their positioning is too good and they just tend to avoid Clockwork a lot. So I'm not a huge believer in it. Maybe I'll be wrong in the end and they'll keep, like, maybe he'll keep getting buffs as well. But I feel the loss of expanded armature was very painful for him. And I don't think the buffs he got compensate for that. Did we address everything here? I think kinda. There's probably a chance. At this point, I would probably play for them to overcommit while waiting for Wraith King to get what he needs. If Bristle's waiting here to farm, I think you let Bristle farm and just sit behind him. But if you're really worried about losing the tower, you can W spam. Is this guy actually gonna die? I can't believe you guys killed him. Didn't have his safety remnant down. If I feel this is the 5th time or something that some play has happened up top. So I would assume there is some kind of observer here and also try to get your own here. Like, they like top. They keep doing it and it keeps working. Your Wraith King has not learned. So we need to address that with the warding. Hopefully you guys win the remainder of this fight and then look for an observer, place your own. I would probably do something out here to see them entering. You can do here. I don't think I would recommend this spot for you because I actually want to see up to here. So an observer on this ledge as well could be good. There is a spot like over here and over here that are okay. I think I like right around here though. And if someone on your team could break trees and they broke some here, you could also see some more useful stuff. But pretty much, I need to see them entering this area because Wraith King keeps freaking dying over here. 30 minutes plus. I mean, here we should look for items, right? This guy should eventually build something to get control. Same with Wraith King. Yeah, he's got his Orchid. And otherwise, we just walk in. Go, catapults, go. Okay, looks like where we jumped in, we were a little scattered. It's a pretty even game at this point. Wraith King with the ult is pretty good versus some of this. I think you guys are just going to play behind Wraith King at this point. You especially. You do not go in until you see Magnus. This one's pretty scattered here. Oh, disaster. Got Basher Orchid, but it's not enough against double Lincolns. I mean, part of that is like this throw, right? This throw had nothing to do with items and lockdowns. This is like Pugno is dead, and then like some guy is still hitting tower and not backing out. That's part of why all these Lincolns and stuff are finishing. Like even the parts we did review before we skipped ahead, we like gave them too much gold, so they're picking up more answers than we can address. Whereas we are the ones who needed to farm up items to address our problems, which is the lack of lockdown. But if they are picking up the defensive answers before the actual lockdown comes out, then I don't know, it's like a multifaceted problem, you know? The draft would obviously help, but it was winnable, or like playable to a degree. The fact that it's only 2K at 30 minutes kind of shows me that like both teams made enough mistakes to get here. This could have been like building up to like 5K gold lead, I think, but we kind of just threw back all the kills. And I would say that's okay. We'll just repeat. Like they'll screw up too. We'll screw up. Whoever screws up less. From here, what's up, Roche? Two heroes by the outpost. You guys are looking for Weaver. But here's the thing. Like, you're only bringing one guy to look for Weaver. You need Kunkka involved, too. Kunkka has the Abyssal. You've kind of mentioned, like, the trouble here. So this is very hopeful that, like, Wraith King's Orchid and Stun will be alone enough to kill the heroes that we have talked about having a lot of trouble killing. But if you had all of that, plus the Abyssal, plus X, plus Torrent and Boat, then it's more likely to work. So this feels like a play that should not be happening. I think we just gotta push out lanes here. Okay, everybody's missing. Bottom didn't get pushed quite hard enough. Okay, they're split. Yeah, try to get Magnus, I guess. But I'm a little scared. Okay, we're jungling. I see. Is he close to an item? What the heck? I think you should do a low ground sentry because you have the flying. Gotta min max. That's so that's part of it. In the games where catch is hard or very important, the more vision you have and the less vision they have, the more likely it will work out, right? So I think you do have to min-max in situations like this. Like, your sentry should be on the low ground to boost your odds. You're finding their observers so that they don't know where you are, and you're more likely to find the play than they are. I also think this is too far, because we're actually doing Roche, so you can just lose this observer. Even if you saw all of them with the perfect Winter's Curse. We're actually playing over here. Oh, see? There it is. In a sense, it helped us secure Roche, but so would have a ward, like, in this area. And then we're kind of back into the situation where still don't see any heroes. And now it's us scattering, like, 3 different parts. Are they scattered? I hope so, but I don't know. Yeah, I just like the red versus blue more than the green. That's why. Colorblind. I'm not even colorblind myself. Urn of Shadows does not break Lincoln. You try to Enchantress. It's really hard for me to manage finding a creep to use as well as trying to time pulls and such. But I did win. Nice. That's all it takes. You can do a lot in the lane without a creep, honestly. So if you can't find one, they keep blocking it. Sometimes it's okay to just play and just use W as a slow. You can also just take lane creeps. Use them to just body block the camps and such. Just keep poking. Enchantress's poke is very annoying. Lost Kunkka. What happened? They ended up finding Kunkka. So they did know. Oh my god, they had the perfect ward to see that we were totally split up. So this one's not a... like, that moment is not a catch issue. That's a warding and positioning issue. Combo. Did you know that the Greater Shadowblade hard caps movement speed to 200? I didn't know it had priority over other movement speed things, but that got added in somewhat recently, right? It was a recent buff to it. Listen, guys. It'll happen in your Herald games. It'll happen in your Crusader games. It'll happen in your Divine games. It'll happen in your Immortal games. Why is Pugna clearing wards in blink range? Do it back here. Do not get blinked on from Fog of War and then skewered out. This tower's practically full health. Kunkka's 30 seconds. One creep wave will not kill this. And then other people should be pushing out lanes as well. Wraith King still DC'd here. Then especially we shouldn't be up there in blink range. Oops, the whole fight's happening. I was typing up the next one, the timestamps. He's back! Okay, you guys are a little close. We never de-warded anything, and I feel there are multiple moments people are standing next to each other, even though Magnus and Pudge are in the game. Gotta passively position further apart. And then you have the blink, so I don't think you should even be here. I think you should be... You would have been like one blink away, is like over here. So when this happened, you would have blinked in and ulted. Which did end up happening. I think if they had had wards down, though, you would have been caught in it. Which Magnus probably also should not have jumped. I feel like the two of you are both waiting for each other. Neither should be doing anything without knowing. Itemization wise, I don't even know if you need Solar Crest actually. If we go back to like what you think the issue is catch, I think you should just rush Scythe. Rush, it's 40 minutes, but in a way, like, okay, the solar boosts him. Maybe in your limited stuns, you can kill someone. But otherwise, it's like a 40-minute solar. If anyone had built Dispels, like, that'd be out by now. And then, you know, ultimately, it's like, is someone getting hooked out? Is someone getting RP'd? Or are we unable to catch people? I feel like those are your core issues. And I don't think Solar is really changing that. Like, even if this guy's got extra armor and barrier, but he's now, like, here, we're cooked. So we need the other things to address it, which is to kill those heroes before via pickoffs, or to react fast enough when they come in. Maybe you could do Yules, like a defensive one, but that one will not let you aggressively kill anyone. So I might just go Hex here. Especially if you feel like catch is the problem. How do you know when things are obvious to you but not obvious to people you coach? I try to stay aware of that. I can definitely slip up and like talk as if things are known, and I recommend people speak up and ask. And if it's like a private coaching, then it's a call. You know, they can easily say like, I don't understand that, you know? Sometimes you guys do that here and I just ignore chat and I don't see it. My bad. But otherwise, I just try to recognize that I know you guys don't know everything I know, otherwise you wouldn't be here, right? So that's my job, is to try to stay cognizant of it. Hopefully we do an okay job of it. I think this one I probably did talk over it a little less because it was an Immortal game. I probably assumed some stuff. I think that also tends to happen. Like, depending on the rank of the game, I kind of go with preconceptions of like what the assumed level would be, how much explanation is needed. But the audience is varied. So even if we watch an Immortal game, having a deeper explanation for, you know, a Guardian or Crusader person watching is still good. And I think that happens more the earlier in the stream it is. The later in the stream is when the brain power goes down, and then sometimes it's not as good. Yeah, I'd be up for I think I'm up for the Yules as well, because you could also do Wind Waker to save people, but if they have if they have Nullifier, then I guess not. I think Hex would be baller, or Lotus, because Lotus would at least help prevent Dismember and probably their own late game Hexes and Abyssals and such. I feel like as you get to the late game, I always like to think about Lotuses and Scythes. Oh, Jack, thank you. You didn't have to, but I appreciate it. Hope to see you in the games as well. We're slowly working on MMR again. We'll see if I go up. Find me in the games. Did I type out this one? Not here. Gotta type that one. What do you play when you want to gain MMR? It would depend. Like right now, if I wanted to do it, it would just be a mix of who I enjoy, plus I think they're good. They don't actually have to be good, but I have to believe in them and see how I will win. So a couple examples. I think Zeus is pretty good right now, and I have a lot of fun playing it. So I would just do it. Even if the win rates weren't that great, but actually it is pretty good. So this is one that is maybe not meta, but the win rate is good, and I like it. Largo is one that just got nerfed, but I still believe in, and I enjoy the hero a lot. I would do. Venomancer has a little bit below 50% win rate, but I like it. I understand how to win with it, and I would just do it. It doesn't really matter to me if it's at the top of the pro meta, pub meta, whatever. I am the one who has to grind out the games and like keep improving little things at a time. And if I'm doing stuff I don't like, I'm not going to want to do that. So it has to be fun, and I put emphasis on that, along with how I think they can win. And I can see how to win with those heroes. Enchantress I've been enjoying in recent times. You know, there's heroes I can see how to win, but I haven't spent the time learning it, or I don't want to. You know, someone like Shadow Demon, I always say I want to, but like clearly I don't, because I have not put in the time to like really do it. And because of that, I kind of know how to win, but I haven't put in the practice, so it wouldn't be as effective to me. Oh, thank you, Lucent. I think it's just how I process stuff. The way I think, this will make me sound like a crazy person, I guess. I think when I was younger, the way I thought of things was not direct. I don't know if it's like an ADHD thing or what. Like Zach is special ways, whatever. But it wasn't always directly connected. So then talking to people is like, this doesn't make any sense. So I feel like from younger, I learned to like, why do I think this way? You know, like connect the dots and explain it. And it's also how I process stuff and how I learn things. My thought process is me explaining things to people is how I come to understand them. And that's why content creation and education fit really well, because it's like, oh, I already think this way. So then it's easier to explain. I think it was just a convenient fit. And then a little extra time on it. You know, like as we have done this for a couple years, it comes more naturally. Like the questions that come up from people, like maybe I wasn't so aware of it, but now that someone asked, I was like, oh, I should be aware of that. I was a fencing coach for a little bit for kids. And I feel like working with kids is also a good way to develop this, because kids know nothing. And so you really have to like start from scratch. And I feel like that helps build the habit of thinking that way, even as you get into like more complicated games like Dota. Oh, really, Jack? That's awesome. You have surpassed, you did it. The channel's yours now. You've done it. You've passed me. It is yours. That's awesome. I'm glad I was able. I don't. Should I say that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got you hooked into Dota. My bad. But I'm happy to hear it. Oh, give me 1 second. Okay, hold on. Wait. We can keep randomly chatting. We're gonna do this one as well. A Hoodwink Guardian. I'm gonna be right back, and then we're gonna do this. I spread the addiction. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Happy
Dota's
stream
actually
from a Guardian scrub. Always here for the learning.
Aw, Insanity, thank you. Thank you so much. I was just about to say, Dota's actually just one giant pyramid scheme. Everyone who gets into Dota, you must get another person into Dota, and then you are allowed to keep playing Dota. I have done my part. I have now gotten more people into Dota. Thank you. Yeah, it's been cool. I've been, this is our first year that we worked with, I mean, I guess Blast has only been doing things for like a year in Dota, so maybe it was not such a big deal. But first time working with them, which was super cool. And we did one thing with PGL before, but it was nice to do another one. And hopefully that will continue. Hopefully we'll get to keep casting more stuff. This Hoodwink game, I thought this game was going well, and we were very likely to win, but I just couldn't help my time close it out. Also feel like I'm not as active or being as helpful as I can at all times, not being too efficient. I love playing 4, but I'm worried I am going to need to play core to climb. If playing core ends up fitting better, totally fine. But you can do it playing support, I promise. It may just be different than what you imagine. We're going to see a little bit here as we get into this game. But it's possible with any role. If you find you like it more with core, if the way you envision the game fits more with playing core, totally okay. Sometimes the way you have to climb as a support is not the way that naturally comes to you. Should we skip the lane? Based on your question, it sounds like it's more mid to late game. Let me just let this play out while I process the draft. I wasn't really thinking too hard on it. So, yeah, real pub draft here. We got Pudge. This is such a pub draft over here. Walking into the enemy high ground. Is this a Pudge bait? Just a Pudge save. Oh, look at that bushwhack. Bro, sick. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Although we have the sniper, and then, I mean, you three don't scale that poorly. I don't believe Bloodseeker scales that well. He recently got some changes in the patch, so it might be a little better than before. But to me, you guys are the earlier game draft. In a pub game, that is very difficult to really play correctly. That's why the pub classic is whoever scales better wins. For you, though, you are playing Hoodwink. Hoodwink has great scaling as the game goes on. I would say one of the ways you can look to do that is either... So, actually, in the last game, we just mentioned this, right? Scythe can be a great late game tool to end stuff. Hoodwink gets extra cast range. It's pretty wacky. But anytime you have a sniper, it tends to be about protecting sniper. So you could also go that route. When Spectre inevitably jumps sniper, how do I save him? What am I doing at that time? If Pudge hooks him, right? If they start blinking at him, like, how am I helping the sniper? That is one way I think you could go about this. Now, if you don't want to just plan for super late game scaling, and it's not like you can only do one thing in a game, we're trying to hit like all these different possible avenues to win, then coming back into this, win the lane, and then let us try to play faster while Spectre's slow. Hoodwink is a very low cooldown hero. You can be very active. For you, that's going to look like good warding to see what the enemy is up to and know where to go. Things that you can individually do. Have some smokes. That one might be a little harder to get teammates to do stuff, but you should at least have them and be ready to do things. The people you're going to play with are likely the Axe, once he has a blink, and the Shadow Shaman, so that you can actually take towers. Or if he locks someone down, Sharpshooter's enough damage to get kills on a lot of people. Bloodseeker can also get active early. We'll see which cores actually do things. That's the part you got to adjust in pubs. For you, though, if they don't do stuff, then you're good wave clear. So then we'll just keep shoving in waves and staying out of sight. Those are kind of the things I see just looking at the draft in the game. If I'm playing Hoodwink, these are the things I'm thinking about of how to win. I'm winning the lane, playing fast, and if not, I'll go into the late game thing about how to help sniper. Ludes, I'm butchering your name. I'm sorry. Hello. Thank you for watching. I did a phase of EU pubs a while ago. Coming up in a couple months, I am hoping to move back to the East Coast of the US, which will bring me closer to EU servers, and I might try playing EU again. I think it might work out better for my schedule, because I try to stream and content creation videos, stuff like that in the daytime so that my work lines up with my fiance and we can spend time afterwards. But people in the US most people are doing real jobs and stuff like that. So then the queue times are forever. The games aren't that great. So I'm hoping we can play EU pubs, get better games at the times that are convenient for me. So we might be doing that later on. I think that's where it went a bit awry. Cores were not grouping, and that's going to happen a lot in pubs. So I will try to show you things you can do in those situations. And in a sneak peek, it is going to be split pushing as Hoodwink. Let's just jump ahead. Let's go find some moments. Mid play, pretty cool, pretty early, nice. Okay, actually, things are going pretty well. I see what you mean. 6K lead, 12 minutes. I didn't even look at the graph, actually. Let's, oh, yeah. Okay, we had a great lead, and then unfortunately threw it a little bit, I guess. We'll take a look at different parts. But let's start with where we jumped in and talk through individual things, right? Because I know it's frustrating when people don't work together. Not saying that's the case this time, but just so you know in the future, if you do want to climb as a support, what we're looking for. Recently took actually all the towers. It looks like that mid tower was last. So let's look at where our observers are. This one is pretty far back. It won't really help us play up here. But even somebody playing here pudges here, and the observer would never see him. You know, like people are coming here, the observer will not see them. This is a bit too shallow. It should have been further out. This kind of observer is good for when they're like diving this area, or this is a pro level observer preparing to fight for like Tormentor and stuff and Roche, which is too early for that. Next, mid ward. We used it to take the tower. I see this one was just placed. So maybe it won you the fight. I skipped through that, right? We just jumped here. If it was necessary for the fight, sure. But sometimes after winning the fight, supports walk up and they drop the observer as they push with 5 heroes on a tier 1 tower that is for sure going to die in 20 seconds. And then you get to here and you go, I want to play up here, and now I am in front of this observer. And we go over here and we're like, I want to play over here, and I am in front of this observer. So all of our observers are a little bit too far back for the next phase of the game, which is not to take every tier 2 and end the game. We're not strong enough for that. But we're going to try to hold this area, push up as far as we can, and avoid them if they group. And if they split, get kills. So the observers actually need to go further forward. Not every single one, but at least one of them, so you have something to play around. This is probably the best one. It is further forward. It's like an out there deep ward. It's like a medium ward, we'll say, right? It's like, it's a little further in, but not that far in. But I would like a proper deep ward somewhere. I don't even care where, but somewhere. Let's keep going and see when we get one of those wards or just what happens. What's the net worth here? Sniper is doing well. Oh, you almost got her. You are locked in on this. Other things are going on, actually. Guys, you got her in the end. It was worth it. After those kind of kills, this is when you can place the wards if you need to. Okay, you're going Atos. I don't actually think you need to this game. So Hoodwink's itemization is pretty flexible. You can buy whatever you think your team needs. Atos is for catch, right? It's the root, it's valuable, but who's on my team? Axe. Axe actually went Blink first. So Blink Call, great catch. I have Shadow Shaman. He will probably get a Blink or an Aether Lens. They're very common pub items, right? He also has Hex Shackle. He's going to be a very good hero to start things out with. We got Rupture. If he wants to use that, that's not like crowd control, but like you can use that to start a fight. And Sniper doesn't even need to find someone. He can just go up to a building and hit things. This is one where I don't think you need Atos. And what I would actually do is once the fight breaks out, you just follow up with abilities and you either want to contribute to killing them with your abilities. For example, you get the shard to boost your and your teammates' magic damage to make sure the kills happen. Or, hey, Sniper is doing the damage while we are providing the crowd control. So let me boost his damage. Let me buy like Solar Crest, for example, buff him up. I think that's what I would look for here. Solar. I don't think you guys actually have enough magic damage to make the shard worth it. If you want to go damage, we could maybe do Maelstrom. I also think it's actually a pretty good Spirit Vessel and Essence Distiller game. Still kind of getting used to these items. Or Essence Distiller. Good versus the Invoker Invis, and good for scouting out Pudge and Earthshaker, because that's one of the ways you lose fights. Big echoes, hooks, and stuff like that. You could use the Essence Distiller to check for dangerous areas. Kind of open to that, but I'm not sure if that's like actually good for Hoodwink or not. But I feel Solar's pretty good to just drop on Sniper a lot. You could also do Force Staff, so when they jump on him, you just Force Staff him away. That could be another way you help save him. Kind of open to the Maelstrom for extra pub damage if you wanted to go that route. I would not blame you. It is greedy, though. It is greedy. I believe this game SS was hogging the wards. Okay, let me teach you a trick. If someone's hogging all the wards, or they are placing bad wards, when I see that happen, I don't let them have observers anymore. Shift Q the observer, so they pop up down here. You can shift Q multiple items if you don't know. Control Shift will add items here. And then right click them to do the buy as soon as possible. So even if they're not in stock like this, as soon as it goes on stock, you'll buy it. You'll always beat them. If he's bad with observers, don't let him have it. I wouldn't usually recommend doing that, guys. It actually is good to have different people have observers. And if they play some bad observers, it's not the end of the world. Once you start buying them all, you are responsible for all of them, which is actually difficult for a single support to do. That's why both supports and cores can help out with it. All right, I'm feeling the chaos in this fight. Let's let it play out and then refocus again a bit. I'm feeling a little bit too much. I think, I don't mean to read too much into like just a couple things, but I'm feeling the kills. This is a squirrel that has bloodlust inside. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back. Hoodwink can be an aggressive support. There are many supports who can do aggressive and defensive stuff, so it's kind of up to you to figure out what is best in a given game. And it can be fluid in a game, in a fight. Sniper is often a hero who it is not bad to just default to, let me help Sniper. What does Sniper need? Is Sniper doing the damage, right? Because snipers tend to build all damage. So we gotta help with that. So I see this fight break out, and let's just take a quick look. Where's my Sniper? Coming from the top. He's not here yet. Okay, so I can be in the fight a little bit more, and as Sniper gets closer, I want to make sure I can help him out. So we're getting awfully close to this Pudge, but here we go. Helping out the axe. This is great. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, there's that Sniper ult from the top, right? That's helping me know. Okay, I know Sniper. Sniper's entering the fight. Check the minimap. All right, so where is he? Okay, a little further north. I can head over to him. Uh-oh, that's scary. Earthshaker, right? Better keep an eye on him. So whatever Sniper hits is what I want to stun. The people Sniper can hit are my viable targets. If I stun things over here, but Sniper can't hit them, then what am I doing? I want to enable my strongest hero. And Sniper has a shield rune. He's top net worth. This is honestly a bigger fight than maybe you guys really need to be taking at this time, but here we are, you know? So we're committed. We got to do this. So I see this ult channel, right? I'm looking at this Pudge, but from your perspective, not really looking at the Sniper. Sniper is entering the perspective now, but I don't feel your attention to the Sniper. And I think that happened earlier too. You ended up killing the Spectre, so it was kind of worth it. But at the same time you were doing this, I think Sniper and Shaman ended up fighting some other heroes over there. That's kind of why I'm like feeling this may be a trend, even though it's only been a couple examples. So up to here, like feeling pretty good, right? We were behind Sniper. And this catch, I'm happy with if we get him, because why? Sniper is here. Look, blammo, gets him. We stun this Rubik? Ho ho, haha. It's just all about how am I making Sniper look good, and then sometimes securing some kills for myself.
What can you do?
It's okay to work with other carries, but let's just make sure we're not abandoning our Sniper. Like, pick your favorite strongest carry. This is getting a little deep, right? Is this where I want to go? This is scaring me a little bit. Okay, okay, it's all right. We're winning enough. We're winning enough. It's working. I see how you're getting really far. Now, I like your positioning. But here's my Sniper. Here's my guy. I gotta stay near him. It's not great to be taking a tier 2 from this angle. I'd much rather come from over here. But he's here. There goes my captain. And so goes I. We must be near him. Not that near. Behind him, behind him. I don't need to be in front of him. I can be back here. When they jump him, you throw the spells to help him out. No one's got BKBs at this time. You see you reposition? Again, I think your positioning's great. I would love for you to be here. But here's my Sniper over here. So I gotta go around. Gotta stay back here. And when they blink echo kill him, I gotta throw the bushwhack to protect him right away. Just the person. Don't worry, your time will come. Diving is happening, but where's my Sniper? Is he helping? Ah, here he is. I'm not gonna worry about hitting the abilities and stuff. I think like as you practice more, you'll get there. Not too worried about it. This still gives the... No, there is no more bonus cast range on this, right? She just has it by default. They buffed her. They buffed her cast range and took away the facet, right? Yeah, okay. Getting a little close. Gotta remember the, I don't know when the blink is coming. You guys are winning. He's probably poor, but one big echo could definitely, oh, maybe he could just walk in. Doesn't need the blink. Oh, Captain, my Captain, I'm here. To take the kill, idiot. It's mine. That's fine, it's fine. You kept him alive. This is fine, though. All right, once he's in trouble, we help him out. And going back to items, notice once Spectre jumped him, I can't really, like, you know, Atos doesn't help so much. It could root her, but, oh my god, Midas. Manta's a very normal item for Spectre, so the Atos will stop working once you get there. That's not to say it's always a bad item. Again, to be clear, Atos is a totally legitimate Hoodwink item. I just don't think you need it this game, and I'm more interested in giving him buffs. Oh? I thought you hit a tree. Guess not. All right, let's start speeding up, I guess, to where you guys throw. Because the problem may not even be some of what we highlighted at the start. It may have just been a high ground throw. Because so far, the way you guys are playing is not perfectly optimal, but it's sort of working right now just because most of them have led to kills. I would be careful. It is okay to slow down and farm up. You guys have mostly been going ham, and if every fight had not been working out, you would have lost the gold lead or not built it up as much. But it has worked, so like we're not going to sweat it. I will once again, not to hammer it home, but maybe that's my job as a coach. Where is my sniper? It may not be the problem this game, I guess is what I'm getting to. So we'll see. I think we're getting to the point where we end up throwing. I think it was around 25-ish minutes. Gleipnir, but we already talked through it. I'm not going to repeat on it. And I'll stop replaying on the sniper bit too much, since I think we're getting through there. This one you should just get out a little sooner, now that sniper is dead. Tried to TP, tried to help out, but... Can you believe it, guys? Here's a sniper player, and he's pushing too soon. Can you believe it? That's a shiny sniper right there. That's a rare one. And unfortunately, we're over here. I don't think you guys should be pushing right now. It's actually a little early. You're 14k ahead. This is a sniper with 10k net worth. So holy shit, he's pushing with Hydra's Breath. And Hydra's Breath does not do anything to the towers, you know? So he's actually just lacking a certain amount of damage on the towers. These kind of pushes will be quite difficult. Unless you wipe them, then it's doable. But this is why you actually chill a little bit, step out. The wards are a little bit basic, right? It's the cliffs, as they are, but they exist, and you guys have been getting kills, right? So get the kills, then push up. They're currently about to all be up. Earthshaker's the last one, about to respawn in a few seconds, and they have Hook, they have Blinks. Sniper, gonna die up here, which I think happens in just a moment. We just hold, you see him walk out, you kill him, now they're dead, now you can go high ground. And in the meantime, hello team, Roshan is an excellent objective. It has been an excellent objective for the last 10 years of Dota. Perhaps you would like to think about doing Roshan. No? Okay. If you go here, I will go. And that is supporting. You could split push though as well. You could do some split pushing. It's up to you. How strong you feel. It's like, I think we can play behind sniper and win in a push we shouldn't be doing, but like we're just gonna make it work in a pub game of chaos. Or this is most certainly never going to work. I better split push more and, you know, get things to happen that way. Here, we're just like staying in the lane too long when sniper's dead, so we'll end up falling. What MMR is this? Guardian. No topic today. No topic today. Just kind of covering whatever that people are bringing forward. Just trying to put more emphasis on having specific questions today. All right, once again, we're all back. Where is my sniper? I am next to him. Good. How close should we be? I won't be too nitpicky on this right now. It's important, but it doesn't have to be like your main focus for this rank. But essentially, look at bushwhack range. Huge now. And when sniper gets jumped, I want to help sniper. At the same time, if someone shows up a little ahead and we can kill them, I'd like to get that. So if I'm next to sniper, technically I cover that. But also, if they AoE stun, I am also in the AoE stun. So you kind of want like this triangle where you are either behind sniper, this is maximum safety mode, you're as far back as possible and can help protect sniper, but we won't be able to get kills when they show up. But it's the safest. A little bit more aggressive is you're over here. If they beeline to sniper, you are there to help. If someone shows up here, you can catch them and sniper can kill them. If they go through this way, you end up dying for sniper. Maybe you can stun and sniper gets the kill, right? But everything is around sniper. Less danger, less reward. More danger, more reward. Up to you to decide in that moment what you think is worth it. Kind of like ran in the front. Just to imagine it, you run up front, you find a guy back here. But sniper's over here. So it doesn't matter that I find a guy here if sniper can't connect. I need to find it here. And so then I can keep myself further back. It doesn't matter in this case. Nothing really happened. The mistake will look like this. You run in, get killed, and then your sniper backs away. And it's like, ah, man, I got caught. But what led to it was the over-aggressive positioning, looking for something you didn't really need to look for. Ah, thank you. Thank you, algorithm, for bringing you here as well. I appreciate it. Oh, God save the Tsar, thank you. I appreciate it. No replay, but quick question. Do picks at low MMR matter? Oh, hold on, fight's going on. Do picks at low MMR matter, or am I hurting myself? I.e., not a typical mid, play an Invoker, Quap, Ember. It's a little bit of a scale, I would say. And it's just what you prefer. It is a video game. There are no, like, real... There's rules on conduct, right? But, like, not, oh, you're only allowed to play this hero here. There's social constructed rules of, like, this is a mid laner from us. But, like, you know, what is it really? If you play a typical mid, pros, there's a lot of established meta around those heroes. That's why they are the meta picks, right? How that helps you? A lot of resources to learn those heroes, a lot of samples to draw from. An indirect thing that a lot of people don't realize or think about, there are benefits to people understanding the hero besides yourself. Your teammates have played with Ember Spirits before, so they are more likely to know how to play with you now playing Ember Spirit. They're also less likely to be tilted out because you're playing a normal mid. Downside, enemy team also used to playing versus Ember Spirit. They know how to deal with it, right? So if you are good at Ember and you understand enough about making the pros work and dealing with the cons, that's fine. You want to play the weird heroes, it's literally just the opposite, right? You understand your hero, hopefully. It may have less resources to find that info. You might have to do it a little bit yourself. Downside, your teammates don't know what you do, and they might come pre-tilted. Pros, the enemy team is like, what is this hero mid? I don't know. What's Enchantress mid? I guess I'll walk up and see what... Oh my god, I'm dead, right? They don't know. And so it's just how you want to climb. If you are okay dealing with some extra reports, like that's the reality. You're going to get reported more by teammates if you're playing something really out there. I don't know how out there you're thinking, but if you're playing something really out there, you might get reported more. But maybe if you win, you'll get the command back, balance it out. And if you're just playing things that are like normal mids, but they're out of the meta, like, oh, I'm picking a B tier hero, that's totally fine. Totally fine. In low MMR, tying it back to that, sorry, the last part, everything I said kind of applies to all brackets. In low MMR, it just does not. It's all about you and your own improvement. We can talk about Medusa versus Anti-Mage, right? That's one of the hardest counter picks in the game. If Medusa has Manta, Butterfly, Crystallis, and the Anti-Mage has a Battle Fury, Medusa will win. If he has a Manta, he might still lose to the Medusa at that timing. And it is all just on Medusa being really good at her hero and farming, and Anti-Mage is not good at it. And in lower MMR, you have a lot of room to do that. The higher up you go, you get a lot less room to do that, and that's why the meta starts to matter more. The meta only matters when everyone is doing what everyone is doing. We all agree to the social construct that is the meta, and we all follow it. But if someone is not following it, then the meta falls apart. And that's what low MMR is. Everyone's like, what? Roshan? Why would I do Roshan? Axe? Please do Roshan. Oh my god, I will not leave Roche Pit. Never mind, I'll leave Roche Pit. Here we go. 5. Oh, okay. The guy says he's strong in level 5. I guess we'll go with it, right? Plus, if you prove to be a nice person with some basic communication, you're less likely to get reported for your weird shit, right? If they get a kill, be like, well played, guys. Nice one. Do simple things. My enemy mid is missing. You know, basic call-outs. There's no right or wrong. It is what it is. It's good info. And then when you know you're strong, when you know certain things you want to do, call it out for your team. And then when it works out, they're like, okay, Night Stalker mid. Sure, he's doing it. Okay. Right? But it helps a lot. Where is my sniper? Is he okay?
8,761,248,080.
Let me mute that one to stop the readout. Thank you. We'll cover that one in a bit. And what time is it? 6:55. Okay, that might be the last one we do for the day. We're getting to the point, starting to tire out. But let's see. We'll see how long. I think we're probably about done with this one. Let's find the big throw, and then we can move on. Do you mute everyone? No, I don't believe in muting everyone. I think it will actually backfire on you. I think people who recommend muting everybody, especially to improve behavior score, I actually think that is literally not good communication. So it's not surprising the communication score does not go up. Because what's going to happen, there are nice people in Dota. They do exist. And they're telling you, hey, I'm coming mid, get ready. And then you walk away and they're like, why did that guy ignore me? I'm reporting him. Right? I feel you will miss. I know it's rare, but there are nice communicators in Dota, and they're going to report you when you're muting them by default because you're muting everybody. So I think just leave it on. If someone's toxic, mute them early. That's okay. But give everyone a shot, and when the communication happens, great. You will win those games. And if I was Valve, I would wait certain reports more. Like the guy who is toxic and screaming, his report means next to nothing. Like he reports everybody. Who cares? The nice guy who like everybody commends and he reports you, I'd be like, oh shit. That guy must be old nice guy Bob reported him. Like that guy's gotta be toxic, you know? I don't know that's how the behavior score and the communication works, but I would have designed it that way if I was Valve. Put more weight onto people who are proven like good communicators, generally positive, whatever. Okay, they actually did Roche before high ground, so let's see what happens. Because unfortunately, it does look like a throw is coming in. I will say, you guys took Roche, and we immediately went high ground. It's not the topic today, but actually, if you go back through the VODs on the channel, one of them is titled High Ground or Roche Throws or something. It's also a recent video. I compiled that stream into a video, so if you want to check that out, it is all about this right here. And I believe we will see another example of that. It looks like Axe left to go back. He is 100 gold from finishing BKB, but god damn it, we got to push right now. There's not another window. If we don't win in the next 30 seconds, we're cooked. We got to go. Well, maybe we had more than 30 seconds. Sniper backed out a little. So you guys are like everywhere. Boop, boop, boop. All apart. Shaman is like trying to take high ground with his Serpent Wards on his own. You guys are 19k up. Currently pushing with what? Your top 3 cores are nearly 40,000 gold. So actually you are pushing while behind 20,000, 5 versus 2. Currently succeeding in taking half this tower. But eventually the enemy will catch on. Oh, wait a minute. There's an Axe bottom. Wait a minute. There's a Bloodseeker in the mid lane. If Axe is bottom, how can Axe be top? Still not punished yet, actually. Where's the throw? Show me the throw. Show me the throw. First, Shaman should not be in the front like this. He should be behind. Second, your positioning's much better, but where is Sniper? Where's my Sniper? Where's my Sniper? I am in front of Sniper. Too close, too close. Where you exactly stand is up to you. Earlier we talked about like, oh, max safety is like way behind, but now I kind of do want kills. I also have other teammates getting involved, right? So Axe, he's the core. He's the tankiest. He will do this kind of stuff. So you let him do that. If Shaman's on the left, then you go on the right. We are all covering different ground. Whatever angle this fight happens from, we're all around Sniper to help. Uh-oh. Who will save our Sniper? Actually, both of you are in position to do it, but you threw your bushwhack ahead, which makes sense, but you also got to remember, what's one of the ways we throw? Echo. So someone had to save an ability for this, which we could argue was Shaman, who will certainly get him now. Any moment now. Any moment now. Any moment now. We are going to Hex, and then we're going to Shackle. Got him. Oh, well, okay. But that's Guardian. You know, people are going to mess up like that. We actually still haven't thrown yet. Okay, here's the Axe Death. And we still go. We have... Oh, Bloodseeker's got the... I didn't even realize Bloodseeker had the Aegis. I would give it to Sniper. Should I tell you guys this? I have a funny idea, but I don't think I'll ever do it. So I'm debating right now if I should tell you guys about it or if I should save it for the rare case I do it. But that moment right there reminded me of it. Why isn't Axe here as they slowly creep to the high ground? It's like that meme where a steamroller is slowly going to hit someone and is tracked 30 seconds away if they don't move out of the way. Or like that other... What's that one where there's like a truck... like... It's about to be a car-on-car collision, like, experiment, and they keep cutting to different angles of the truck, but it never collides with the car. Why Sniper Aegis over Bloodseeker? If Sniper dies, aren't chances of him dying again pretty high because he will be out of position? Kind of. The thing is... Okay, first Aegis tends to go to whoever is going to do stuff. This is rare, where like the first Aegis is also the high ground pushing Aegis at a pro level top meta discussions. In pubs, who knows? But the first Aegis goes to the like most active hero because they're the most active. They're in the most danger. When it comes to pushing high ground, in my opinion, the Aegis should go to whoever is going to hit the buildings and is therefore at the most risk of dying. You can get into further discussions at a high level of like, oh, but I will not die, so let's move to the next one. That's fine, that's fine. But for pub games, a lot of times, whoever's just going to hit the buildings should be the one to have the Aegis. So in my opinion, like, let's look at this fight. What happened? Axe jumped here, Bloodseeker ran here, all sorts of stuff, like all over. What actually needed to happen? If Sniper just stands here with the Aegis and hits the building, and we don't jump any heroes, we only react, what happens? Sniper will take the tower within 30 seconds. So in 30 seconds, the enemy must stop Sniper, and Sniper is out here with an Aegis. And they only have so many tools. Pudge Hook, okay, sure, that one's pretty good. As long as Sniper dodges Pudge Hook, what do they have? Echo, Blink Echo, they have Invoker spells, they have Spectre Haunt, and they only have one of each, because we're not refresher games, right? So the idea of Sniper, or any long-ranged carry, like Drow's another good one, way back here, you have to come to us, or I will take your building. Why do I need to jump you under your base? My sniper is killing your building. You have to kill sniper twice. Back here, out of your base. You put the pressure on the enemy. But what happens in pubs is what happens here. It's like, oh, we got Aegis. Get them, boys. Get them in the fountain. And that's why I think like sniper should have Aegis here. Okay, but where is this throw? I guess that was it. That like initial series of deaths. And then there's another, I guess here. Let's just watch from sniper's perspective. Smoke. Some mega echoes coming in. I'm feeling it. Look at all the core standing next to each other. I'm feeling it. Where's the mega echo?
Good try, little bro.
Shaman leading the way. Oh yeah, there it is. That's the one spell combo. And in this case, it's killing multiple heroes because they all went in. Still so many wards, actually. But if only Sniper was showing and we don't react to any of that, we don't even try to save him. We just let him die to Echo Cataclysm. Then he respawns. And then what do? They needed Echo Cataclysm, and they only have one. They will not kill Sniper again. And now we go. And while he's respawning, then your team will react. And maybe you save him on the Aegis, right? When the Echo comes in, you like Hex Shackle, stuff like that. Maybe he doesn't even lose the first Aegis. But you all bait him onto the Sniper back here. Pudchooks are doing it. Save him, Pudchooks. Yeah. In the end, that one was about pushing high ground. I actually think you did your job as a support for a lot of that. Granted, it was kind of a stompy game to start, but the most you can do in those situations, because you're a support and you can't really control if your cores dive, ahead of time, tell your team what you think should happen. And not in a micromanaging way. Once the dive is happening, like as Bloodseeker is like in the fountain, and you're like, Bloodseeker, don't do that. He said he doesn't care. He's in the fountain. As Roche is falling, you need to tell him like, hey guys, don't push right away. Let's look for a pickoff and then go. You have to establish it ahead of time. With Sniper and long-range heroes, what I really like to say is like, everybody just stand behind Sniper and let him hit the building. Very simple, very straightforward. We're not blaming anybody. We're not being overly demanding. Just like, hey guys, if we just sit behind Sniper while he hits buildings, we win. That's it. Ahead of time, that's the plan. And then they'll dive anyways, and you'll... But you've done your part. And you have to do that 10 times, and you're going to hope 6 times it works out, and 4 times it does not. And you will have gained some MOR. All right. Let's do this one. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, thank you. Appreciate being here. Appreciate the donation. Thank you. Happy to help out. The meme is from an Austin Powers movie. Oh, I didn't know that. I've never watched the Austin Powers movies. I've seen like clips and stuff, but I've never actually sat down to watch all of them. It's taking forever to download. All right, I'll just do the timestamp and we'll start talking about while it finishes downloading. Okay, I struggle playing with diverse party ranks because I expect high rank plays from everybody. How can I adapt my gameplay to bridge this gap? Okay, sounds like you're already on the right track, recognizing the problem, and that's what I would tell you. So you are divine and you're queuing with lower ranked party members. Not that much in the grand scheme of things, but you know, you are the highest. And that means as matchmaking finds you games, you are probably on the high end in these situations rather than being like the low end teammate. So it should change your expectations and kind of in the way you've already laid out. You can't expect the best play from your teammates, but that also applies to your opponents. Now, don't do this in a like everyone's trash kind of way, I'll do whatever, because that's where you'll easily feed and then throw away your lead, and that's no good, right? You give the right respect. I'm going to assume everyone on the opponent is good, everyone on my team is not as good, and I got to work really hard to carry this game. That'll be a good mindset to... one, realistic, right? Because that's the rank spread, but it's a good improvement mindset that will help you carry difficult games. Like, even if you were in a completely even ranked game, right, and your teammates were playing well, there are games where the mid laner does the best and the side lanes lose, and you go, Ember Spirit, please help us, please carry us, and you've got to do it. You gotta do the lifting. Where shall we jump, actually? Let's see where you're doing in the lane. So the lane does look good on the lane. And then I see the drow kind of surpassed. So maybe that's what we're looking at. The end of the laning stage. Let's start with the first power rune. I think for mid laners, that's always big. Let's start first power rune. Just a little further back. And see how things are looking. So you're actually beating a Queen of Pain at this point, which is really nice. Are you just straight up outplaying her? Is she the lower rank, or are you just straight up beating her? You're a bit higher rank, but you're doing a good job here. And then what do you guys got? You guys ended up with all 3 cores, huh? Support duo and the core duo out. Matchmaking did a good job here. They found the right parties to play together here. Okay. Via communication, Ember Spirit likes to get active early. Power rune, great time to do it. And then you're going to figure out where you're going to go. To the enemy safe lane is a good default. You know, what's Morphling really going to do for you? But Mars has stuns and stuff. This also looks like things are not going well. Your Mars is actually kind of getting bodied here by the Drow. I guess this is where they have the rank diff. Never mind. Your Mars is just getting bodied a little bit. It happens. It happens. So this is where they need to communicate to you. Ember Spirit, please help us. And we got to go do a little helping. Let's see if that happens. So we're pushing in with the catapults. Didn't quite pay attention to the time, so actually we have missed the rune. That'll be for your own individual practice. We should definitely be grabbing the rune if we're winning the lane. Consider this a really big loss. Not to like flame you too much, but when you are doing this well, this is one of the few ways for Queen of Pain to get back into the game, right? Because she was supposed to beat you, and you beat her in the lane. So what does she have next? Jungle? Depending how many points she put in queue, she can't jungle that well. She wants to gank and get kills, and power runes are going to be how she does it. This is one of her only ways back into the game, and we kind of, I forgot for a couple seconds, and now she has it. She has a chance to get back into this. So that's kind of your final step to like close this out in the mid lane at least, is like, I have to get that power rune. And it's always a big one, because at this point, you feel great, right? You maybe don't know, 1,000 gold ahead of her. It's awesome. With the power rune, she kills you, gains money, you lose money. It gets real close off of 1 kill. She goes to the side lane, gets a double kill, boom, jumps back up. This is a very key moment, and that power rune is part of it. To your party, they could also help with the party rune, except you're all cores, so I guess not. But the supports would help. That's why the power rune is so important. It comes at a very pivotal moment. Oh, Dr. Deep, thank you for the Prime sub. I forgot to unmute the thing. I didn't hear it. Thank you. Okay, still in mid. I'm going to speed forward and see when you move, because you did great in the mid lane, but we haven't helped the sides yet. Okay, here we go. Coming down. Great. Unfortunately, they managed to get some kills, and hopefully we do not also die. Ah! Crazy. You might have been able to get her. I think you had chains at the very end. I think you might have chains her under the tower. You might have been able to win that. Totally understand playing it cautious. Okay, that was pretty good. 7 minutes. Not bad. The earliest we maybe could have done that was 6 minutes. So 1 minute potential difference there. But it's not like it has to be perfect every time. So I'm going to accept that. Let's look for the next time it happens, / the balance of it. I see you actually, you're back looking for more at power rune time. So you actually need to be over here right now. Mid is dying and the power rune is spawning. So there is over 500 gold in the mid lane right now. If you double killed bottom, that would maybe be 500 gold. So this is pretty guaranteed. Creeps under the tower and the power rune, if, you know, luck. Now, I know you TP'd home and you had to, like, remnant here. I still think you run over with phase boots to get whatever you can, or a support should come over, or you call it out. Like, can someone go mid and hold that and get the rune or something? If you're going to come bottom, like, how can this happen? How can our winning mid lane now have taken more mid damage? 'Tis very painful. But you did succeed. You did get the drow, which is very nice. We do a little math here. Didn't you kill one more person? Oh, the last person died in another lane. I see. So for this move, we probably got, let's just round up to 800. 800. And I mentioned the power rune was 260 worth of regen plus the actual power rune itself. The amount of creeps that died is approaching. There was a huge wave under the tower into now this next wave that's dying. 400-ish gold. Because we got the double kill, it worked out. If we had not gotten the double kill, or if any of us extra had died beyond Lich, starts to be very sad. I see she did get the arcane runes. So for losing the mid lane, she now has the 2 power runes. The second one, I don't think that one's like on you as much. The first one, we do need to try to be there. Second one, I kind of understand being in that bottom one, but I think coming for the rune would have still been better. Hello. Oh no. I think that one's dodgeable, but they threw everything at you, so props to them. When you're back up, you're stronger. But this is the enemy team kind of making the moves on you, and we're losing the tower. For you, besides the things we talked about, the only other thing that you could do to maybe like see this coming, as you're moving around, I don't know if you've bought your own observer. I may have missed it, but notice, although I'm critiquing it, you have moved around. And as you move around, it's easier for you rather than the supports. So grab your own observer and sentry, and as you move, you can play some of these deep wards. It might have let you see Spirit Breaker, though I think in these last couple plays, you charged from this way, so you maybe wouldn't have, you hadn't gone top yet. So you may have still not been, may not have seen it. No! Almost. All right, at least we got him. At least we got him. This one, you can kill this. So what is the prize for winning this fight? To capitalize, I want this tower. or I want at least a lot of tower damage in. This creep wave, we have limited time. Usually we would say like, oh, let Morphling farm it, whatever. If you let Morphling do this, they will be up. They will defend again. So this is where you just start killing the wave. If Morphling gets here in time, he can get what he can. But we are on a time crunch schedule here. Everyone's letting Morphling doing it. Okay, now he threw a spell, but here's Silencer. 2 of them respawn. They're ready to defend. So we bring a lot of heroes, we win the fight, but no actual objective damage. I see a smoke up, but this is a really bad time to smoke. You used all your remnants earlier. Arena is still down. Morphling ult is down. Grimstroke doesn't even have ult, very close to it. And I guess Lich has ult. Lich is the one that smoked. It's like, I'm ready, guys, let's go. This should be a chill mode. Help Ember get mid-rune mode. You also look for the fight with Mars here, but I will reiterate, the power runes are guaranteed value to then help you make the plays. Try to get the power runes first if you're near the time. There are times to do a sneaky, like, oh, he did not think I would do this during power rune time. Like, I won't say you can never do this stuff, but this is like the 3rd time it's happening. So it's a habit, not a, like, exception. And then that's not good. And I guess there was some miscommunication here because he just went in without you. There is a rune sitting here. I don't know what it is, but imagine it. Imagine Amplify in that fight. Shield. Okay. Well, you would have lived longer, I guess. So I think the timing on these fights is not quite great for you guys. You are losing out on objectives. One, our own fault for not pushing when we won the fight. But then, based on when we're doing other things and they're pushing in lanes, they got mid off of a kill on you. So they turned a losing lane into a complete tower first. This one's full health pretty much. And then same with bottom. They finally chipped this one down because we keep going top. So they kind of outplayed you guys in this early game, I think. Going back to your original question, I do think more emphasis on runes will be good, even in your own bracket, like in a proper Divine game, not playing party queue. Power runes into the plays is the preferred order. It is far more likely that your play will succeed, and if it doesn't succeed, you still got really good value. Plays before the runes are even trades to losing trades in many cases. And you need a seriously big win to make it a winning trade while still losing the rune. No! All right, we got caught. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah, if you want to kill him, I think you have to commit some remnants there. You have 3. And I think you had 2 of them chained up. I think you could have ran in with a remnant, because there is a time limit on killing him once chain is down because of the charge. Okay, we do get her. Okay. So same as top, this one may be less obvious. The fight is great. I'm glad we won the fight. But to actually grow a gold lead, the question now is, what do we take from the enemy? What gold difference do we build? That is taking towers, that is stealing from their jungle, all that stuff. Okay, we steal a bounty rune. Morphling's jungling here. You are running mid. And Morphling kind of going bottom. Oh, Grimstroke got killed. What the heck? Where was that? Top. Drow is there. Spooky. One more time from this fight, guys. So the three of them ended up chasing the Mirana here. But actually, all the big abilities kind of got used. Queen of Pain, Silencer are now dead. Mirana's out of mana. So actually, if they just ignore Mirana and go mid, they'll get this mid tower for the heroes they have here. Or let's say the course chase. You see how Lich is running away? But here's Spirit Breaker on the map. So Lich, if his team is going to chase for the kill, Lich should be going mid and pushing this wave in. So as soon as this kill is done, they can all run mid and they can take this tower. Instead, Lich runs home. They all chase the kill. So the creeps are here dying to each other. So they do get the Mirana kill. But then now they have to come push. They have to run back over. And then the people have respawned.
You'll have to do better than that.
Oh, there it is, the Grim Lich ult. Okay. Pretty good. 5 for 3. Grim Lich ult, a classic. What do we get? This isn't really related to like rank difference or anything. This is just good Dota play. What do we get? You can push together if you think it's necessary to take a tower. If you want to try to split up, that seems to be what's happening. You are checking for runes. He was grabbed before the fight, maybe? Now, you guys tried. This one's not a mistake from you, but this is the benefit of taking the fights over here for the Radiant, right? They lost this fight 5-3, but they, once again, barely took any tower damage because by the time the enemy team pushes out the lanes, people are respawning, Ember's getting scared to push, and rightly so, but that just shows why it is good when you start winning the game. You want to play the enemy's half of the map, because if things go well, you are stealing their farm, you are chipping down buildings, you're pressuring them. If things go poorly, you lose the fight. Still didn't lose that much building damage, though. Not too bad. I think that question is about how do high-level players figure out like the best heroes to pick, like getting into that last pick. Some of that's just experience, like the more time. Here's another fight on our half of the map. Let's see if this one goes well for you guys. Yeah, Lich ult again. Sorry, zoomed in. I'll show you guys the glory of the Lich ult. Lich Grim combo. If I were to nitpick, I would say they should be trying to grab Queen of Pain with that combo rather than supports, or I guess offlane and support. But kills are kills, we'll take them. And then can't really get much, right? And in fact, Drow's actually chipping top. I like this idea to try to get her. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, when it comes to picking the best heroes, it's just a matter of experience, I think. You play the game a lot, you start to understand the different timings of things, the different matchups. Drafting is an accumulation of like all the game knowledge at its highest theory, which is hard to do until you like play a lot. And that's why sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Like, even at the pro level, they realize in hindsight, they're like, oh, yeah, that pick was no good. That lost us the game. Or like, oh, this one was not, though. Like, it wasn't as good. Or, you know, got surprised by something. In a pub game, I think the most common draft issue that you can fix without really understanding that much depth of the game is just ask who is going to initiate. Because a lot of pub drafts are way too heavy into damage and not enough into early playmaking. A extension of that, how many items does my hero need before I really want to do anything? And you will see too many drafts, which is, I need the Battle Fury, and then I need this item, and then I can do stuff. And the offlaner is like, I need Blade Mail, and then I need a Blink, and then I can do stuff. And the mid goes, ooh, that's tough because I need these items before I can do stuff. And so all the cores don't want to do anything until 20 minutes. And then the supports have to be able to do something on their own. And if they can't, nobody can do anything. And if we're talking about last picks, it's usually the mid or the carry. At least it's a core role. So they have to say, look, they have to look at their own team and say, like, can someone do something at level 6? And if not, that needs to be your pick. My supports never built support items this game. They were rushing daggers for their combos. That's not too bad. The combo is actually so strong on Grimstroke and Lich. Let me put it another way. Imagine whatever support item you want them to have built. Would those support items guarantee the team fight win? They will have strengths their own way. And if one of them didn't build a Blink, I would say it's fine. Like, let's say Grimstroke built a Blink and Lich built a 4-staff. I'd say that's probably better. But the benefit of double Blink on these heroes, any team fight that happens with their ult available in the early game should be a win. So the way your draft would have looked is that you only play around those cooldowns. You look to take fights there, and you force better fights. Like, those combos keep happening here on your own half of the map. And that's why we're struggling to, like, turn that into anything. So we would have hopefully found time to coordinate, let's make our aggressive play up to the tower with double Blink ults here. And if they fight us, for sure it is a win, because double Lich ult while people are bound is unstoppable. There's no way you lose a team fight if that combo connects in the first 20 minutes. But they kind of had too much of a lead from the earlier stuff before that even came up. I'm not, for the record, if they had built regular support stuff, that could have worked too. It's just a different way to approach it, which is what I want to encourage here. Especially for you, going back to your original question, let's just pretend it was bad. They should have built different support items. For you to win random Dota games, whether it is a party queue in your highest rank with lower ranked players, or you're just in a pub game, it's all roughly the same rank, but some guy's being dumb, right? And then he's like, what are these dumb items? We just lose. Ah, man, sucks. I want to win, you know? I got to think about, surely there is some logic to that build. Outside of complete griefers, I might not believe in that build, but what does that build do, right? How do I use it? That's kind of the goal, to help you start carrying some of these games. I don't love these blinks, but what do those blinks let us do? How do I turn that into our advantage and I coordinate around this? That's what playing Dota is. If you're not in a top level team with all 5 players on the same page, right? You just have to take the best of what you're given and figure it out. And sometimes you lose and you go, I knew he should have built a solar crest. And that's fine too. That's a learning moment for you. Or maybe a reconfirming what you knew. Did we answer kind of some of your questions on this? I don't know if I think we kind of covered it, but I don't know if there's any more. Let me know if you have like a final question on it. We did not strictly talk about the Slark Octarine Shadowblade build. We joked about it. I honestly, is that build actually good? I don't know. The whole thing about Slark has been turned into warding memes and cheating. So I haven't even spent time thinking about the actual build. I don't know why it would be that useful, though. I can't imagine why it's helpful over other items. For the late game, which is really hard, do I build BKB? I never thought about it because of Silencer Double Silence. You do probably need multiple levels of Dispel and armor. What did you build this game? I did like the Mage Slayer. I think that's good versus Queen of Pain. I wonder... I don't know if Yule's would have been good, but... the main thing is some level of Dispel. It looks like all the way till... never did we get something. I would say BKB or Yule's, if not both, are pretty good. I do like the Shivas because I do think you need armor. I think it's generally good. But we definitely need probably... having a hard time deciding where. If there's a Nether Dispel like Manta or Yule's that you could do instead of the Kaya Sange, you could maybe do it there and delay the BKB longer. I think up to here is still okay if we're being greedy, but then I think the Shard and the Ags need to be the BKB and then go back for this, or move the Shivas up. Because the Shivas is very helpful for your own build. This combo, going back to like the Lich Grimstroke. Ah, wait, no, it doesn't have the magic damage on it anymore. Okay, take that part back. The armor is good versus Drow, though, and the attack slow is good versus their heroes. Oh, it's going to take forever to get used to that. Shiva's not boosting spell damage anymore. Silencer will eventually get double silence, but it's usually quite late. Let me see. Yeah, 40 minutes, right? So if we get a BKB somewhere around here, we have 20 minutes to make use of it to possibly win before BKB double refresher is out, or we are winning fights to delay it, and he has a worse time because I'm using my BKB pushing it out, and so we get more time before we have to deal with it. Oh, Lotus was another one I was floating. But I think maybe Mars can do the Lotus. Mars should definitely replace the Ags with Lotus. And maybe even sooner? I think the BKB is okay. Support's could have changed it. Although I made the case for the double blinks, I will say beyond that, this like Aether lens now into this looks like it's going to be an Ags. This is an Evil. That's not the build. I see like a 50-minute glimmer. These should have definitely been different items. So that added some struggle. In those cases, the most you can kind of say is like, hey, can someone build X item? No names, no finger pointing, but like, oh, guys, I would appreciate a Lotus. Really sell it, okay? Fucking lie to them. Okay, on comment like, boys, Lotus is game winning. You don't know, but you think, and it's certainly better than like Ags. You're like, guys, how do they win a fight with if we get Lotus on support? Just send it, you know? Like, oh, he knows something about Lotus. He really sold me on that. They look at the ranks, they're like, oh shit, Ember's divine. He's the highest. I mean, yeah, trust the guy, you know? You gotta use it. You gotta use the rank to like sway the builds in a non-flamey way. Cat support is here. No, this guy's a carry for sure. Mega crybaby over there. If you stop giving him attention, he'll start whining. It's not lying if you believe it. I guess it's years of learning to be immortal. Not talking about pure skill, but the knowledge needed. It probably is true for like a typical player. It's gonna take more than a year to get there. There are, yeah, I mean, there's like prodigies and everything. And if you come from a different competitive game, especially a similar MOBA, then you can probably rise in ranks pretty quickly. You get a good gaming chair. You can go up fast as well, but Dota is pretty complicated. It would take time. And it just depends how much time. That's why account boosters can do it so quickly, because the actual amount of time is not that bad. Although it is funny to say, I don't know, you probably need like 40 wins is 1,000 MMR. So what? 200, 250 net wins, which is not a lot in the Great Jupiter. Get down from there. Punk ass. Get down. You guys can't see. He's like climbing on my sound panels. 250 net wins. Hold on. We're rambling. We're not gonna do another like full replay, guys. I saw Sayu, you had a question. I will like play the game. I can't even promise we will answer the question, but I will play the Enchantress replay as we ramble on this random stuff. And maybe if we see something, we'll mention it. I think if you want to climb really quickly, you need some pretty concentrated effort. Some natural skill. As well. The more time you have, I mean, it's like anything, you know, the more time you commit to Dota, the easier it is to, the faster it is to improve, because you're spending more time on it. So I don't know if it's really faster. You're just spending more time on it. And then it comes down to, some people have naturally better mindsets for competitive improvement. I think if I heard someone started the game and gained Immortal in a year, though, that's pretty impressive. I would assume they had a history of high-level games. Are timestamps posted on YouTube? They will be. Usually takes me a little bit after the stream ends. But that's why you might hear me talk about posting timestamps. If I remember, it creates a text file at the end, and I go to that text file, I copy it, post it in, and then if I forgot to do any, I go find them and type it myself. So it usually doesn't take that long. Oh, Sean, yeah, we can do yours too. Send it in. No, no, no. Send it in. Send it in. I'm sorry. I didn't even... Where is that? Did you not see it? Am I crazy? Maybe I am crazy. Maybe it didn't just go through the notifications. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Justice for Sean. Yeah, yeah, justice for Sean. Send it in. Send it in. Sorry. I didn't see it in the thingamajig. My bad. Okay, while we're getting Sean's game sent in, hold on. To quickly answer your question, because we pulled it up. Mid game, I basically just AFK jungled pipe because fights were awful. Pretty sure. For Enchantress, always start with winning your lane as like your reflection after a game, because that's what she's supposed to do. Obviously, you can't win every game, every lane, but this would be how I would put my primary focus, right? More than like, oh, what should I have done mid game? If you're playing Enchantress and these lane winners like Undying, this should always be the #1 concern. This game, I don't mind a pipe. Enchantress can be the aura builder. I would also be okay with helping Legion. Like if Legion had done well, does she need help getting kills? Like for example, Solar Crest is not bad this game. If it'll boost her up, it's good with Monkey. It's a normal Enchantress item. Legion getting duels can be a good way to win games, essentially. Maybe I shouldn't have done a sticker. Did the sticker notify? Now that you mention it, I did forget about that. The sticker notification didn't go through on... Because I usually check... I mean, you guys can't see it. On this side is the, like, streaming softwares and stuff. And it usually has the notifications for all this stuff. Perhaps stickers are not in this thing. I'll have to check that. Anyways, that's my bad. That's on me. Let me know. Can you resend the match ID? Because I don't know if I will be able to find it. I'm scrolling up. Scroll. Let me check here. Oh, thank you. I was about to scroll the other side. Okay. Lich game. Oh, I should have downloaded first. You didn't quite answer your question. I don't think for Enchantress, jungling is fine as long as you're doing it on the enemy side as much as possible. If you can steal enemy farm, especially, so like enchant a creep in the jungle, go send it in the lane, click down the lane, the creep pushes with no danger to you, and then you jungle the rest of the camp. If you're jungling like that, it's fine by me. Didn't look deeper into that game, but I think in general that concept is good. YouTube's on a delay. It might be. There should be like a live button. There's not supposed to be a delay, but sometimes like between me to you, there can be some delays. But if you refresh and go to live, it should be as recent as possible. I don't set delays on the stream most of the time. Sometimes there's like rules on it. If we cast tournaments like as a community caster, sometimes there are rules on stream delays. Though usually when that's the case, I just don't stream those because I don't like doing that. Okay, so this question. Lich 5 Crusader did well in lane, but they're mid-owned. Was at a loss how to help stop the Marcy so focused on her carry. When should I leave a winning lane to help stop a snowballing enemy? Okay, great question. Let me take a look. I'm always curious, no judgment. I'm curious what a winning lane looks like to people when they're like, I won my lane, and I want to see. Yeah, you've got Marcy problems. We are going to look for things you can do. I'm going to be real. This seems beyond help. There are some things even Yatoro could not do. And a Marcy mid at 6,300 net worth while the Invoker mid, or was that Invoker support? Oh, it is Invoker support. Okay, so what was the Venomancer? Not any better. Oh, God. She has more net worth lead than people have net worth this game. This will be very hard for you to do anything. We're going to look. We're going to see what you can do. That is a smackdown. That is such a smackdown. It's like, is this a Smurf level smackdown? Yeah, sometimes the game is cooked, but that doesn't mean your question is incorrect, right? How can I help a mid? When should I leave the winning lane? Those are all great questions that are important for games that are not as cooked as this one might be. And it will help you in the future games, even if it will not change this one. So let's take a look. First, I would say be in the lane. We made it in time. There was a little hanging around here. I wasn't sure what was happening, but you did end up walking back in time. I see you did this earlier. I know it's not your question. I'll skip ahead in just a moment. If you're going to do this block, I recommend, because you did this earlier before the laning begins. If you're going to do that, try to put it further in. There's a spot behind this tree I would recommend. The goal is to avoid overlap. Because if you place this too early, like when you did it, Silencer comes down, we got bounty runes, let me go block the camp, walk, walk, walk. Okay, block the, oh, look, sentry, right? He's going to get it for free. So if you're doing it ahead of time, try to put it further in. And if you're doing it really late, like you're doing it at 50 seconds, then you do this one hoping that Silencer did this earlier, and now you take a quick look and you're hoping it overlapped and you get a free D ward. Okay, let's skip the first few minutes because you said you won the lane. We're going to look for moments you can leave, which you wouldn't leave before this moment, really. I see you got boots queued, so getting boots before you leave is often nice because it helps beat... Oh, yeah, gamer over here. Dragon creeps around. ZQuixotix, hell yeah. Love it. Okay. Let's say you buy these boots in a moment. Boots are for walking, and I will walk, and I will do not much, because I don't actually have a lot of mana. I could be wrong, because you're actually about to have sacrifice up here, and I have not really played with it. Perhaps one sacrifice is enough to just completely fill you up on mana. I don't think so. I don't think it's that strong. So I do think it'd be worth buying a Clarity. Especially thinking about, hey, I want to start moving around, so what are the things I'm going to do? And let's say you can tell this mid lane's being dumpstered right now, and you need to help it. You already warded here, so that's pretty good. I would like to... let me step back, actually. How does a mid laner get out of control? They win mid, they're killing the enemy mid laner, and then they're either jungling a lot, or they go from their winning lane, and then they go kill other people, and they win in this lane, right? It's multiple lanes. So, this is Crusader. We're at the edge where you'll see that, potentially. Sometimes if you go lower than this, even if they win, they don't really do much with it. But Crusader, we're getting to the point where it'll start to happen. Not every game, but maybe Marcy does it, because it's a huge net worth lead. So, I want to rotate out. We're thinking ahead now. Back to us. I want to rotate at some point. We are doing well in our lane. I got to go save this sorry-ass mid lane. I want to walk over there. I need spells to help, right? I need enough mana to use all my spells. And if I'm already going to walk over here, might as well do some warding, right? So I need a sentry. Look for wards. It'll boost the odds of my gank paying out. But if I have an observer, now's a great time to ward in here if you think they're going to move in here to jungle. If you think they're going to rotate down here, now, honestly, a ward here could be good too. Anywhere here to like see the rotation. All in one trip. I already have 2 sentries, so that's actually good. I could buy an observer, do the deep ward for free for my team. Smoke, if you think, hey, we get a rune, bring the Viper with a smoke, or maybe I just smoke over if I think I can make that happen. Seems like a tough one, so if you want to skip that, that's fine with me. Then the Clarity. Let's see if you just straight up buy this, or let's also see how much Sacrifice does for you, because I actually haven't seen this in action since it got added. Let me eat the, is it current health or max? Current health. So we need to find a full health melee creep. Lich has got your mana. All right, I'll take that. That's enough mana for me. I wasn't sure if you needed clarity, but sacrifice, holy shit, that's a lot of mana. All right, so what do we got? Boots. This observer might fade actually before we end up rotating, so you'll need another observer if that's the case. And now that I did use the clarity, or sorry, the sacrifice, I'm a minute out from another one. So maybe we actually will need the clarity. You're cooking. So 1 clarity is probably good, actually, and let's get some of the other stuff. Looks like the observers are out of stock. Maybe a smoke. That would be kind of next level. You don't always have to do that in this bracket, but I'd kind of like it. I'd kind of like it.
What can you do?
Oh, hell yeah, Invoker. Let's go. There you were... Actually, you made in time to pull. I'll take that. I was going to say, let's make sure we don't go overly aggressive, because killing Doom like here is pretty tough. Let's make sure we manage this. And actually, you did. You made it in time. So, 6-minute rune. Whether or not your mid lane is being dumpstered. We want to rotate over. Help secure runes. That's a good support play. You're doing a lot of good stuff already. So, let's add this one in. Depending on who you play and what you think they'll do, you can check here. You come here. This one, Doom, could come here to jungle. Like if you are winning your lane and Doom is feeling pressured, he will probably push out the lane and jungle here or jungle here. If you have a ward here and you don't see Doom here and you don't see him in the lane, then he's over here. So you can use a ward here. It's easier for you to place. It has more useful overlap with like Marcy coming through here, and it effectively helps you see in here as well. So a ward somewhere in here could be an option. Marcy is not a jungle mid though. She's not one that really jungles this stuff. And if I'm really interested in where she is, then I'm putting something along the river to see her or to see the teleport, because that's the other option. And as I see Viper has already placed a mid ward here, I will use this mid ward to see when she's walking this way. So I want to refresh my mid observer, or sorry, my safe lane observer now before I leave. So I would buy one if it's in stock, if it's available. Yep. And after a kill or something, find time to place it. Probably not here, because now if they'll probably see it die, and then I don't want to put another one there. Maybe out here. Or in here could be okay, but I worry it's a little close to this if they see it die, which, unfortunate. They see it die. But maybe that's the mega mind play. What are the odds Lich puts another observer exactly where the last one died? Maybe. Okay. Great time to rotate here, actually. I see you guys looking at Doom, but keeping in mind the time that I want to go for the mid rune, I don't really have time to kill Doom. If I knew I could kill Doom, I might do it instead of going mid. But I actually know we cannot, right? You don't have enough mana. This guy doesn't have enough mana. So I know we can't kill Doom. And I know I want that power rune. So now's a great time to head over. Plus, you'll meet your courier along the way and get a clarity. I see you've bought a lot of clarities. Usually one at a time is good enough. Because if you think about it, that is about a minute and a half of clarities. And by the time the courier delivers a clarity and you use it, by the time the courier gets back, you can buy another clarity and have it come out, and there's actually not that much downtime. So you can kind of reassess if you really need that next clarity and that next clarity and so forth. Damn, we did it. And here I was shit talking to you. I wasn't paying attention to sacrifice. Wow, I gotta recalibrate this. Recalibrate my mana understanding. Okay, we killed Doom. We missed the power rune. We'll say that's okay, because sometimes it is. That's fine. We still want to leave at some point. Wraith King is reaching the point. He is getting kills. He is winning. I want him to farm. He's reaching the point. You're going to shove, jungle, jungle, shove, whatever order. Might kill this for him, but it won't spawn till 7 minutes. And actually, I see 30 seconds left on the time, so we can just leave it. Don't waste your time. I need to ward down here so I can leave. I don't want him to die because we were winning. We don't want the one mid's losing. Top looks like it's losing. This is our one winning lane. I can't have our only winning lane turn into a loss. So I need an observer here before I go. What about northwest stairs for ward? This one? I would be careful of this depending on your rank. Sometimes people block and unblock camps a lot later than they're supposed to, and they tend to find observers in this area. Because sentry, Lich has a sentry that has lived here the entire time, and the enemy never bothered to deal with it. Actually, I feel pretty good if Lich wanted to use an observer here. But if I wasn't sure, and let's say I had a sentry and it got killed, I'm not sure where their sentry is, and there's a good chance it would see here. So I wouldn't want to do it here. But there is a spot here you can use. And funny enough, you can also use this spot. It's visible from certain angles, but it's hard to reach. So if you want to see something here, I like up here or here. I don't really like this ledge. This ledge does give you better vision here, but I find it dies a lot. Pulls at this stage of the game. If you think about the very start, you have 600 net worth. If a small camp is 60 gold, that's 10% money. Big. But now we have grown up pretty rich. I've got 1,000 gold more. So 60 gold now, not a huge deal. At the start of the game, 3 creep waves is level 2 for 2 heroes. So denying 1 creep, 2 creeps, big deal when it comes to hitting level 2, level 3, all that stuff. Now, 1 or 2 creeps denied by a small camp, not as big. No, Doom, why would you do this to me? Nice. Nice try. I do appreciate that. Oh my god. Should we check if she's a Smurf? Or do you think Viper is super bad? What do we think, guys? I haven't looked at that lane. We've been focused on the Lich. How do you balance rotating for Power Rune at 6 versus stealing the Wisdom Rune? Por que no los dos? If you leave lane soon enough, and you're here at 6 minutes, sometimes you goof around, you kill mid, you dance a little bit, wiggy wiggy wow, and then, oh, head over. You can do both. Depends on what happens, though. And if you do what Lich ended up doing, staying, killed Doom, didn't go Power Rune, and then because they're here, went for the Wisdom Shrine, that's also fine. That's also a good move. But there's no reason you can't do both if the situation looks feasible. Where's your sentry? Oh, I'm blind. Oh no. Marcy, have mercy. Very rude. Do have to be careful of that stuff. Ouch. You probably don't run into very many Marcy mids, but think of it like Storm Spirit. You got to be very careful when dewarding here and here. A lot of mid heroes can't go through that cliff, so it's safe. But Storms, Marcy with the jump, they can still threaten you. It's very scary. If you were worried about him and you needed to TP here, I don't mind. And it looks like you might be getting a kill here. Ends up being a pretty good rotation. Otherwise, we want to try to walk to other locations. Walk mid, walk top. Did you have these tangos before? I don't think. Maybe you did. Well, in the end, I don't mind this too much because we do need to put a new observer down here. So after you kill Silencer, I want you to disappear out of sight. Place that observer. I knew that one was dumb the moment she jumped in. Isn't that how it always goes? That's the learning. Once we commit enough dumb mistakes, we learn to stop them. Do you have to do one or the other? I find the 7-minute rune is hard to steal or abuse support leaving. You don't... how should we say this? It's not that you have to... You should think about it every game, and you should decide. That is good play. You don't always want to do it, and you certainly don't want to forget to even think about it. But if you look and you say, it's too hard to leave bottom lane, the mid rune's not as important, it's like Sniper versus Dragon Knight, it's not Ember versus Queen of Pain, double bottle builders, right? I thought about Power Rune and I decided against it. Okay, 7 minutes is coming up. Do I want to steal this shrine? It kind of looks like this guy's here. I think I'd rather stack, you know, whatever. As long as it's a conscious choice, that's the most important. You can win without doing either. You don't get the Wisdom Shrine, you don't get the Power Rune. But it'll be easier, right? It's like, do you want to win the lane or lose the lane? I would like to win the lane. It's easier. If you manage to get these runes and you manage to steal the shrines, the game is easier. And it is a good play to do, but you can't always make it happen. The only thing I returned here to say, you just got to run this way. This is just safe positioning. Because we pulled, the creep wave is here. So they're likely to move in. Because right now, the creeps are supposed to be about here. So if the enemy is like, hey, where are the creeps? Did Lich pull? There's actually a very high chance they walk in here. If you're winning the lane, there's also a high chance of observers in this area. Because they're losing, you're pushing up, they put observers around here. So you just want to be careful of this area in general and taking this pathway. You want to go like around like this. You might even, I mean, it might not even be a problem in the end. You might live. And then just heal up. Yeah. But you did see they came over. Could have easily been killed. Though in the end, actually, that worked out because it kind of baited them to come down here. Waste their time. She's level 11. I think you're cooked, man. That is so bad. That is so bad. Marcy is dumpstering him. We have to look after this. We have to see what happened. Usually you want to leave your carry alone, and it's generally good practice. If the carry is really the only lane that won and you think you can get kills, it's not that bad to do stuff with them, but immediately give them space again afterwards. So for example, I see you guys hanging around, but you're not really pushing the tower, right? So after you get that kill, you and Invoker would go walk somewhere else. Walk mid, walk back top, stack, like do something of extra value. but don't hang around the, you don't want to hang around the Wraith King too much. Okay, we stuck around. We got a silencer kill. Okay, let's get out. How long till we leave? You see how you walked through here, by the way? Let me just show you. Killed silencer, and then, Lich is here. Lich is going this way. If you hadn't shown, even if you just walk around and you end up sitting here, if I'm Luna, I have to worry that you're coming through the twin gate to get me. And so just by being off site, you mentally pressure her. And she has to decide, does she risk pushing this tower? Maybe she backs up. Maybe she's so scared, she goes even further. She reduces her own farm just because she's not sure where you are. That's the strength of always thinking about, do I need to show right now as a support? Especially because you have your ult available. You are very scary. Not as scary as Marcy. That voice line embodies this game right here. Have we answered your question? I think so. I think we've highlighted a couple times you can leave. Walk here. Walk in this case. You can maybe walk bottom. But if you think top is salvageable, I haven't really, you know, it's like 1,000. That's rough, but what the f... I'm seeing the problem is not you. This one is not on you. I would walk top, though, and try to cause chaos here, make them come top to give your Wraith King space. And if they do decide to chase the Wraith King and go for kills, you can either twin gate or you can TP down. If you TP down and something happens, okay, great. If you TP down and nothing happens, I can't do anything else. I actually have to stay here because if I leave, I can't come back. And that means for the next 80 seconds, I am kind of absorbing away from Wraith King. Tons of great info, thank you. Thank you. All right, let's do a little digging. I ain't usually here for the flame game, but I am curious. I am curious. Actually, okay. Viper could be bad. He could be an account buyer, or he could just be a regular player getting dumpstered. We should actually look at Marcy to see if Marcy is a regular player or if she is a booster or like some kind of account buyer. Let's see like her level of gameplay. Okay, some body blocking, but it's honestly not that good of body blocking. Better than Viper's. Positioning. Not too bad. Some defensive aggro. The build actually tells me she's probably not a Smurf. I think a Smurf would have started boots. Who looks at a Viper matchup and is like, oh yeah, let me get an attack slow item that does literally nothing if I don't hit the Viper as a melee hero. Let me buy this. I don't think you would. I think you would buy boots first, or you would buy like the typical stats rush bottle. Viper overcommits. I'll tell you what, Viper unfamiliar with the Marcy matchup. Viper can be killed if he gets too close. What Viper should do in this matchup is pull the equilibrium back here and then just control it. If she walks up, manually cast poison attack and don't draw aggro, and Marcy just cannot approach the lane. Instead, Marcy is managing the lane here, which is really good. And now she is killing him. I'll tell you what, guys. This Blood Grenade Frost is pretty sick tech that Marcy mids use to kill. That's kind of nifty. I don't think I would do that versus a Viper, I gotta say. But maybe the Marcy... Maybe she's done this before. She's bronze, but maybe this is not her first rodeo. You know, the timing of last hits is pretty good for Crusader. This is not that big of a Smurf play. I mean, that's just... She could put him under tower. I think a Crusader could do that. This is a terrible time to go in from the Viper. So far, I'm leaning towards Viper just making mistakes more than Marcy is doing great plays. But she is playing solid. Especially the defensive aggro. If this is a genuine player, I don't think it will be in Crusader for long. I did not realize she was almost level 6 already. But I guess she did have 2 kills. And Viper certainly did not realize she was almost level 6. Did she get Invoker here too? Oh, the ult's expired.
What can you do? What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, that's not really like a Smurf outplay at this point, you know? I have ult and I use ult. I think Viper is just not very familiar with Viper. It might be a support player who got mid, guys, you know? Let's not be too harsh. Crusader support player got stuck in mid. He's like, oh shit, panicked. Viper's easy. Press Q. But alas, there is more than just pressing Q in the mid lane. These are the games that make me wonder why I'm in Crusader. Because climbing, look, sometimes there are free wins and free losses. The rank is very diverse. And so you will get stuff like that. Those are kind of the free wins for the Dire, the Marcy, the free losses for the Radiant. I wouldn't sweat too hard on it. And in fact, the Lich, the mindset here of like, okay, what can I do better? Even if that mid lane's too bad, that's like perfect.
Hey man,
That's exactly
I no
what you
longer
want.
play Dota, but you're such a nice guy.
Aw.
The first had to come back and sub you. Keep the positivity running, my man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We were just about to end the stream. That is a great way to... What a nice message to end us on. Thank you so much. Truly. Coming back, even not playing Dota. That's real MVP shit. I was gonna say one more thing and I kind of forget. Oh yeah, this game is great for Marcy. It's not why she's gonna climb. She gets her free win versus the Viper here. But another time, maybe she will play into the Smurf. She'll get her free loss, right? What will help her defensive aggro was good. Her last hitting was really good for the rank. I don't know, Smurf or not, but right, those are the stuff that will carry her up, not being given this free win. So sometimes you will see really good plays, really bad plays in your games, and it might make you question, like, how can this be? But try not to sweat it too much. Just keep focusing on things you can do better, bumping those numbers up a little bit at a time, and that can be done every single game. Lich found a couple things to work on this game, even though there's probably nothing Lich could have won. Put me in that situation, I'm not sure I could carry that. The Marcy mid 6k, you know? I don't know if I can change that either. Those might be some of the losses you just get, even when you might actually be a Smurf. Have a good night, We Go Hard. Thank you for dropping by. And everyone else as well, thank you. I'm supposed to work on videos, but I don't really want to. We might end up streaming tomorrow, but I'll see. I have talked about this split push video. I guess I should do it. We'll see. We'll definitely stream on Friday, play some games. And we'll be back with the replays next week. I think qualifiers are going on, though. I might need to check that. Check the schedule. Maybe we'll take a look at some of those. Okay, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you one of these days. Surprise. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe Friday. And otherwise, for replays, next Monday and Wednesday, probably the next ones. Okay. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.